Chapter 295. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fang Yuan faced another battle. Your opponent today has some background. Wei Yang walked beside Fang Yuan, instructing Fang Yuan to be careful. Fang Yuan nodded. He never fought unprepared. Ever since he became Li Ran's underground ally, he had obtained a lot of information from him. Li Ran was a spy. He had been undercover for 8 years. His job was to gather intelligence. His knowledge of the battle stage was even more detailed than Wei Yang's. Li Hao was once a strength cultivator. He got to 4th Inner City. He was once high-spirited, but met a bottleneck. Strength path cultivators are strong in the early stages, but weak in the middle and later stages. They are hard to overcome. Li Hao suffered a huge setback. He gave up on strength path and changed to a support path. It was also because of his fortuitous encounter. He won a good rock in the gambling den, and obtained the rare position swap goo. He is very experienced. He immediately sold almost all the goo on him, and spent a huge amount of money to buy a mountain-back toad. After that, he relied on the combination of these two goo, and won every battle. Relying on the primeval stones and goo he obtained from his victories, he slowly accumulated and gradually completed a set of goo worms. He challenged you forcefully, evidently because of the all-out effort goo in your hands. Be careful. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, and returned to the crowd. Fang Yuan looked at Wei Yang deeply, before walking to the battle stage. Every time there was an important battle, Wei Yang would come to watch. Fang Yuan understood. He was here to watch the battle. One reason was because Shang clan wanted to recruit him. The other reason, it was because he truly treated Fang Yuan as a brother. The relationship between people was so strange. Some people lived together for decades, but did not open their hearts. Some people only had a single conversation and became close friends. Fang Yuan understood Wei Yang's emotions. In Fang Yuan, he saw the shadow of his past self. This strong sense of identity, as well as Fang Yuan's straightforward personality, made him treat Fang Yuan as one of his own. Wei Yang. Fang Yuan muttered to himself as he walked to the center of the arena. The terrain of this training field was in the shape of a large swamp. The black mud gave off a faint stench. There were even puddles on the ground. Li Hao hadn't arrived yet. Outside the battle stage, a large number of spectating goo masters gathered. This was the largest number of spectators since Fang Yuan's martial arts exhibition. Standing on the field and looking around, there were heads everywhere. Everyone whispered to each other, causing the entire martial arts practice grounds to buzz with noise. That punk Fangjing is going to be in trouble today. He has been too arrogant these days. I should teach him a lesson. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They really think they are invincible just because they have an all-out effort goo. Li Hao is here, someone shouted. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then the sound of discussion suddenly heated up. The clamor was so loud that it almost broke through the roof of the martial arena. Li Hao appeared at the entrance. Sir Li Hao, it's all up to you today. Here's to your 30th victory and your promotion to 4th Inner City. In the crowd, many people were shouting and cheering. Compared to Fang Yuan, they acknowledged Li Hao more from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Yuan had just arrived and was extremely arrogant, killing many opponents without mercy. He had a purple thorn token, causing everyone to be jealous of his good luck. In contrast, Li Hao was a veteran in the battle stage. His original strength path was defeated in 4th Inner City, but he rose up after suffering, symbolizing the battle stage's standard spirit of fighting without rest, resonating with the surrounding people. Li Hao smiled as he slowly walked onto the stage. He was skinny, wearing a flowery robe and makeup, walking leisurely towards Fang Yuan. But when he was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan, he stopped and did not move forward. In Fang Yuan's previous battles, he had used vertical crash goo to launch a sneak attack, sending his opponents flying and succeeding in one move. Li Hao had been in the battle stage for many years. It was impossible for him not to make preparations before the battle. Vertical crash goo could only charge up to 50 steps. 60 steps was safe. Strength cultivator. He lightly glanced at Fang Yuan, disdain flashing in his eyes. Young man, I'm sorry, your winning streak ends here. Do you know, looking at you now, it is like looking at me in the past. Strength cultivators have no future, even if you have all-out effort goo, so what? Thank me, I defeated you today for your own good. to let you know your weakness in strength cultivation. He lectured Fang Yuan in front of everyone with his identity as a senior. You really have a lot of nonsense. Do you dare to shut up? Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. You. Anger flashed on Li Hao's face, his laughter filled with coldness. See, young man, you are disrespecting your seniors, you will suffer. At this time, with a clang, the hosting Gu master announced the start of the battle. Vertical crash Gu. Fang Yuan moved his legs and charged forward. Swoosh. The soil under his feet was like a black wave, splashing high into the air from his left and right. Oh, what a fierce aura. Li Hao covered his mouth and laughed lightly. He was clear in his heart. Vertical crash Gu could only charge up to 50 steps, and every time he used it, he had to wait for 5 breaths before he could use it again. He was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan. It looked dangerous, but it was actually very safe. This terrain was advantageous to him. The muddy terrain was not like the dry and firm ground. It was not good for charging. As expected, Fang Yuan charged for 45 steps before his momentum stopped. But immediately after, Fang Yuan turned his body, using the side of his body to face Li Hao. Horizontal charge Gu. The black soil split apart like a wave, and a boar phantom appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the charge suddenly rose by a large margin. It was incomparably fierce. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was in front of Li Hao. If he was hit, he would definitely vomit blood and have his bones broken. Li Hao turned pale with fright. At the moment of danger, he quickly activated his vital Gu. Shift. In an instant, he switched positions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was originally facing Li Hao, crashing into him. But the next moment, his back was against Li Hao's, and he was far away from him. I was careless. In a short moment, Li Hao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not think that Fang Yuan would pose much of a threat to him. After knowing that Fang Yuan had horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he did not think much of it. He was almost heavily injured by Fang Yuan. At the moment of danger, his many years of battle experience saved him. Rather than defending, it was better to dodge. With a shift, Fang Yuan's attack missed. No matter how strong the attack was, if it missed, it would be useless if it did not cause any damage. This kid has all-out effort Gu. Every move is powerful. I have already sold my strength Gu, and my beast's strength is also gone. I cannot fight him head-on. Li Hao calmed his mind, and immediately retreated. He used his movement Gu, and his body became as light as a willow as he flew backwards, quickly pulling apart the distance between him and Fang Yuan. At the same time, he pointed towards the sky, and a green light shot out of his aperture, tearing through the sky. The jade-like green light suddenly stopped in midair, and then suddenly exploded. In the dazzling light, the mountain-back toad's huge body appeared, and it started to fall. On the ground, a black shadow quickly shrouded Fang Yuan, and was getting bigger and bigger. 5 breaths of time had passed. Fang Yuan targeted Li Hao, and activated vertical crash Gu, charging towards him. His speed increased, and he quickly left the area shrouded by the shadow. Just as he rushed out, the mountain-back toad crashed down. Bam! Amidst the loud noise, the entire martial arts practice field shook violently. Black mud splashed everywhere like a monstrous wave. The waves even splashed to the edge of the stage, causing the spectators to dodge subconsciously, but they were all blocked by a huge dark red barrier. The battle stage naturally had its own defensive Gu. It's here, Lord Li Hao's mountain-back toad. Seeing this, the crowd shouted excitedly. Even if Fang Jing gets in front of Li Hao, it's useless. Li Hao only needs to use the position swap Gu, and switch places with the mountain-back toad But Fang Yuan did not charge towards Li Hao. He suddenly stopped his charging footsteps. The black mud was like a huge wave, crashing onto his body, but was blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy Gu. Horizontal charge Gu. When the black wave landed on the ground, he turned his body towards the mountain-back toad, and charged towards it. Roar! A bear's roar exploded like thunder, and at the same time, a brown bear phantom suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky in a wild and unrestrained manner. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely crashed into the mountain-back toad's body, causing it to tilt to the side. But that was all. The mountain-back toad had a special mountain peak on its body. It was made of mountain rock essence. It was extremely heavy, one of the top rank 3 Gu. When its four legs touched the ground, it was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all, causing people to sigh in admiration. But Fang Yuan did not care. He raised his arms like a war hammer and smashed. Roar, roar, roar. Above his head, strength path phantoms of boar, brown bear, and crocodile appeared crazily. Every punch brought along the sound of the wind, fierce and unrestrained. When the punches landed on the mountain-back toad's body, there was an unceasing thunderous sound, like a torrential storm. Such a ferocious attack caused the spectators' hearts to tremble in fear, feeling a chill in their hearts. If I was attacked like this, I would have been smashed to pieces already. The all-out effort Gu is really too strong. But Fang Zheng's brain is muddled. He did not attack Li Hao, but chose to attack a tough opponent instead. The mountain-back toad's defense was outstanding, but under Fang Yuan's wild attacks, it did not move at all, causing people to feel discouraged. But Fang Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. The more he attacked, the crazier he became, persevering without giving up, as if this mountain-back toad was his mortal enemy. Li Hao's expression gradually changed. No matter how strong the mountain-back toad was, it had its limits. It could not endure such continuous attacks. Croak, croak, croak. The mountain-back toad cried out loudly. It could no longer hold in the pain. I can't let this go on. Li Hao's heart thumped. He quickly willed and controlled the mountain-back toad. The mountain-back toad started its counterattack, its hind legs stomping on the ground, and its body pounced towards Fang Yuan. This move was extremely heavy. If Fang Yuan was hit by it, he would definitely be sent flying. Horizontal charge Gu. His eyes shined brightly, and he charged in time, dodging the mountain-back toad's attack. Chapter 296. Howl, howl, howl. Beast phantoms flashed crazily with earth-shattering momentum. Mountain-back toad cried out in pain and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and dodged in time. Mountain-back toad carried a mountain on its back. It was too heavy and its speed was very slow. Fang Yuan dodged easily. Horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu were used consecutively. Mountain-back toad attacked many times but did not even manage to touch Fang Yuan's skin. Everyone was dumbstruck. Mountain-back toad's unshakable image in everyone's hearts was swept away as it cried out in pain from Fang Yuan's beating. This kid is actually so fierce. Li Hao was also shocked. He gritted his teeth and urged mountain-back toad to jump high. Brat, I will smash you into meat paste. Li Hao grinned and let out a cold laugh, his killing intent surging in his heart. However, mountain-back toad's shadow did not move towards Fang Yuan. Instead, it landed on Li Hao. Mountain-back toad's huge body started to descend, crashing towards Li Hao. Seeing this scene, most people were stunned for a moment, unable to react. Only a few people, including Wei Yang, saw through Li Hao's battle tactic. Simply using the mountain-back toad to smash at Fang Yuan, the attack would easily miss. Fang Yuan had horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu. He could dodge. But if mountain-back toad smashed towards Li Hao could use position swap Gu to swap positions with Fang Yuan. As long as he grasped the timing well, Fang Yuan could not react in time and be smashed to death by mountain-back toad. With mountain-back toad's weight, even if it did not kill him, it would definitely heavily injure him. However, the moment mountain-back toad flew into the air, Fang Yuan immediately charged towards Li Hao. Using horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he quickly reached Li Hao's side. Damn, this guy, he actually saw through me. At this moment, Li Hao was extremely furious. Fang Yuan was still a distance away from him, but now that he used the position swap Gu, Fang Yuan had enough time to dodge the mountain-back toad's attack. But if he didn't use it now, once Fang Yuan got close to him, even if he used the position swap Gu to change his position, he wouldn't be able to escape in time and would be crushed to death by the mountain-back toad along with Fang Yuan. Without a choice, Li Hao could only use position swap Gu and swap places with Fang Yuan. Boom! The mountain-back toad fell to the ground. As expected, Fang Yuan dodged it with a horizontal dash. He had been paying attention to the alternating usage of horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu. Usually there would be a gap of 3 breaths. Including the time needed to charge for 50 steps, he would always have a movement Gu to use. Small details often determine success or failure. Fang Yuan's rich battle experience from his previous life made him flawless. He charged at the mountain-back toad once more, throwing punches and kicks at it. His attacks were ferocious, and he struck it head-on. Phantoms made of beast power flickered one after another, extremely ferocious. The mountain-back toad was once again engulfed in a torrential storm of attacks. It croaked as it was beaten, and crushed rocks flew everywhere. The spectators who were clamoring earlier fell into silence. Many people opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in shock. All-out effort gu was being used by Feng Yuan in such a domineering manner. Even the mountain-back toad became a punching bag, falling into a disadvantageous position. The battle was in full swing, and the scene was intense. Li Hao, on the other hand, was calm. Li Hao had never expected Feng Yuan to attack the mountain-back toad so relentlessly. In the past, when Li Hao fought with his opponents, they all gave up on the mountain-back toad and tried to attack him. Once Li Hao lost, the mountain-back toad was no longer a concern. This was the choice of a smart person. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan chose the most foolish target. He focused all his attacks on the mountain-back toad, ignoring the main target, Li Hao. Li Hao was left to the side, as if he was an unrelated spectator. His situation was awkward. Beast phantoms flickered and converged in the air. Feng Yuan circled around the mountain-back toad, beating it fiercely. The mountain-back toad's huge and mighty body was now so clumsy. Oh no, the mountain-back toad is vomiting blood. Li Hao, who was far away, felt his limbs turn cold when he saw this. Position swap gu. His eyes shone with a strange light, attracting Feng Yuan. In an instant, Feng Yuan's vision changed, and when he looked again, Li Hao had already moved him far away. In contrast, Li Hao had replaced Feng Yuan's position, standing beside the mountain-back toad. He stretched out his palms and placed them on the mountain-back toad, healing it. The mountain-back toad's injuries shocked him. He had fought so many battles in the battle stage, but had never seen such serious injuries. Am I going to lose this battle? Lose to such a young junior? No, impossible. The strong feeling of failure appeared in Li Hao's heart for the first time. Feng Yuan sneered and charged forward. How could he allow Li Hao to heal the mountain-back toad in front of his eyes? Seeing Feng Yuan charging towards him, Li Hao gritted his teeth and gave up on healing, running in the opposite direction. When Feng Yuan arrived in front of the mountain-back toad, he used the position swap gu. This way, he was standing beside the mountain-back toad again, while Feng Yuan was far away. But Feng Yuan did not care, continuing to charge forward. Li Hao's healing was interrupted repeatedly, and Feng Yuan's attacks were fruitless. But even so, he continued to charge, not giving up. After a few times, it was Li Hao who stopped healing, his expression uncertain. Many of the spectators were puzzled by this scene. But there were smart people after all. Every time Feng Jing charges, it seems useless, but Li Hao's primeval essence is being expended intensely. That's right. Position swap gu might have mystical effects, but it has its drawbacks. The huge primeval essence expenditure is one of them. The further the distance, the stronger the opponent, the more primeval essence Li Ran needs to expend to activate position swap gu. Feng Yuan has the strength of 2 boars, a crocodile and a bear. Every time Li Ran uses position swap gu, he will expend a lot of primeval essence. Moreover, he still needs to heal the mountain-back toad. Even a rank 3 primeval essence cannot endure this. Li Hao also realized this. Thus he had no choice but to stop healing. He did not have much primeval essence left. If it were his previous opponents, he would still have rank 3 white-silver primeval essence. But now, Feng Yuan's cultivation was also rank 3. After these rounds, Feng Yuan had firmly established a primeval essence advantage. Seeing Feng Yuan charging over again, Li Hao's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he had no choice but to charge forward. Feng Yuan clenched his fists, immediately giving up on the mountain-back toad and attacking Li Hao. Bam bam bam. His fists exploded the air with impressive might and were incomparably ferocious, like a tide slapping against a reef. After a few rounds, Li Hao could not hold on anymore. Although his gu worms were replenished, the true core was still the mountain-back toad and position swap gu. To reduce the primeval essence expenditure of position swap gu, he also got rid of the beast phantoms that were hiding in his body. Feng Yuan's attacks were extremely fierce, like a torrential storm, making it hard for him to breathe. Li Hao relied on his previous foundation as a strength cultivator to barely resist, But he had no choice but to use position swap Gu again to exchange for the mountain-back toad. Fang Yuan did not chase after Li Hao, instead attacking the mountain-back toad. Boar, brown bear and crocodile phantoms appeared one after another. At once mountain rocks were sent flying. The mountain-back toad spat out mouthfuls of blood, frantically retaliating. But Fang Yuan used horizontal charge and vertical crash Gu alternately. The mountain-back toad's retaliation was extremely clumsy. How did it become like this? Even Lord Li Hao has no choice but to join the battle and share the burden for the mountain-back toad. Fang Jing's attacks are terrifying. He is suppressing both Li Hao and the mountain-back toad. The battle had progressed to this point, out of everyone's expectations. Ever since Li Hao gave up the strength path and switched to the support path, they had never seen Li Hao in such a predicament. Li Hao's battle tactic was quite good. Using position swap Gu and coordinating with the mountain-back toad, the effect was extremely good. Even Fang Yuan could not break this battle tactic. But Fang Yuan did not need to break it. He did not even think of breaking it. He instinctively raised his fists and dealt with the situation by remaining unchanged. No matter which of them appears in front of me, I will just beat them up. This move seemed stupid, but great wisdom could be seen. A fierce and domineering aura was immediately displayed. This is a good method. Someone's eyes brightened. In the future, when I fight Li Hao, I will also learn from Fang Jing and attack the mountain-back toad fiercely. Once he said this, he was immediately denied and ridiculed by the people around him. Bullshit. You want to learn from him, are you muddle-headed? Fang Jing can do this because he is a strength cultivator, and his primeval essence consumption is low. You, a fire cultivator, daring to waste your attacks on the mountain-back toad is exactly what Li Hao wants to see. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall sharply, and they would be like mortals. In a battle, the side with more primeval essence would have the advantage. The greater the difference in primeval essence, the greater the advantage. Some Gu masters who wanted to imitate Fang Yuan choked upon hearing this, unable to retort. Someone patted his head and said in enlightenment, I suddenly realized that strength cultivators also have their own advantages. That's right. Someone immediately added, strength cultivators use their bodies to attack. Thus strength Gu has a general advantage. It consumes less primeval essence. Every Gu path has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is not without reason that strength path was famous in the olden antiquity era. Everyone's gaze once again fell on the battlefield. Li Hao and his mountain-back toad were retreating under Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. All-out effort Gu's primeval essence consumption was very small. Fang Yuan's true attack power came from the beast phantoms. But these beast phantoms did not need to expend primeval essence. This was the most perverse part. If it were any other Gu master in Fang Yuan's position, they would have been exhausted after dozens of rounds. But Fang Yuan's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, lasting for an extremely long time. His aura continued to rise, and his punches carried the sound of the wind, overbearing and fierce, like the roar of a tiger or the roar of a giant bear. On him, everyone seemed to see the arrogant demeanor of the olden antiquity era strength cultivators. Their hearts were beating rapidly, and their blood was boiling. Fang Yuan was getting more and more satisfied as he fought. Since his rebirth, he had been treading on thin ice, and all the pent-up anger in his heart was vented out as he punched and kicked. All the gloominess in his heart was swept away. No doubt, obtaining the all-out effort Gu was a turning point in Fang Yuan's life. Before this, he had been running around everywhere, living in a precarious situation with little food to eat. When he encountered a slightly bigger problem, he would need to rack his brains to think of a solution. But after obtaining the all-out effort Gu, he finally had the capital to be proud of, and could use his fists to solve many problems. Like now, he did not need to break Li Hao's exquisite battle tactics, and could directly sweep his fists. Demons were crafty, but they were even more overbearing. Sweeping heaven and earth, sweeping mountains and rivers, splattering blood in the world. One's strength subdues all. If you are fierce, I am fiercer than you. If you are unreasonable, I am even more unreasonable than you. Demon, demon, demon. Kill, kill, kill. Fang Yuan fought to his heart's content, and a surge of emotions surged in his heart. Finally, he could not suppress it anymore. and let out a long howl. Because difficulties give rise to great aspirations, and the mortal world does not tempt my heart. Today I will temporarily rest on the grass, and someday I will roar and tread on mountains and rivers. From today onwards, I will walk on the road to greatness, sweeping away the dust, smiling at the vicissitudes of life, stepping on the green mountain, treading the blue sea, binding the blue dragon, striking the sky, bathing in the wind and rain, tempering the demonic soul, raising the flag and singing valiantly, defying heaven, defying fate, defying the universe. Bam! With a ruthless punch, the mountain-back toad could no longer hold on, and the mountain peak collapsed. Blood spurted out, and it was beaten to death by Feng Yuan. Rampage! Li Hao flew high, and after flying for more than 10 steps, he landed heavily. With a plop, he landed in the mud and did not move. The black muddy water mixed with the dark red blood, and soon his flowery robe was stained. He paid the price with his life for looking down on Feng Yuan. The battle stopped abruptly. Feng Yuan stood proudly on the spot, and his fierce and masculine aura suppressed the entire area. The battle stage seemed to still be echoing with his howl. Chapter 297. In the secret room, Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His light silver primeval essence was continuously activated, pouring into the self-reliance goo. Self-reliance goo was in Feng Yuan's aperture, swimming in the sea. It was shaped like a cockroach, flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. This was a rank 3 healing goo, bought by Feng Yuan during his blood exchange. Self-reliance goo could be said to be the perfect goo for strength cultivation goo masters. The stronger the goo master, the better the healing effect of the self-reliance goo. Conversely, the weaker the strength, the worse the healing effect. Self-reliance was to obtain the effect of renewal and growth from one's strength. Feng Yuan already had the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear and 1 crocodile. Now that he activated the self-reliance goo, the healing effect was already on par with fleshbone. This was still not its limit. When Feng Yuan continues to add new strength in the future, its healing effect would surpass fleshbone bone, and continue to rise even higher. But the self-reliance goo had its drawbacks. It could not be used to heal others, and could only be used by the goo master themselves. This greatly restricted its use. In addition, it was a rare goo that cost 45,000 primeval stones. It was even more expensive than sword shadow goo. Thus, although there were many strength path goo masters, few could afford it. Different from the olden times, strength path goo masters were mostly at the bottom doing manual labor. There were many low-rank ones, few high-rank ones, and even fewer outstanding ones. Those who stood proudly at the peak were extremely rare. In the entire southern border, there was only Empress Wuxia. She was relying on the ancient strength path inheritance. This was an era where strength path declined. Right now, Feng Yuan was using the self-reliance goo to heal himself. In the battle with Li Hao, he was injured. The main culprit was not Li Hao, nor was it the mountain-back toad, but Feng Yuan himself. In the intense battle, his attacks were wild and ferocious, lasting for a long time. This caused his muscles to strain and his tendons to rupture. Even the canopy goo was dispirited and needed to recuperate. Fortunately, he used the iron bone goo. His bones were firm and sturdy, so he was fine. Otherwise, even his bones would be broken. If an ordinary person exerted too much strength, they would strain their muscles. The more shells fired, the easier it was for the muzzle to explode. Any kind of power needed a cornerstone to carry it. This was especially true for strength path goo cultivators. Although Feng Yuan had the sky canopy goo and iron bones, his strength was too strong and his moves were endless. His muscles could not handle it, and the burden on his organs and blood was huge. After the battle, his entire body was filled with internal injuries. Even his sweat was stained with blood. It has already been 10 hours since I used the self-reliance goo to heal my injuries. The main reason is the effect of the steel tendon goo, causing the treatment to be difficult. Feng Yuan had a sense of propriety. Before this, he had been using the steel tendon goo to modify his body and train his body. As a result, the large tendons in his muscles were dyed a faint black color. They gave off a metallic luster and became even tougher. Now these large tendons were either pulled or directly ruptured. It was much more difficult for them to grow back and recover than it was for ordinary people. Why? Ordinary people might not be able to explain it clearly, but they knew that there was such a phenomenon. But Feng Yuan was clear. He was a Gu immortal in his previous life. He knew that this involved the laws of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu worms of all sizes contained law fragments of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The effect of the steel tendon Gu was to train the tendons in the Gu master's body until they were as tough as steel. This caused Feng Yuan's large tendons to be permanently attached with the power of the law, the traces of the great Tao. The self-reliance Gu's treatment was not only to restore the body's tendons, it also had to overcome and cover this layer of law power. Fortunately, this law did not conflict with the healing law. Otherwise, it would not be healing Feng Yuan but harming Feng Yuan. Similarly, the brown bear innate strength Gu, black and white boar Gu, and crocodile strength Gu were the same. They contained fragments of the great Tao related to Qi strength, and when they were attached to Feng Yuan's body, they became beast phantoms and hid. Only when they used their full strength would they be visible to the naked eye. What were beast phantoms? In essence, they were the Tao marks of strength, the traces of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Another example, poison vow Gu. It was the law of restriction, placed in the Gu master's body to restrict the other party. This Tao mark could not be seen normally, but under the effect of the going back on one's words Gu, it could be exposed and then destroyed. The law contained in the going back on one's words Gu was the opposite of the poison vow Gu. It was just that the former was stronger so it could restrain the poison vow Gu. Furthermore, why did rainbow light Gu and position swap Gu need the Gu master's body to be clean? This was also the reason. The law of strength would interfere with the law of light and the law of space. If the Tao mark of strength was too strong, it would cause the use of the latter two to fail. When Gu masters use Gu, they actually use the fragments of the great Tao. Gu is the carrier of the fragments, a natural tool. When Gu masters refine Gu, they fuse the laws and condense them. Nurturing Gu using Gu, refining Gu. Gu cultivation is not a small path. It is the true great Tao. In cultivation, Gu masters follow the natural laws and understand heaven and earth. That is why there is the method of longevity, and the hope of achieving immortality. Feng Yuan had already understood this in his heart. Because difficulties give rise to lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs, firm my heart. Today I perch on the grass, and someday I will roam the mountains and rivers. In the study room, Shang Yanfei muttered to himself, thinking about Feng Yuan's poem with an expression of interest. Because difficulties give rise to lofty aspirations, worldly affairs cannot restrain one's heart. What a great spirit! Especially the last sentence. Is he treating my Shang clan city as a grass? Lord clan leader, in my opinion, Feng Zheng should be referring to his opponent, Li Hao, as a weakling. Wei Yang cupped his fists and said. Shang Yanfei shook his head. No matter, I am not so narrow-minded. It is just a pity I missed a good show. Although I did not see it personally, I can imagine the scene of Feng Zheng displaying his invincible might. Shang Yanfei was in a high position. His vision was broad and his heart was open. Towards Feng Yuan's aspirations, he was magnanimous and accepted it, and even appreciated it. Being reminded by Shang Yanfei, Wei Yang's mind immediately recalled the scene. He sighed. Indeed. At that time Feng Zheng's aura was extremely fierce, suppressing the entire place, intimidating everyone. No one dared to make a sound. Shang Yanfei clapped, standing up from his seat. He slowly walked to the window. It is easy to raise 1,000 troops, but hard to find a general. Unfortunately, this general is arrogant. He did not even put our Shang clan city in his eyes. That's right, although he faced many difficulties, he made it through and gained many rewards. His cultivation improved even more fiercely. This has trained his character to be like this. Lord clan leader, your analysis is correct. Young people always have such aggressiveness and lawlessness. Wei Yang lowered his head, agreeing. Shang Yanfei looked outside the window, slowly squinting his eyes. Feng Yuan compared Shang clan city to a grass. Such ambitions were shocking. It was definitely lofty aspirations. But Shang Yanfei himself did not mind. He was a man who stood at the peak, looking down on southern border. He had his own ambitions. And Shang clan city was not really a grass just because others compared it to a grass. What he cared about was the first sentence. Because difficulties bring lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs. In this world, there were many people with great ambitions but little talent. There were very few people with ambition and talent. It was practically 1 in a million. Not only ambition and talent but also a strong will, it was rare. Having ambition and talent wasn't scary, but adding an unyielding will of steel to it was worrying. Such people in history were often called heroes, ambitious or treacherous. Such people could often change history, create history. How could such a person be willing to submit to others? How could they be used by Shang clan? If they could not be used, the demonic path would have such a person. They would definitely stir up chaos in the world, creating a bloodbath. This was far from a blessing for the righteous path. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei suddenly spoke. I heard that Fang Jing stole that Li Rant's opportunity, and in order to be at ease, he took the initiative to repay 200,000 yuan stone. How much has he returned now? Wei Yang answered. He has already returned 130,000. He still lacks 70,000. But from what I see, it should be soon. Hearing this answer, Shang Yanfei's worry was alleviated. He nodded. That's true. As long as one's ambition is grand, they will not bother with trifles. What is a mere 200,000 yuan stone? Thinking of how Fang Jing saved Shang Xianci, Shang Yanfei could not help but laugh. This person's personality was somewhat cute. He had principles in his actions, repaying kindness and taking revenge for enmity. But he was not a person with no morals, a dangerous personality with no qualms. With this, there was hope of recruiting him. But he was currently in the limelight. There was not much hope of recruiting him. He had to slowly think of a plan. Once he was dealt a heavy blow by reality, he would be moved by his emotions and recruit Shang Xianci. With such a helper, Shang Yanfei could be at ease. Never mind. Fang Jing, let me see how far you can go. Shang Yanfei pondered. His gaze was sharp. He could see the whole situation clearly. Fang Yuan killed Li Hao. It caused a huge commotion in the battle zone. All-out effort Gu's strength was eye-catching. Many people started to realize that Fang Yuan was a tough nut to crack. But on the other hand, it attracted the attention and greed of other experts. Fang Yuan would have a peaceful period of time, but soon, his days would not be good. With his personality, he would definitely be badly injured. At that time, he would realize how weak he was. He would first use the battle zone's power to suppress and grind him down. Just like Shang Yanfei expected, Fang Yuan welcomed the easy days of winning without a fight. Who was Li Hao? In 5th Inner City's battle zone, he was the undisputed number 1, and was about to rise to 4th Inner City. Even he died under Fang Yuan's iron fists. Who could restrain Fang Yuan? But the forced challenge could not be cancelled. The demonic Gu masters who wanted to take advantage of the situation could only pinch their noses and force their way in. At the start, there were still people who wanted to save face and tried to fight Fang Yuan a few times. But after Fang Yuan heavily injured several people and killed one, they no longer dared to be careless, and admitted defeat at the start of the battle. 19 wins, 20 wins, 21 wins. Fang Yuan's appearance was no longer a battle, but a mere formality to collect Yuan stone. It could be said that he was flushed with success. Under such circumstances, a Bai clan hunting team arrived at the foot of Shang clan city. Chapter 298. We finally reached Shang clan city. Looking at the buildings on the mountain by Feng's side. He was a clan elder of Bai clan. When he was young, he roamed the southern border and came to Shang clan city. Now that he came again, his youth was gone, and he came with the mission of pursuing demonic Gu masters. Do you think those 2 demonic scoundrels really took this path? Bai Lian's tone was worried. It should be this path. We used the place where the footless bird fell and split up. We didn't find anything in other directions. Only this path has some suspicious traces. Tai Daoku said from the side. He was not too sure in his heart. Although Tai clan was number 1 in the southern border in terms of tracking, he was an offensive Gu master, and the southern border had many forests and complicated environments. It was easy to hide and difficult to track. Maybe they died on the way, buried in the mouths of beasts. A companion said optimistically. This was very likely. They found many remains along the way, as well as traces left behind by the beast tide's attack. I hope they are still alive. Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth. His grandfather was killed by Fong and Bai. He wanted to kill them with his own hands, only then would he be able to resolve the monstrous hatred in his heart. Alright, let's enter the city first. If we don't find anything, we will spend some yuan stone to send a letter to the clan and see what Lord Clan Leader will do. Bai Feng took the lead. The group arrived at the city gate, travel-worn. Coincidentally, this city gate was the checkpoint that Fong and Bai had entered previously. To enter the city, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. The city guard stopped them. Bai Feng took out a yellow pair token and waved it. The guard looked at it, and after confirming it said, "The yellow pair token can exempt 3 people from the city entrance fee." Bai Feng's group of 6 paid 30 yuan stone. "Brother, have you seen these 2 enter the city?" Bai Zhanlai pointed at a wanted poster on the city wall and asked. This was the wanted poster for Fong and Bai. However, the surface of the wanted notice had been covered by a new wanted notice. This was normal. Every once in a while there would be a new wanted poster. The city guard's expression changed, shouting at Bai Zhanlai, "What are you saying? With me guarding the city gate, how could a demonic Gu master enter? Do you think I'm blind? You are slandering me. Slandering a righteous youth of Shang clan." Bai Zhanlai's expression became sluggish. Elder Bai Feng hurriedly apologized. In Shang Clan City, even if he was an elder of Bai Clan, he still had to put on airs. The city guard saw that Bai Feng was after all a rank 3 Gu master and did not dare to pursue the matter, only cursing and swearing. Until Tai Dao Ku showed an unhappy expression and revealed his identity. "Alright, shut up. Do you think my Tai clan doesn't know what Shang Clan is like?" Only then did the city gate guard stop talking. The people of the Bai clan had suffered this initial show of strength and walked into the outer city dejectedly. "Let's eat some food first. We've been running around for the past few days and are exhausted. A good rest wouldn't delay the pursuit. I happen to know a good restaurant in the 5th inner city. It's in the martial arts area. Back then, I also participated in the martial arts practice and fought my way to the 4th inner city." Elder Bai Feng suggested. This suggestion was very good and won everyone's approval. The group entered the 5th inner city and arrived at the martial arts area. Bai Zhanlai, Bai Lian and the other juniors were immediately infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere of the martial arts area. On the way, they could hear the excited chatter of passers-by. Tianjing finally got revenge this time and beat Shi Nanxing to the ground. Shi Nanxing threatened to take revenge. The grudge between these two is getting deeper. Yuan Kong has the sickness cloud moth and his battle strength has risen again. He can almost dominate the 5th inner city's martial arts area. Dominate he wait until Guyue Fangzheng rises to the 4th inner city. Guyue Fangzheng. The pupils of the Bai clan group expanded as if they were struck by lightning. Their footsteps suddenly stopped and their gazes shot towards the passerby. The passerby was truly shocked. 15 minutes later. In the martial arts area, Fang Yuan slowly walked onto the stage. His opponent this time was a middle-aged man. He was tall and muscular with a round waist and a steel-like beard, looking like a fiend. Clang! A crisp sound signified the start of the battle. "I admit defeat," the middle-aged man shouted immediately. His shout was direct and clean, causing the surrounding spectators to be dissatisfied. "Why is it like this again? Isn't this embarrassing, admitting defeat before even fighting? Losing face is better than losing your life. Right now in 5th inner city, who dares to fight with Fangzheng? All-out effort Gu is too fierce." Everyone sighed. The battle had just started but it ended in an instant. The hosting Gu master walked up and took the Vine information Gu from both sides, changing the content before returning it to the opponent. The middle-aged man turned around and left. Admitting defeat was a form of humiliation, but the situation was stronger than the person who asked Fang Yuan to be so vicious and merciless, not holding back. He did not dare to fight for face. Fang Yuan did not leave immediately, but took out 40,000 yuan stone and gave it to Li Ran. This scene once again caused a discussion among the crowd. Another 40,000 yuan stone? He really gave it again. This Guyue Fangzheng might be ruthless, but he does what he says. 200,000 yuan stone, he has already given out almost all of it. Only 30,000 yuan stone is left. Li Ran used these yuan stone to buy Gu worms. He is starting to show his prowess in the battle zone. I am so envious. Kindness must be repaid. Hatred must be repaid. From this point, I really admire Guiyue Fangzheng. If he wins this round, he will have 29 net wins, just one more round and he will rise to 4th inner city. Let's leave quickly, who dares to fight him here? Even Li Hao died in his hands. Guiyue Fangzheng, after so much effort, we finally found you. In the crowd, Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with hatred. His companions also had ugly expressions. They had chased him for so long, they were tired and had suffered so much along the way. But in the end, they found out that the person they wanted to capture was doing very well in Shangclan City. Before this, they had been guessing that Fang Yuan might have already died in the mouths of wild beasts, being digested into feces and excreted. The scene before them was in stark contrast to what they had expected. Not only was Fang Yuan not tired, he was living well. He even changed his goo worms and his battle strength and cultivation rose sharply. How could they endure this? Heaven is blind. How can this evil scoundrel be so successful? Bai Feng sighed at the sky. His luck is too good. He saved Shangclan leader's illegitimate daughter and obtained a purple thorn token. In Shangclan City we can't touch him. He is protected by Shangclan. Bai Lian gritted her teeth. She had learned a lot from the passers-by. The enemy who killed the 2 young clan leaders was right in front of them. But they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Not only him, that Bai Ningbing also has a purple thorn token. Now that she is participating in the battle stage, her results are quite good. A companion beside her sighed. What kind of world is this? Bad people prosper while good people die miserably. Sigh. Actually, it is not like there is no way to deal with them. They can participate in the battle stage, so can we. Tai Daoku's voice was hoarse, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had learned from Bai clan leader that Fang Yuan had charred Thunderbean Mother Gu. Right now, he was sure that Fang and Bai were the murderers of his young master. Since it was impossible to capture Fang and Bai, then he would just have to kill them. Only then could he take revenge for his young master, and Tai Daoku would have the face to return to Tai clan. Good. This is a good method. Bai Feng's eyes brightened, his spirits roused. With the battle stage's rules, even if Fang Yuan had a purple thorn token, he would not be able to protect him. Even if he could not be killed, taking away his all-out effort goo would stop his growth. Honestly speaking, his growth speed was too terrifying, it was shocking. He could not be allowed to grow like this. Wait, where did Bai Zhanlai go? Bai Lian suddenly asked. As Fang Yuan walked out of the battle stage, the passers-by gave way to him. Countless gazes gathered on him, some were respectful, some were cold, some were hostile, and so on. Although I have killed many Gu masters, my reputation is not bad. Every time I give Li Ran Yuan stone in public, it is to build up my reputation. 200,000 Yuan stone, I still lack 30,000. Fang Yuan pondered as he walked. In the battle with Li Hao, he obtained 3 Gu. But there was no mountain back toad or position swap Gu. Mountain back toad was killed by him, and position swap Gu was Li Hao's vital Gu. After Li Hao died, it also died. But in that battle, there were many spectators, and Fang Yuan still obtained over 6,000 Yuan stone. Over this month, after winning continuously, besides keeping a small amount of Yuan stone for himself, the remaining 40,000 Yuan stones were given to Li Ran. Because of this action and Li Ran's reply, Wu clan did not make a move against Fang Yuan for the time being. This earned him precious time to develop. Right now I have 29 wins. If I win one more, I will be promoted to 4th inner city. The competition in 4th inner city is very intense, there are many experts, but if I win, my gains will be even greater. Now that I have used up the steel tendon goo, I can add more beast phantoms. But adding beast phantoms was a painstaking process. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to see results. After Fang Yuan got promoted to 4th inner city, he faced huge pressure. He needed to add more strength to deal with the situation. Recently, in a large-scale auction, there was an instant success goo. If I can get it, I can obtain new beast phantoms in one night. Unfortunately, I have too little Yuan stone. I don't even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. When money is needed, one will regret it. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about who to borrow money from, a young man suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Guiyue Fangzheng, do you still recognize me? Bai Zhanlai shouted. Zhanlai. Zhanlai, don't be rash. Bai Clan's people quickly arrived, forming a semicircle around Feng Yuan. Chapter 299. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He had an impression of Bai Zhanlai, the number one descendant of Bai Clan. They had drank together before. He was even more familiar with Bai Lian. She had once accompanied him for a period of time and used a honey trap on him. Unfortunately, how could mere beauty sway Feng Yuan's heart? In the end, Feng Yuan beat her at her own game. As for the others like Bai Feng and Tai Dao Ku, Feng Yuan did not know them. But even so, Feng Yuan knew the origin and motive of these people. The victim's family came looking for him. Heaven's Net has a long way to go, Guiyue Fengzheng. You killed two of my Bai Clan's young clan leaders. Even if you escape to Shang Clan City, you will not be forgiven. Bai Feng shouted. Fengzheng, you buried a trap and killed my Tai Clan young master and his clansmen. This enmity is irreconcilable. I, Tai Dao Ku, will take your head. Tai Dao Ku had an agitated expression as he pointed at Feng Yuan's nose, shouting. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. It was human nature to watch a show. Countless gazes gathered here. Oh, you are from Tai Clan? Strange. How come I don't know that I killed your clansmen? Feng Yuan sneered. Don't try to deny it. You have charred Thunderbeam Mother Gu. You dug a huge trap. Your intentions are extremely sinister. My Tai Clan stepped on your trap and was blown to smithereens without even a corpse left. We chased you all the way. Who else could it be other than you? Tai Dao Ku's eyes were almost spewing fire. He wanted to cut Feng Yuan into pieces. Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing. So that's it seems I dug the right trap. Thank you for telling me this good news, it makes me feel better. You. Tai Dao Ku's eyes were wide open, he was furious. You admitted it. You actually admitted it. Good, very good, Fengzheng, you are dead for sure. You dared to kill my Tai Clan young master. You are making an enemy out of my Tai Clan. So what if we become enemies? Feng Yuan shrugged and sneered, what a joke. I dug a hole to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. In the end you stepped on it. You can only blame your Tai family for not having eyes. Moreover, what crime did I commit? What right does your Tai Clan have to track me? Seeking death, ha ha ha. It's good that you died, it's a wonderful death. These words made the surrounding people dumbfounded. He actually dared to provoke the Tai Clan? Is Fengzheng crazy? Tai Clan is one of the overlords of southern border that is not weaker than Shang Clan. Tai Clan is capturing demonic Gu masters everywhere. The famous demon suppression tower is the nemesis of the demonic path. He actually killed the Tai family's young master. He has the Redbutt token in his hand, so he has nothing to fear. As long as you stay in Shang Clan City, you are Shang Clan's esteemed guest. Even if the Tai family head came, Sir Shang Yanfei would still protect him. If they didn't protect him, once the news spread, Shang Clan would think that Shang Clan was afraid of Tai Clan. The discussions of the surrounding people caused the furious Tai Dao Ku to calm down slightly. Feng Yuan had the Redbutt token, and now that he was rank 3, dealing with him would not be as easy as before. Fengzheng, don't think you are safe hiding here. You want to use the battle stage to become Shang Clan's external elder? Wishful thinking. Let me tell you, as long as I, Bai Feng, am here, you will not be able to dominate the battle stage. Elder Bai Feng said sinisterly. Tai Dao Ku followed. Fengzheng, I will finish you off in the battle stage. You cannot escape, you have committed a great crime. You must be punished severely. Oh, you want to obstruct me in the battle stage? A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He was not afraid of these people, even if Bai Feng, Tai Dao Ku, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian were rank 3 Gu masters. If they wanted to use the battle stage to deal with him, they would not be able to display their advantage in numbers. It is just that my current situation, Feng Yuan pondered in his heart, and suddenly laughed lightly, saying to Bai Feng, your Bai Clan obtained Bai Gu inheritance, but you are still not satisfied and want to deal with me? Without me, how would you have found Bai Gu inheritance? It seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the two young clan leaders. Once he said this, Bai Clan's people immediately showed astonished expressions. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed the two young clan leaders were not dead. Fangzheng, what do you mean? Bai Feng immediately asked, his expression uncertain. Fangzheng, don't try to deceive us with flowery words. We have searched almost the entire Baigu inheritance, but we can't even find the two young clan leaders. Bai Lian shouted coldly. Baigu inheritance was discovered by me. Does your Bai clan think you have a better understanding than me? Ridiculous. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, continuing. Why would I bring those two burdens to retreat? You don't need to use your brains to think. Deceive you? Humph, I'm not even afraid of Tai clan. Why would I be afraid of a mere Bai clan? Fangzheng, if the two young clan leaders are still alive, I think this is a misunderstanding. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Our Bai family is not an unreasonable family. Bai Feng considered his words, trying to calm Fang Yuan and get the whereabouts of the two young clan leaders from him. You want to know? Fine. I'm hungry, treat me to a meal. Let's go to the most luxurious lion restaurant in Third Inner City. Fang Yuan said indifferently. Bai clan's people looked at each other. The whereabouts of the two young clan leaders was not a small matter. It concerned the future of Bai clan. Although Bai clan hated Fang Yuan to the core, Elder Bai Feng gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, let's go to Lion Restaurant. Lion Restaurant was not a simple restaurant, it was a luxurious brothel. This restaurant specialized in bringing in foreign women from Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert. All of them were voluptuous and charming. There was also a special dish called lion meatball. It was a human feast. It used lion meat, tiger meat, and all kinds of precious ingredients to make meatballs, and placed them on the bodies of women with graceful figures and big breasts. The name lion meatball had a deep meaning. Not only did it eat food, it also ate people. But Fang Yuan did not come here because he was interested in the dish, lion meatball. But this restaurant had a huge background. It had many secret rooms. Many Shang clansmen often chose secret rooms to conduct their affairs in order to conceal their reputation, to prevent the news from being leaked. Fang Yuan chose a secret room and sat down with everyone. The table was filled with a feast, and the fragrance of the dishes assailed their nostrils. But he did not order the signature dish, lion meatball. Tell me, where are the two patriarchs of our clan? Bai Feng asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. If you want to know, I would like to ask this Tai clan Gu master to leave. Fang Yuan gave Tai Daoku a deep look. Why? Tai Daoku's gaze was like a blade, ruthlessly looking at Fang Yuan. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Because this is a private matter between me and Bai clan. Fang Yuan's tone was unyielding. I want to guarantee that besides me, everyone here is a Bai clan member. Otherwise, I won't say it. Bai Feng hesitated. This matter concerned the two young clan leaders. He had to be cautious. Thus he turned to look at Tai Daoku. Tai Daoku snorted coldly, unhappily walking out of the secret room and closing the door. The inside and outside of the secret room were isolated. Speak. Don't try to deceive us about the whereabouts of our clan's young clan leaders. This is Shang Clan City. There are many Gu worms here that can prove your words. Bai Feng said sternly. Fang Yuan slowly raised his wine cup and drank a mouthful. Whereabouts? Of course they are dead. You are too naive. Since I am your Bai clan's enemy, of course I have to eliminate you. What? You dare to trick us? Fangzheng, you are courting death. Bai clan's people were enraged. They stood up and rushed towards Fang Yuan in anger. But the thunder was loud, the rain was small. This was not Bai clan village. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, and his strength was not ordinary. To kill Fang Yuan, they would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, killing him like this was going against Shang clan. Your Bai clan killed my clan's esteemed guest in Shang Clan City. Bai clan was facing the crisis of their spirit spring drying up. They were in a precarious situation. They also obtained Baigu inheritance. Everyone was eyeing them covetously. If they provoked a colossus like Shang clan, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fang Yuan sat calmly on his seat. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd, saying indifferently, I actually quite admire you. Your Bai clan spirit spring is about to dry up. You can't even protect yourselves, but you still have the mood to deal with me. Truly amazing. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly bombarding clan elder Bai Feng's heart. He was extremely shocked, blurting out, How did you know about this? This news was sealed by the higher-ups of Bai clan. Even Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian did not know about it. But Fang Yuan exposed it. How could he not be shocked by Bai Feng's words? Of course I heard it from the 2 young clan leaders of your clan. Before I killed them, they knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to use this news to gain my trust, in exchange for a chance to live. Fang Yuan lied through his teeth. Since there was no evidence, he could fabricate whatever he wanted. Impossible. This news is only known by clan leader and a few elders. The 2 young clan leaders are young and ignorant. How could they know about this? Bai Feng immediately retorted. Fang Yuan curled his lips. Maybe they overheard it when they were playing? After all, their mother is your clan leader. This is only a minor detail. Lord Clan Elder, is what he said true about the spirit spring drying up? There's actually such a thing once the clan's spirit spring dries up. Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others all asked with anxious expressions. The spirit spring was the foundation of a clan. Its importance was self-evident. Once the spirit spring was lost, no matter how strong a clan was, it would be rootless duckweed. Bai Feng was instantly woken up by their questions, cursing in his heart. Maybe Fang Yuan was only guessing. The 2 young clan leaders were still children. Their credibility was not high. But he lost his composure this time, lost his sense of propriety, and undoubtedly proved this matter. Bai Feng was extremely regretful. He wanted to slap his own mouth. His nature was impatient, he could not hide things. Otherwise, when he was young, he would not have been chased out of the clan by his father, forcing him to wander and polish his character. These years he had cultivated some shrewdness, but in the end, a leopard cannot change its spots. Chapter 300. His face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. He was about to deny it, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his plan. Don't try to cover it up, it's useless. The spirit spring is drying up, and the production of Yuan stone will definitely decrease. You Bai clan covered it up well, and used your treasury or trade to make up for this shortcoming. But there are definitely traces of this, and as long as someone keeps investigating, they will be able to find out, Fang Yuan said calmly. Bai Feng clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan, wishing he could skin him alive. Seeing his elder's expression, even the stupidest person would know the truth. Spirit spring, our clan's spirit spring is drying up? Bai Lian was scared out of her wits and fell on the chair. Bai Zhanlai pursed his lips and fell into silence. The others also did not speak, and were both shocked and terrified. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely oppressive. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Your Bai clan is really in danger. The spirit spring is drying up, and if you can't find a new spirit spring, even the strongest clan will fall apart. Now that you obtained the White Bones inheritance, the surrounding forces are all jealous. Say, if I spread this secret information, what will happen? No. Bai Lian's face paled, and she hurriedly said. The others also thought of the severity of the situation, and their expressions became extremely serious. Now that Bai clan obtained the White Bones inheritance, their strength increased, and they gained this advantage. The surrounding great clans were all watching covetously, and with hidden fear. If the news of the spirit spring was leaked, Bai clan would be exposed, and become a paper tiger, and the surrounding forces would definitely make a move. They definitely did not want to see Bai clan survive this crisis, obtain the White Bones inheritance, and increase their strength surpassing them. Therefore, they must keep this information secret. Everyone from Bai clan was awakened by Fang Yuan, and they all understood. Bai Zhanlai and the others stared at Fang Yuan with even more ferocity, and their killing intent boiled. Want to kill me? Fang Yuan laughed coldly and shook his finger. Since I met you alone, I naturally made full preparations. To be honest, if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. These words were not without reason. Everyone had no choice but to suppress their killing intent and retract the ominous glint in their eyes. All right, let's get down to business. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he adjusted his sitting posture. He pressed his hand down and said, Sit down, let's talk. Talk about what? What's there to talk about with you? Humph. Bai Feng's face was as gloomy as water, but even though he said that, he still sat down. The others hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. The tense scene of swords drawn and bows drawn suddenly eased a little. Of course it's about the hush money. Was it easy for me to lead you here? Wasting my time and energy, of course you have to compensate me. Yuan stone, I want yuan stone. Give me 3 million yuan stone, and I promise you that I won't tell anyone about this. Fang Yuan's words made everyone jump again. How dare you threaten us? You killed 2 of our young clan leaders. How dare you ask for the yuan stone? Fangjing, don't go too far. If worst comes to worst, I'll risk my life and die with you. Everyone roared in unison. Ha ha. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed. He stood up and stared at everyone with his fierce eyes. That's right, I'm threatening you. If you don't agree, I'll leak this news. What, you want to die with me? Humph, believe it or not, even if I die, this news will still be leaked. At that time, you'll be the sinners of the clan. Because you didn't agree to my request, the clan will be attacked by other forces. Elder Bai Feng was so angry that he pointed at Fang Yuan but couldn't say a word. The others glared angrily and gritted their teeth, but they didn't make a move. You what you? Fang Yuan sneered at Bai Feng, his tone full of disdain. What can you do to me? Kill me? I have the redbud token, try and touch me. I know you're all good men and not afraid of death, but the clan is the most important. If your family, your friends die, it's all because of you. Everyone from Bai clan clenched their fists and froze in place. Ah! Bai Zhanlai suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his fist and punched down. Under his angry punch, the entire table was smashed and the dishes scattered all over the floor. He hated it. His grandfather Bai Zhanwen died because of Fang and Bai. This enmity was irreconcilable. Because of this, he joined the pursuit team, ran around and finally found the murderer. But the enemy was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Fang Yuan was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. Not only could he not take revenge, he had to be threatened by Fang Yuan. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, forming a sea of fire that burned his heart and lungs. But he couldn't make a move. If he did, the consequences would be unthinkable. His own life was a small matter, but the entire clan would suffer because of this. Don't be angry. Actually, I am also a victim in this entire matter. Fang Yuan's tone softened as he sighed. Think about it, Bai Gu inheritance was originally mine, but it was snatched away by your Bai clan. Your Bai clan chased after me and Bai Ningbing. We were forced to kill Bai Hua and Bai Shang in order to escape. Afterwards, I was heavily injured and fell on Ziyu Mountain, narrowly escaping death. Do you think it's easy for me? Your Bai clan is powerful. I can't afford to offend you. I could only hide in Shang Clan City, but you still didn't let me go. Tell me, what can I do? I am not an unreasonable person, 3 million yuan stone, no less. I am very sincere, this secret is only known by a few people, it has not been leaked. For the sake of your Bai clan, I even sent the Tai clan's people away. Fang Yuan's expression was sincere. 3 million yuan stone, you really know how to extort. Fangjing, in all honesty, how has our Bai clan treated you? We treated you well, but what's the result? You repaid our kindness with enmity. My clan's 2 young clan leaders died in your hands. My clan's elder Bai Zhanwen died because of you. And many of our clansmen, in order to protect you on Baigu Mountain, we lost many experts and many are heavily injured. Bai clan's people all had different expressions. Some were furious, some were sneering, some were crying. But they all had one similarity, that was deep hatred towards Fang Yuan. Oh. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he sneered. It seems you still don't understand the situation. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Very good. Fang Yuan stood up and was about to leave. Bai clan panicked. Wait a moment. Bai Feng anxiously took a step forward and blocked Fang Yuan. I will tell you the truth, I am going to sell this information now. I believe that Shang Clan City's Wind Rain Manor will have a good price. What kind of price do you think they will give me? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Fangjing, don't go too far. Bai Zhanlai roared as he quickly walked in front of Fang Yuan, glaring fiercely. Fang Yuan said lightly, you want to fight? You want to put your clan in danger? Bai Zhanlai's aura was greatly affected. His gaze dazed. Slap. Fang Yuan used this chance to slap him. He used a lot of strength with just a little bit of force. He made the hot-blooded Bai Zhanlai retreat 6 steps. What do you want? Bai clan's people were enraged, surrounding him. You want to become the sinners of your clans? Fang Yuan snorted. His words were like ice, extinguishing most of the Bai clan's impulses. You don't know what's good for you. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Zhanlai. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will really think you are the king? Fang Yuan mercilessly scolded Bai Zhanlai in front of the Bai clan's people. Then he looked at the crowd. You are all idiots. I want your Bai clan to suffer with just a few words from me. A wise man submits to circumstances. Can't you see the current situation clearly? If you want to fight, then fight. Come, even if I die here. Having your Bai clan accompany me in death is already good enough. Fang Yuan was heavily surrounded, but his attitude was still very arrogant. Instead, the Bai clan's people who had the advantage in numbers gave up, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists helplessly. Bai Zhanlai covered his swollen face, his eyes red and bloodshot. This humiliation made the anger in his heart burn to the 9 heavens. He tried his best to maintain the last bit of reason in his mind, the veins on his head popping. The clan was their Achilles heel. Fang Yuan grasped this point and displayed an imposing manner that was not afraid of death, causing the Bai clan to be at a loss, allowing Fang Yuan to do as he pleased. I will give you 30 breaths of time to consider, Fang Yuan said again. The Bai clan's people instantly fell into a dilemma. They really did not want to lower their heads to the murderer Fang Yuan. However, if they did not lower their heads, the clan would be in danger. Everyone was confused and could not help but focus their gaze on Elder Bai Feng's body. Bai Feng's fists were tightly clenched, then slowly loosened, then immediately tightened again, then loosened his 5 fingers after a moment. This repeated cycle revealed the conflict in his heart. 30 breaths of time had long passed, but Fang Yuan seemed to have forgotten about it. Bai Feng's temperament was impatient. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally opened his mouth and broke the long silence. 3 million is too much. We cannot agree to this condition of yours. What's more, we do not have that much money on us. His voice was extremely hoarse, like an unlucky person dying of thirst in the desert. After saying this, his fists loosened, no longer having the strength to clench them. For the clan, he had no choice but to prioritize the overall situation. Even if he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 8 pieces, he still chose to temporarily lower his head. When the others heard Bai Feng's words, they all relaxed, and their boiling killing intent towards Fang Yuan settled down, becoming even deeper and thicker. Fang Yuan smiled. 3 million, I'm not asking you to pay it all in one go. Take your time, pay 500,000 this time. 500,000? How can we carry so many yuan stone with us? Bai Feng shouted. Chapter 301. What are these people doing inside? It has already been over an hour. Outside the secret room, Tai Daoku stood with his arms crossed, his suspicions getting deeper. The secret room isolated sound, but it was not secure. Once the fight started, he would be able to sense it immediately. But the problem was from start to finish it had been quiet. Tai Daoku could not figure it out. Creak. Right at this time the door opened from the inside. Brother Daoku, please come in, we have finished our discussion. A Bai Clan Gu master said. Tai Daoku walked into the secret room and saw the wine table smashed by Bai Zhanlai's fist. All kinds of delicacies were mixed together and scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Tai Daoku could not help but raise his brows. Evidently, this banquet could no longer be enjoyed. Even if it could be eaten, the Bai clansmen had no appetite. Their faces were ashen and their expressions were lifeless, as if they had suffered great injuries. Only Fang Yuan's expression was normal, and even had some rosy luster. He had already reached an agreement with the Bai clansmen, and even used the poison Vao Gu on the spot. Everything was set in stone. What happened? Tai Daoku was bewildered. I'm leaving first, I hope you guys behave yourselves. Fang Yuan said this and walked out of the secret room. Fang Zheng, wait for me in the battle stage. Tai Daoku growled. Fang Yuan ignored him, his figure turning around and disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone, what happened? Tai Daoku was extremely puzzled, turning around and asking. Why did the Bai clansman's expressions change after talking for a while? There was no trace of vengeance in them. Sigh. Bai Feng heaved a deep sigh. He raised his head and looked at Tai Daoku with a complicated gaze. Brother Tai, this happened too suddenly. It is not convenient to tell you. Our Bai clan will withdraw. We will not deal with Feng and Bai anymore. What? Tai Daoku was speechless, showing an expression of disbelief. Our Bai clan is small, we cannot afford to be troubled. Goodbye. Bai Feng stood up and walked out of the secret room. Everyone, don't worry, he sided with Shang clan. But does that mean our Tai clan is not the overlord of southern border? Tai Daoku hurriedly persuaded. To deal with Feng and Bai, the more the better. If Bai clan retreated, he would be alone. But how would he know the secret? He was unable to persuade them, and the Bai clans were determined to separate. In the end he couldn't stop them. Looking at the departing figures of the Bai clans, Tai Daoku's expression was extremely cold as he mumbled, subduing the enemy without fighting. Fengzheng, you played a good trick. But don't think that I, Tai Daoku, will give up. Humph. He was determined. Others had given up, but he still chose to persevere. He decided to go to the martial arts practice area to register now. He wanted to snipe Feng Yuan on the martial arts practice field. Sir, please wait a moment. The shop assistant rushed over and politely blocked his way with a smile on his face. You haven't paid the bill yet. 500,000 yuan stone, such a large sum of money, and they're only giving us 1 day. How are we going to collect it? Bai Lian said worriedly as they walked on the wide street. With my status as an elder of the Bai clan, I can go to the bank to borrow 300,000. As for the remaining 200,000, I can only pawn it off as a small tornado. Bai Feng had already come to a realization. Bai clan's people were moved. Bai Zhanlai cried out involuntarily. Lord Elder, your small tornado gu is your core gu. Are you really going to pawn it off? Bai Feng showed a bitter smile. Even if Elder pawns off the small tornado gu, you won't be able to gather 200,000. Pawn my lotus coat gu as well. Bai Lian pursed her lips. With that said, the other members of the Bai clan came to a realization. Pawn my thoughts like a spring gu as well. And my small wind drill gu as well. My 3-pronged bone spear as well. Bai Feng slowly nodded. Everyone is willing to sacrifice yourselves for the sake of the clan. Why would my Bai clan worry about not prospering? Today's humiliation will be repaid 1,000 times in the future. But now, the clan is still the most important. I am in charge of this matter. When we return to the clan, I will take responsibility for it. Lord Elder. Everyone was shocked. Not only did they fail in their revenge, they even signed such a humiliating treaty. Although it was the most correct choice, they would definitely face heavy pressure and be criticized when they returned to the clan. Political struggles were everywhere. But Bai Feng taking responsibility for the whole matter was no doubt protecting the political future of Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai and the others. Bai Feng showed a benevolent smile and sighed. Don't say any more, I am already old. The clan's future is on you. Without effort and sacrifice, how can there be any gains? It is because of the sacrifices of countless people, the humiliation of countless people. Only then can the clan prosper. Only then can we see the smiles of our loved ones. Yes. Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai nodded, understanding something. Their ashen faces gradually disappeared, and their eyes shone brighter and brighter. 3 days later at the large-scale auction. Everyone, what you are seeing is a frost breath gu. Rank 3 gu worm, able to spit out frost air, having the effect of freezing and slowing down the opponent. The greatest advantage of frost breath gu is that it only consumes 5% of light silver primeval essence each time. The starting price is 23,000 yuan stone. On a round stage, the hosting gu master activated a sound amplification gu. 25,000, 28,000, 30,000. After a round of intense bidding, the frost breath gu was sold for 38,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan looked down at the round stage, quietly sitting on his seat. His seat was in a private room high up, making others unable to discern his identity. This was the benefit of a purple thorn token owner. For small-scale auctions, he could rely on the purple thorn token to purchase items in advance. But for large-scale auctions he could not. Please take a look, this is a flame heart gu shaped like a miniature volcano. After the Gu master refines it, it will be stored in the heart. As everyone knows, it has the effect of strengthening fire-type Gu worms. Rank 3 Flame Heart Gu. Starting price is 30,000 yuan stone. On the stage, the Gu master shouted loudly. He had just finished speaking when someone immediately called out, 35,000. At once, the high price of 5,000 yuan stone showed an imposing manner. But this could not stop the enthusiasm of the interested parties. 36,000. 38,000. 40,000. The price finally stopped at 42,000. It seems these people are still rational when bidding for items. This price is very reasonable. Fang Yuan sat in the private room watching for a while, gradually coming to an understanding in his heart. Shangclan City had many trades, and such large-scale auctions would be held once in a while. The Gu masters living in Shangclan City were already used to it, and had learned to be smart when bidding. No one was a fool. Of course, there would occasionally be people who would throw a huge sum of money. However, Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and there seemed to be no such people in today's auction. This was his fortune and also the fortune of others. If there really was such a person, Fang Yuan would raise the price and empty this person's capital in advance. This kind of battle of wits and strength was child's play to Fang Yuan. In large-scale auctions there were all rare Gu. They were at least rank 3 or above. There were almost no Gu below rank 3. Other than Gu worms, there were also rare Gu food, rare and precious refinement materials, Gu refinement recipes, information about certain inheritances, excellent quality rocks, as well as female slaves, male slaves, live captured beast kings, and so on. Frost breath Gu, flame heart Gu, these could only be sold for 30 to 40,000. Compared to other auction items, they could only be considered low prices. Soon Fang Yuan saw a rank 4 plant army Gu, sold for 250,000 yuan stone. Plant army Gu, it could turn all the plants and trees in a certain range around the Gu master into offensive methods. In a place like southern border, it was definitely a killing weapon. Ordinary rank 4 Gu only sold for 100,000. Plant army Gu's price was already at the price of ordinary rank 5 Gu. Although Fang Yuan had 500,000 in his hands, in this auction house it was truly not much. It was only the matter of 2 grass tree soldier Gu. Instant success Gu was a rare rank 4 Gu. After winning the bid, Fang Yuan spent more than 180,000 yuan stone. Next, he spent a total of 83,000 yuan stone, buying a white silver relic Gu and a golden shield Gu. After that, he did not make any more bids. Yuan stone could not be spent carelessly, it had to be spent on useful things. Currently, with the all-out effort Gu as the core and self-reliance Gu, he was still lacking a bitter strength Gu. This item was not cheap and was extremely rare. Even in Shangclan City it was rare. Why? There were few people who used it, and the success rate of refinement was extremely low. The sale of Gu worms was also in line with the market demand. Low demand, high cost, and the goods were naturally low. If I cannot buy bitter strength Gu, I can only refine it myself. But the success rate is a headache. White silver relic Gu is in my hands, but there is no rush to use it. If I were to cultivate alone, the earlier I use it the better, but now I am relying on Bai Ningbing. This white silver relic Gu should be left for later. Today I used 270,000 yuan stone, there is still over 22 left. I can slowly save it up. Every 2 years there is a super auction in Shangclan City. Li Ran told me that Bai Clan's group has indeed left Shangclan City. Although I extorted 3 million, I cannot look down on this clan. Enduring humiliation and having a sacrificial spirit, no wonder Bai Clan rose up in my previous life. Bai Clan is using the excuse of opening Bai Gu inheritance to search for Bai Gu Mountain Spirit Spring. Their progress is much faster than in my previous life. I have to be on guard. Bai Clan has already chased me here. Can Tai Clan be far? Tai Clan Demon Suppression Tower. As for that Tai Dao Ku, there is no need to worry about him for now. Just as Fang Yuan was planning for the future, at the entrance of Shir building, 18 foreign girls stood in 2 rows, chatting and laughing without any restraint. They were all wearing revealing clothes, their fragrances assailed the nostrils, their breasts and buttocks were plentiful and alluring. If they did not take the initiative to attract customers just by standing there, they would be the best signboard, attracting countless male Gu masters. Tai Dao Ku stood at the side with a cold expression, acting as guards with several other Gu masters. Shameful. He was extremely embarrassed in his heart. To think that Sure Building's banquet was so expensive, he had no money to pay the bill, and could only work for them. To think that I, a Grand Tai Clan Gu master, would actually do such a thing. The other party has a background, not caring that I am from Tai Clan. Sigh. Don't look at me, please don't let any acquaintances see me. Tai Dao Ku prayed in his heart. Isn't this brother Tai Dao Ku? Why are you here? A voice said. Tai Dao Ku was stunned. Acquaintance, acquaintance, acquaintance. Chapter 302. Dark Cloud Gu. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, muttering as he pointed with his finger. Immediately, a gu flew out from his aperture and turned into a black cloud. The moment it flew out, it exploded and turned into an inky black cloud. This cloud quickly sank and rumbled in the blink of an eye. It was close to the ground and supported Fang Yuan on top of the cloud. Fang Yuan sat on the black cloud. It was much softer than the cushion, but there was a layer of cold air. However, he wasn't surprised. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the air. Young Cloud Gu. A white light broke through the air and with a soft sound, it exploded into a lump of pure white cloud. The white cloud had just appeared and was about to rise, but it sensed the black cloud below Fang Yuan. There was a formless attraction between the two clouds, causing the white and black cloud to rumble and interact with each other. One was being sat on by Fang Yuan, while the other was hovering above Fang Yuan's head. The dark cloud was as black as ink, the yang cloud was white. Yin and yang corresponded with each other. Lightning flashed. Streaks of blue lightning flashed between the two clouds. At first, there were only one or two traces, but soon they multiplied and increased in number. After a few breaths of time, they formed into one. Fang Yuan had already activated the Sky Canopy Gu. His body was covered in a layer of white armor. At the same time, he activated the All-Out Effort Gu and casually waved his arm. Immediately, a boar phantom rose from his body and turned into a giant boar phantom in the air. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as the pig shadow appeared, countless electric threads shot out like sharks that had smelled fish. In an instant, the boar phantom was forcefully suppressed and shrunk to the size of a stone mill. Lightning gathered on its body like dark blue chains trapping it. The remaining lightning bolts struck Fang Yuan's body, but were blocked by the white armor. Fang Yuan cancelled the all-out effort Gu, but this boar phantom did not disappear. It was like a bird in a cage firmly trapped. Under the whipping and roasting of the blue lightning cage, the boar phantom was gradually worn down. Lightning was a combination of destruction and purification. After the thunderstorm, everything would be renewed. Thunder's power was most proficient in destruction and destruction of law fragments. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using the Yin-Yang twin cloud Gu to summon lightning to get rid of the boar's strength. 3 days had passed since the auction. Although the Yin-Yang twin cloud's Gu was rank 3, it was an ordinary Gu, so Fang Yuan bought it from the shop. Other than that, he also bought several sets of materials, and after failing once, he refined a breaking words Gu to get rid of the poison vow Gu in his body. Fang Yuan had used the black boar Gu and white boar Gu on Qingmao Mountain, possessing the strength of 2 boars. The rank 3 all-out effort Gu could only activate 1 beast phantom at a time. At rank 4, there were even stronger beast phantoms. Therefore, the power of 2 boars seemed redundant. Now that Fang Yuan had extra money, he naturally planned to optimize himself. It would take at least 19 days to wear down this boar-powered phantom. The combination of the Yin-Yang cloud Gu and the power of lightning were the most common and practical methods. Beast force phantoms were law fragments hidden in the human body. To get rid of them, a lot of effort was needed. Fang Yuan carefully controlled the Yin cloud Gu and Yang cloud Gu. The 2 clouds rumbled like 2 thick carpets, filling the whole secret room. A white cloud covered the top of the wall. A black cloud blocked the tiles on the floor. Lightning flashed in the middle. Blue lightning connected the Yin-Yang cloud Gu and trapped the boar phantom, continuously wearing it down. Light crackling sounds and the muffled rumbling of thunder could be heard. It would take a long time to get rid of this boar phantom, but Fang Yuan summoned another Gu. This Gu was like a dragonfly with 3 pairs of wings and the size of a palm. Jade green, sapphire blue, golden yellow, bright red, 4 colors intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. This was an instant success Gu. with light markings hidden on its body. As the name implied, it could increase the speed of time, a rank 4 consumable goo. Fang Yuan split his attention into 3, controlling the yin-yang twin cloud goo on one hand, and pouring his light silver primeval essence into the instant success goo on the other. His primeval sea level continued to fall 80%, 70%, 60%. Instant success goo was a rank 4 goo, and with Fang Yuan's rank 3 initial stage cultivation, it was quite strenuous for him to activate it. His light silver primeval essence fell to less than 30%, and Fang Yuan slowed down his primeval essence transfer. The heavenly essence treasure lotus in his aperture started to bloom, as a natural spirit spring gushed out and was instantly infected by Fang Yuan's aura, turning into his light silver primeval essence. His primeval sea level started to rise again 40%, 50%, 60%. Like this, the primeval sea level rose and fell several times before the instant success goo was filled and was about to be activated, giving off a dazzling and colorful light. This colorful light shone on the yin-yang twin cloud goo and the beast phantom, dyeing the secret room in a colorful light. The boar phantom's speed of wearing down increased rapidly. Originally, it was just a tiny amount, almost undetectable by the naked eye. But now it was like snow melting in boiling water, extremely fast. After a dozen or so breaths, the boar phantom was completely worn down. After Fang Yuan confirmed that there was no mistake, he quickly stopped the instant success goo and stored the yin-yang twin cloud goo. The yin-yang twin cloud goo could be sold to shops, and with the purple thorn token, as long as Fang Yuan bought it at the original price within 3 days, he could return it at the original price. It was much safer than borrowing goo from others, and he did not lose anything. If he borrowed goo, the initiative was in the hands of others. If others wanted to recall their goo at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not do anything. As for the instant success goo, after the colorful light faded, only 2 of its 3 pairs of wings were left, and its entire body was disappearing. Once this goo was activated, it could not be stopped, and continued to shine with colorful light, speeding up the time. Fang Yuan stopped the colorful light, but he was only trying his best to prolong its time. Again, Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately activating the galloping horse strength goo in his aperture. This goo was a rank 3 goo, and could modify the goo master's body, adding a horse strength phantom out of thin air. Under the effect of the galloping horse strength goo, Fang Yuan's body was numb and itchy, as the fragments of the law of strength settled down in his body. This process usually lasted for 2 to 3 months. It was a painstaking effort. But right now, Fang Yuan still had the instant success goo. He breathed in deeply and released the restriction on the instant success goo. Immediately, a colorful light shone on his body. The numb and itchy feeling suddenly intensified. The 2 to 3 months of torture turned into an indescribable pain at this moment. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and after several minutes, his whole body was drenched in sweat. But the horse strength phantom had successfully taken root in his body. After removing the strength of a boar, he added the strength of a horse. The instant success goo's light faded again, and at this moment it had lost another pair of wings, leaving behind a complete pair of wings, and a small portion of a wing fragment. But the price Fang Yuan paid was far from this. Using the instant success goo had an extremely huge side effect. That was, in this short period of time, he had lost 2 to 3 months of his lifespan. Again, Fang Yuan wiped his sweat, ignoring the intense pain that was still lingering in his body. He used another goo. He had to make the best use of the instant success goo before it was used up. Green bull labor goo. Colorful light shone on his whole body. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his brows knitted into a knot. The intense pain seemed to be even more intense than before, like a huge wave attacking the shore. It was the same 5 minutes, but it was even more torturous than the previous time. Finally, under Fang Yuan's perseverance, he endured through this period of time. In his body, another bull's strength had been added. Looking at the instant success goo, it still had 2 wings left, and they were both extremely damaged. The dragonfly-like body was also somewhat illusory, like an ink shadow floating in the air. Fang Yuan felt waves of headache, his ears were buzzing, and his heart was pounding. Time is of the essence. He sucked in a breath of cold air, rousing his mind and activating the stone turtle strength goo in his aperture. But this time, halfway through, the colorful light became dimmer and dimmer, until it disappeared. The instant success goo had been completely used up. In the secret room, the light disappeared and darkness descended once again. There was less than 30% of the primeval sea left in the aperture, but under the effect of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the low sea level continued to rise. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was a rank 3 item, and had an extremely powerful supplementary effect on Feng Yuan's primeval essence recovery. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. An intense feeling of fatigue assaulted him, almost emptying his body. Although he was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, his body was swaying, and even sitting was very strenuous. To activate this instant success goo, he had used up half a year of his lifespan. The price was expensive, but in exchange he got rid of the boar strength phantom, and gained the strength of a bull, horse and half a turtle. Thankfully he was still young and could afford this little bit of lifespan. Feng Yuan's battle strength rose greatly. A day later on the battle stage, Feng Yuan welcomed his 30th battle. Clang! A bell rang, and the battle began. "I admit defeat," the opponent shouted, and the battle ended. Thereupon, Feng Yuan obtained his 30th victory. In 5th Inner City, he fought 30 battles in a row, winning 30 battles, and advanced to 4th Inner City. Towards this result, no one was surprised. The Gu Masters in 5th Inner City battle stage watched as Feng Yuan left, and finally let out a sigh of relief. "I will return this money to you." Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely solemn, and his tone was firm. "It is just a small matter, no need to worry about it. Brother Tai, what do you plan to do next?" An acquaintance smiled. Tai Dao Ku's expression turned resolute. "Guo Fengjing is my target. I will not rest until I catch him. I also want to participate in Shang Clan's battle stage." After saying goodbye to his acquaintance, Tai Dao Ku went to the battle stage alone, but heard a grievous news. "What? Fengjing went to 4th Inner City. Damn it." Tai Dao Ku clenched his fists, feeling unresigned. "Fengjing, do you think you can escape?" "Humph, you went to 4th Inner City, then I will fight my way there. Forget about the 3rd Inner City, can a mere 5th Inner City stop me? Time is of the essence, today is the first battle. I have refined ice crystal goo, and turned it into my vital goo. I have also used vitality goo to prevent the backlash of the ice crystal's power. This way the core has been successfully created. I have chosen the ice edge goo for close combat. Then should I use snowball goo or icicle goo for long-range combat?" Bai Ningbing pondered as he walked onto the battle stage. "Oh, it's you." Tai Dao Ku saw Bai Ningbing, and was dazed before becoming overjoyed. "This is great. Heaven has eyes to actually let me meet you in the first battle." Chapter 303. Honestly speaking, Bai Ningbing did not know who Tai Dao Ku was. When Feng and Bai left Qingmao Mountain, Tai Dao Ku's group was eating their dust. Even in the Bai Gu Mountain inheritance, during the final battle, Feng and Bai did not meet Tai Dao Ku. Not long ago, when Tai Dao Ku and Bai Clan's group arrived at Shang Clan City, they met with Feng Yuan. Then Feng Yuan lured them to Shizi Lu. And after a few words, Bai Clan's group left behind 500,000 and fled. Tai Dao Ku was left alone. He was captured by the Lion Zilu to be a guard outside the gate. Bai Ningbing naturally did not know about this. But Tai Dao Ku knew about Bai Ningbing. From Bai Clan's arrest warrant, he had already memorized Feng and Bai's faces in the deepest part of his heart. Now that he saw Bai Ningbing, he was overjoyed. "The heavens have been kind to me. The heavens have eyes and have given me the chance to take revenge so quickly." But after his joy, he was furious. Bai Ningbing's light, "Who are you?" caused all of Tai Dao Ku's grievances, anger, hatred and humiliation to erupt, forming into a raging flame of revenge that gushed out like lava. "You murderer, you killed my young master, you almost killed me, you forced me to be a guard in a brothel, you caused my reputation to be ruined when I was seen by my acquaintances. All of this is because of you, you are the main culprit. You actually don't know who I am." "Ah!" Tai Dao Ku roared towards the sky, his face turning red as his intense killing intent burst out without concealing it. Clang! The battle started. Tai Dao Ku charged towards Bai Ningbing without hesitation. Feeling the opponent's sharp killing intent, Bai Ningbing squinted and snorted, charging towards him. The two approached each other quickly, reaching each other in an instant. Iron hand goo. Hand blade goo. In an instant, Tai Dao Ku's hands turned into steel, and at the same time, his palms turned into sharp blades. Ice blade goo. Bai Ningbing clasped his hands together and pulled, instantly forming an ice crystal blade. Clang! With a light sound, the iron hand was like a blade. The cold ice blade collided. The two of them crossed each other and ran 5 to 6 steps away from each other. Bai Ningbing twisted her waist and swung her hand. Chi chi chi, 3 icicles shot towards Tai Daoku's back. Tai Daoku grunted and turned around forcefully. He waved his arms, swoosh swoosh swoosh, shattering all the icicles before fiercely charging at Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing's eyes narrowed. In the short exchange just now, she already understood that this person was a formidable opponent. Very good. I can use him to test my combination of goo worms. Bai Ningbing's battle intent surged. She was not a freak like Fang Yuan. Without rich experience, she could only try one by one. Participating in the battle stage was firstly for the Yuan Stone, and secondly to hone his set of goo worms in battle. Swift Shadow Goo. At this moment, Tai Daoku's speed increased drastically, leaving a trail behind him like a tail. He suddenly sped up, and in a few blinks of an eye, he was in front of Bai Ningbing. So fast! Bai Ningbing's pupils shrank. Tai Daoku had already stretched out his arms and raised them up high, chopping down towards Bai Ningbing with the momentum of an axe. Before he even hit, the sharp wind blew, causing Bai Ningbing's silver hair to flutter behind her head, and her face felt a slight chill. His arms were like 2 sharp blades, expanding rapidly in Bai Ningbing's eyes. Tai Daoku first used iron hand goo, then hand blade goo, causing the edges of his palms to become as sharp as blades. Not only that, the inside and outside of his forearms had also turned into flat and sharp blades. Tai Daoku's attack was powerful and unstoppable. Even a giant rock could be cut, not to mention a fragile human body. Even with Bai Ningbing's ice skin protection, she did not dare to take the attack head-on, and could only retreat. Bai Ningbing retreated as she waved the ice blades in her hands to block. Tai Daoku raised his arms and danced like a windmill, chopping rapidly with his hand blades. Clang clang clang. The sound of ice blades and hand blades colliding could be heard continuously. Bai Ningbing condensed another ice blade, and with both blades in her hands, she retreated and blocked Tai Daoku's fierce attacks. Ice blade goo was the advanced goo of rank 2 ice blade goo. The blade was harder and sharper. But Tai Daoku was also using rank 3 goo. He was using iron hand goo and hand blade goo together, and hand blade goo was the core of his set of goo worms. At once ice shards flew, and the ice blades were covered in slash marks. Tai Daoku created a steel blade gale. He was older than Bai Ningbing and more experienced than her. Adding on his anger and aura, he did not stop and force Bai Ningbing to retreat a few hundred steps. Tai Daoku was chosen by the Tai clan young master, and became his right-hand man. He naturally had his own outstanding points. If the Tai clan young master became the clan leader in the future, then Tai Daoku would be an important elder like Wei Yang. Bai Ningbing was fiercely suppressed, and after defending for a long time, she was bound to lose. Several wounds appeared on her body, and blood splattered everywhere. This won't do. Frost spit goo. Bai Ningbing mobilized her primeval essence and poured it into her tongue. On her tongue there was a hexagonal ice flower mark. It was the symbol of frost spit goo. Her cheeks puffed up, and she let out a breath of cold air. The light blue cold air immediately enveloped Tai Daoku, causing his arms and most of his chest to be covered in a layer of frost. A wave of cold air assaulted him, and Tai Daoku's body shuddered, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his head in a hot summer day, and his attacks immediately slowed down. Bai Ningbing quickly jumped back, pulling apart the distance between her and Tai Daoku. Tai Daoku wanted to attack again, but why would Bai Ningbing give him the chance? Icicle goo. Snowball goo. Sharp icicles and condensed snowballs flew towards Tai Daoku one after another. They formed a dense rain-like attack wave, forcibly stopping Tai Daoku's charge. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of turbid air. Tai Daoku's attacks were fierce and swift, and only now did she catch her breath. This person is clearly not good at long-range battles, and specializes in close combat. But in terms of blade skills, how can I lose to you? Ice crystal goo. Bai Ningbing was arrogant, her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her pair of gem-like blue eyes shot out a sharp cold light. Her earlier wounds had already stopped bleeding. This was the ability of ice muscles to stop bleeding. Ice crystal goo was Bai Ningbing's vital goo. Once it was activated, there was a cracking sound of ice forming, echoing all over Bai Ningbing's body. Her flesh and blood disappeared, turning into diamond-like ice cubes. At first glance, Bai Ningbing seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. Her expression disappeared, and her originally indifferent face became even more callous. Her eyelids could not even blink, and a thick layer of transparent frost had condensed on the surface of her blue eyes. Her body slightly swelled up, and her height increased by 2 to 3 inches, giving her a cold and domineering aura. Earlier, when she was attacked by Tai Dao Ku, she did not even have the strength to activate the ice crystal goo. Now she could finally use it. When goo masters use goo, they had to split their attention. Be it in battle or goo refinement, it was the same. Even someone as strong as Feng Yuan could only do 3 things at once. He could not do 4 things at once for too long, or he would make a mistake. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had resisted Tai Dao Ku's attacks with all her might. Her mind was highly concentrated, and she could not be careless. If she had used the ice crystal goo at such a crucial moment, there would have been a flaw. If it was caught by Tai Dao Ku, the consequences would be dire. Any change would expend her mind. On the contrary, she only needed a thought to maintain the same change. Now it is my turn, she lightly shouted, taking large strides and charging towards Tai Dao Ku with cold-killing intent. Clang clang clang, both sides fiercely collided, unleashing fierce attacks. Attack against attack. Bai Ningbing brandished her blades in both hands. Tai Dao Ku used his hands as blades, becoming more agile and crafty. In just a few breaths of time, both sides had attacked over 100 times. White ice blades and black iron-like hands collided at lightning speed, forming a hazy black and white silhouette. There were not many spectators around, and seeing this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, overwhelmed with shock. They were evenly matched. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal. Her whole body was like solid ice. Tai Dao Ku could only leave behind ice marks when he slashed at her. In contrast, Tai Dao Ku's defensive goo was very outstanding. He turned into a black Iron Man, and when the ice blades slashed at him, they left behind ice marks. But gradually, Tai Dao Ku started to feel pressure. Bai Ningbing put down her defense and focused more on attacking. Soon her attacks became sharper and sharper. This fellow actually raised her level at the last moment. Such outstanding battle talent. She is using me as a whetstone to temper her blade techniques. Tai Dao Ku was inwardly shocked. He could clearly feel that Bai Ningbing's attacks were becoming more concise and threatening under the pressure. His mind was agitated, and his hands slowed down, allowing Bai Ningbing to find a flaw. Good chance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined, and her right hand slashed at Tai Dao Ku's head. Tai Dao Ku could not dodge in time, and could only take it head-on. He was very confident in his defense. Every close combat goo master's defense was not weak. As long as his eyes were not hit, there would be no problem. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing activated a goo worm in her aperture. Ice explosion goo. Bam! The ice blade in Bai Ningbing's right hand immediately exploded. This change caught Tai Dao Ku off guard, and the explosive force tore apart his defense. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and intense pain assaulted him. Oh no, I was tricked by her. Tai Dao Ku's heart sank. He had rich battle experience, and was daring but meticulous. He did not panic at this sudden change, and quickly activated Swift Shadow Goo to retreat. Bai Ningbing naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and also activated her movement goo, chasing after him and slashing madly. Tai Dao Ku listened to the sounds, and using his rich experience and sharp intuition, he actually blocked Bai Ningbing's unyielding attacks. But Bai Ningbing had the upper hand, it was a fact, and Tai Dao Ku had little hope of turning the tables. While retreating, he barely opened his eyes, and found that his left eye was blind, and his right eye was also heavily injured. His vision was filled with blood. I admit defeat, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Victory has been decided, both sides stop. The hosting goo master immediately announced. Bai Ningbing sneered, and attacked even more urgently. But suddenly a huge formless force separated her from Tai Dao Ku. Shang Clan City had its own arrangement in the battle stage. As long as the hosting goo master reacted and attacked, there would be few situations where they could kill. Bai Ningbing's face was filled with displeasure, and she found that this force was surrounding her from all directions, making her unable to move. She could only stop. Tai Dao Ku breathed roughly, dispelling his defense and quickly healing himself. He also had a healing goo, but it could not heal his left eye. He could only stabilize his right eye's injury and try his best to protect it. Chapter 304. This battle has ended. 70% of my primeval essence has been expended. Only 20% is left. After obtaining victory, Bai Ningbing left the battle stage. As she walked, she summarized. After every battle, she would make a summary. Today's battle with Tai Dao Ku, although it was a pity that she did not kill him, Bai Ningbing's gains were huge. That battle, although intense, was short. But I expended so much primeval essence. Think about it, I have a great aptitude's primeval essence recovery speed. When the battle is intense, the primeval essence consumption of this set of goo worms would be much higher. Many goo masters found it difficult to combine goo worms at this point. Who did not like a powerful goo worm? But usually the more powerful the goo worm, the more primeval essence it would expend. There were those with great power and little primeval essence consumption. Those were rare goo worms and their prices were high. Although Bai Ningbing still had money on hand, it was not as much as before. She was a smart person and quickly realized her situation and started to save money. In the past, she spent money extravagantly and did not have a clear idea of the value of yuan stone. That was because the clan was fully nurturing her. Now she was managing the clan's finances, and after a period of time, she had already completed an important change in her mindset. Feng Yuan was improving, and Bai Ningbing was also improving rapidly. If only I had Feng Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, that would be great. At least in rank 3, I would not have to worry about primeval essence consumption. Bai Ningbing thought of this, and could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Feng Yuan walked the strength path. Strength path goo worms consumed the least primeval essence, and with his great aptitude, his primeval essence was abundant. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could not display its true value in his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. What if I can buy the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from Feng Yuan? Bai Ningbing shook her head and quickly dispelled this unrealistic thought from her mind. She was very clear what kind of person Feng Yuan was. She had never seen him suffer a loss, and if one day she really took the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from him, she would have to pay an even greater price. Without the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, I can only reduce my goo worms. After careful consideration, Bai Ningbing decided to give up on the Snowball Goo. Snowball Goo, a high-tier rank 3 goo. She had originally planned to use it as a long-range attack method. But this goo really expended primeval essence. A snowball was still fine. But in the middle of a fierce battle, how could there only be one snowball? After 5 or 6 snowballs, the consumption of true essence was great. Give up the snowball goo and keep the icicle goo. Although the icicle goo was only rank 2, it could restrain the enemy to a certain degree. If it is used with the ice explosion goo, it can also pose a threat. Ice explosion goo was a rank 3 goo. It could detonate ice cubes and form an instant killing force. The bigger the ice, the longer it was, and the colder it was, the more powerful the explosion. In the battle with Tai Dao Ku earlier, it was the ice explosion goo that contributed. Of course, if Bai Ningbing was affected by the explosion, she would also be injured. However, if he transformed into ice crystals, his damage would drop by a level. Thinking about the exciting battle, Bai Ningbing licked her lips in excitement. Ordinary Ice Path Goo Masters pursued defense or the ability to trap enemies. Only Fire Path Goo Masters and Lightning Path Goo Masters pursued explosive strength. But Bai Ningbing did the exact opposite. The ice explosion goo was an inspiration for her, but she had not expected the effect to be so good, surpassing her original expectations. The ice explosion goo is very effective in battles. It is very exciting. I need to continue developing it in the future. Bai Ningbing inwardly planned. She originally advocated for fierce attacks, using sharp icy winds to cut through everything. But after interacting with Feng Yuan day and night, she was influenced and slowly became interested in some sinister moves. She was very interested in all the exciting things in the world. Ice crystal goo, ice blade goo, icicle goo, ice explosion goo. Can this combination defeat Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing had always treated Fang Yuan as her number one imaginary enemy. Fang Yuan walks the strength path and has all-out effort gu. In close combat, he is even fiercer and more domineering than that guy. With my current methods, it will not be easy to win against him. Unless I can use my killer move again. Bai Ningbing's killer move was her self-created Ice Blade Storm. Originally, she used Whirlwind Gu, and Ice Blade Gu to form an ice tornado. But now that Bai Ningbing had broadened her horizons, this combination was already outdated. Ice Tornado could bully a rank 2, but it was barely effective against a rank 3. These days, Bai Ningbing had been pondering on how to improve her killer move, but she had no clue. She suddenly thought of something and quickened her pace. Right, today is Fang Yuan's first battle after he ascended to 4th Inner City. If I go and watch now, I can still make it. Kill him. Zhu Ba, quickly move. Hurry up and smash this kid to death. In my opinion, Zhu Ba doesn't even need to do it himself. Fang Zheng won't be able to take it. This kid is in trouble. He met Zhu Ba the moment he came up, which counters his strength path fighting style. At the side of the battle stage, there were many people discussing and moving. It seems Fang Yuan's battle attracted many spectators. That's right, the battle stage does not restrict the cultivation of the spectators. As long as a Gu master has money, they can come here to watch. Bai Ningbing came to the side of the battle stage and looked around, before placing her gaze on the stage. This was a mid-sized battle stage. The terrain was made of ordinary stone bricks. Fang Yuan was in an intense battle with a huge Gu master. According to the spectators' discussion, Fang Yuan's opponent should be that Zhu Ba. Zhu Ba's body was huge, he was 3 meters tall and his body was full of fat, making his head and limbs seem smaller. It was like a sumo wrestler on Earth but magnified several times. In this world, be it Gu masters or mortals, their height would not exceed 2 meters. Zhu Ba's height was obviously a result of using a Gu worm's power. In fact, this was normal. Many flying path Gu masters would make their bones hollow to reduce their weight. Some earth-burrowing Gu masters would use bone-shrinking Gu to turn themselves into a dwarf. This way, when digging underground, they would consume much less energy. Bai Ningbing did not understand Zhu Ba, but listening to the intermittent discussions of the people around her, she understood Zhu Ba's fighting style. Zhu Ba was a Gu master who specialized in defense. The fat on his body gave him quite a bit of protection. Fang Yuan circled around Zhu Ba, his fists and legs flying as they landed on his body. When Zhu Ba's body received heavy blows, his fat swayed like water, distributing Fang Yuan's strength to all parts of his body. Next, he used a Gu worm to gather this strength and return it to Fang Yuan through a rebound method. The Gu on Zhu Ba's body was said to be from a demonic inheritance. As for how many Gu he had and what their names were, he had never exposed them. But his fighting style made people feel helpless, especially against strength path Gu masters. Fang Zheng, take a break, it's no use. I can rebound 80% of the strength of each of your punches back to you. After a round of punches and kicks I will be fine, but you will be injured instead. Can't you feel it now? Zhu Ba said in a muffled voice. He directly sat on the battle stage, letting Fang Yuan attack him from all sides, showing an unmoving bearing. Boar phantoms, brown bear phantoms and crocodile phantoms continuously flashed above Fang Yuan's head. This scene was like a reenactment of him beating up the mountain-back toad, but Zhu Ba was indifferent. You used all your strength, but the other party looked like nothing happened. How could this not make you discouraged? But Fang Yuan persevered, not saying a word as he circled around Zhu Ba and beat him. It had been like this since the start of the battle. It had already lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly retracting his attacks and taking a step back. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The rebound force from Zhu Ba had shaken his internal organs, causing him to suffer internal injuries. He had iron bones, steel tendons, canopy Gu, and even golden shield Gu. But this vibration force passed through these defenses and attacked his internal organs. His internal organs had not been strengthened, and even if he used self-reliance Gu to recover, his injuries were getting worse. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks, and the rebound force also disappeared. After a few breaths of time, his internal injuries were completely healed. Continue attacking. He took a step forward and pounced again, his fists smashing like meteors, each punch creating a whistling sound of the wind. The fat on 8th Zhu's body began to sway again. He endured the punches, and another wave of punches bounced back. Fangzheng, you have healing goo, I also have healing goo. You will receive 80% of the attacks while I will only receive 20%. You can't outlast me, you might as well admit defeat. Zhu Ba continued to persuade. Fang Yuan only attacked without saying a word. When blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, he stopped his attacks and used self-reliance goo to heal himself. Although he had lost the strength of a boar, he gained the strength of a bull, horse, and half a tortoise. Self-reliance goo's effect had already surpassed fleshbone goo. As this situation continued, the spectators were starting to feel a little unwilling. Some of them even started to yawn. So boring. I really don't know why Fangzheng is fighting so hard. Zhu Ba is also acting strangely today. Why hasn't he taken the initiative to attack? Isn't this his usual style? First defend and waste the opponent's primeval essence and fighting spirit, then attack and beat the opponent to the ground. This is where the problem lies. Fangzheng is too passionate. He hasn't shown any signs of being discouraged even after fighting for so long. He is a strength cultivator, and his primeval essence consumption is also low. If this stalemate continues, when will it end? Can't you see this situation? Zhu Ba is teasing the newcomer. These words caused the surrounding people to laugh. Fang Yuan was indeed an inexperienced newcomer in the eyes of these goo masters who spent most of their time in the battle zone. Fangzheng, there is really no meaning in fighting like this. I have no interest in your all-out effort goo. As a senior, I don't want to bully a newcomer like you. You should take the initiative to retreat. I promise I won't choose your goo. Zhu Ba chuckled. He endured Fang Yuan's attacks, each punch containing the strength of a boar's charge, a crocodile's bite, and a brown bear's slap, but he could still laugh. What kind of strength is this? As expected of our 4th inner city's number 8 character, this aura is not fake. The spectators were all moved. Shut up, you fat pig! Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Chapter 305. He actually dared to scold Senior 8th Zhu? This newcomer is too arrogant. Lord 8th Zhu, teach him a good lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After a short silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Young man, you should learn how to conduct yourself. I advised you out of goodwill because I care about you. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even scolded me. How can you conduct yourself with such a character? In the end, you will definitely hit a wall and no one will help you. 8th Zhu sighed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Are you concerned about me, or are you afraid to attack? Under my attacks, you can only defend passively. You are really amazing to be able to injure me with the rebound force while defending. How many goo did you manipulate to maintain this defense? At least 3, right? Defending and attacking at the same time, your mind is not enough, right? I have already seen through your tricks. Do you think I am an idiot like these spectators? Once these words were said, the spectators immediately became enraged and started shouting. What nonsense are you spouting? Daring to call us idiots, my vision is much higher than yours. This kid is too arrogant, Senior 8th Zhu. He is treating your goodwill as ill intent, quickly deal with him. 8th Zhu's expression also changed and said in a solemn tone, Young man, since you are so ignorant, then I will teach you a lesson and let you recognize reality. This is also a good thing for you. Saying so, he moved. This movement was no small matter. His whole body shrunk into a huge meatball and rolled towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, a light black blade qi wrapped around the huge ball. Wherever the huge ball rolled, the stone slabs cracked and stone fragments flew everywhere. It was originally a suppressive force, but with the addition of the sharp blade qi, its power increased and made people want to avoid it. It appeared Lord 8th Zhu's signature killer move, rolling blade meat. The goo masters outside shouted excitedly. Bai Ningbing's gaze also focused. Movement type rolling meat goo with blade qi goo? Ordinary people do not have such power, but 8th Zhu's huge body immediately multiplies the power. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Facing his opponent's ferocious attacks, Fang Yuan wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted, and the corners of his mouth curved into a trace of madness. Vertical crash goo. Boar shadow. He brazenly charged towards the giant ball, pressing forward with indomitable will. Is this kid crazy? You dare to face him head-on? Do you want to die? Someone is going to die. The spectators were all astonished. The two sides collided with each other. The meatball's momentum was halted for a moment, while Fang Yuan was sent flying. With a bang he fell to the ground. Look, this is what happens when you overestimate yourself. Huh? This brat is not dead yet. Fang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped up. The giant ball began to roll again, rolling towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he charged forward again. Bang! With a muffled thunder-like sound, Fang Yuan was once again sent flying. Bang! He was sent flying again. Bang! He was sent flying again. The outcome of this match is already decided. Although Fang Jing has all-out effort goo, he encountered an opponent who counters him. How unfortunate. Someone rejoiced in his misfortune. Zhu Ba's killer move is very hard to break. The faster he rolls, the stronger the impact. Actually, Fang Jing's method was very correct. He restrained Zhu Ba's momentum at the start. But the method he chose was too forceful. Someone shook his head and sighed. I have never seen such a foolish guy. He crashed into Zhu Ba like this, and most of the force is reflected back onto himself. Someone sneered in disdain. This brat shouldn't be able to get up. He actually stood up again. Fang Yuan was sent flying again and again, but he stood up again and again. His injuries were not light, but the self-reliance goo was a huge help to him. You are so stubborn, then die. Zhu Ba let out a furious roar as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Vertical crash goo. Fang Yuan did not change his battle tactic. The boar's shadow flashed above his head. The two sides collided like two meteors. But this time Fang Yuan was not sent flying. His fist was deeply embedded in the meatball. Instead, the meatball shook violently. The blade aura was like a black waterfall, crashing onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying again, the blade aura dissipating completely. The canopy goo was heavily injured. The white light armor flashed weakly and disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. There were long wounds all over his body, as if he was slashed by countless blades. He was not like Bai Ningbing, who had ice muscles to defend, but his muscles were mostly intact, and his bones were not broken. Self-reliance goo. Fang Yuan willed, and the bleeding stopped, the wounds started to heal, and new flesh grew out quickly. As for the recovery of the damaged tendons, it was slower. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered, thinking, Fang Yuan does not have the canopy goo. He can only rely on the self-reliance goo's recovery. This battle will be difficult. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's body shone with a golden light. The light condensed, forming a light armor, golden shield goo. This kid has quite a lot of defensive goo. First is the canopy goo, then the golden shield goo, both are rank 3 defensive goo. This kid is really rich. Golden shield goo and the canopy goo could not be used at the same time. It had been hidden by Fang Yuan. This was the first time it showed itself. Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned, but soon reacted. She had added many new goo worms, so Fang Yuan was definitely adding more as well. To Fang Yuan, the golden shield goo was slightly better than the canopy goo. It was more suitable for his strength path fighting style. Even if you have the golden shield goo, the result will not change. Zhu Ba's muffled voice came from the meatball. The meatball crushed him, Fang Yuan charged, and he was sent flying again. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? You can't beat me. If you continue, you will only humiliate yourself. Zhu Ba sighed. Alright, when are you going to stop pretending? Fang Yuan stood up, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. There was no hope in the eyes of others, but he saw victory waving its hand at him. It was time. Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, concealing the sharp light shining in his pupils. Charge. He charged again. You don't know what's good for you. Then I will let you deeply understand the true difference between us. Zhu Ba charged at him. Horizontal charge goo. Fang Yuan suddenly took a step forward and dodged the attack. Vertical crash goo. 50 steps away, he quickly turned around and charged back. Roar. The moment he collided, he activated all-out effort goo, and a brown bear phantom appeared. The meatball was hit, its skin and flesh churned like water, and was repelled back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated a few steps and charged again. He attacked crazily around the meatball, punching it, and attacking a different area each time. This greatly increased the difficulty of Zhu Ba's defense. This time Fang Yuan's attacks were unprecedentedly violent. Zhu Ba controlled his goo worms, but could not cope with it. The meatball was hit until it shook violently, but not a trace of repelling force was sent back. Roar! Zhu Ba was furious. He removed the meatball and turned back to human form. Blade energy was generated again, and he charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not shocked but happy. The more goo worms Zhu Ba used, the harder it was for him to focus. His mind was in chaos. In the past, his opponents would admit defeat after a few words from him. Even if they persevered, after seeing Zhu Ba's crushing attacks, their will to fight would be extinguished. But he just had to meet Fang Yuan. In this world there were many types of men. Some men loved home, some men were born with great ambitions. Among them there was a type of man when he set his mind on something even the whole world could not stop him. Fang Yuan was such a man. No one could stop him, let alone a mere Zhu Ba. Steed Phantom. Charge Goo. His speed increased and he charged 50 steps. Using the strength of a steed, his speed was 30% faster than using the boar's strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped like it was flying. Zhu Ba did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a trump card. He was caught off guard, and the blade energy landed behind Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan was already in front of him. There were no words. Only punch. This punch was extremely powerful. The air exploded, and the recoil caused the stone tiles under Fang Yuan's feet to crack into countless pieces, causing the ground to tremble. Zhu Ba was hit by this punch. The fat on his body shook crazily, trying to share the damage and return 80% to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan immediately followed up with another punch. Zhu Ba's body was huge, but his agility was terrible. Once again he was hit by Fang Yuan. I need to reflect. Zhu Ba stared with his eyes wide open, trying his best to manipulate the goo worms in his body. But he had just used his mind to manipulate the blade energy goo. Now, he was activating these goo worms at the same time. If he was in good condition it would be fine, but now his mind was in chaos, and he had been controlling the goo worms for so long, his condition had deteriorated. A mistake occurred. The fat on 8th Zhu's body that was trembling like water suddenly froze. His defense collapsed. He was still in the process of digesting Fang Yuan's punch, and this punch's power was forcefully endured by him. Intense pain came and his mind shook. The power of Fang Yuan's punch was still in the process of reflecting when it was interrupted. 80% of the punch's power erupted in all parts of his body. Backlash. In an instant Zhu Ba's heart stopped from the pain. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this situation for a long time, and he had finally created it in advance. Seize the opportunity, attack. Fist winds erupted. Bear Strength Phantom, Boar Strength Phantom, Crocodile Strength Phantom and Horse Strength Phantom flashed in the air one after another. The wind whistled and the beast group roared. Fang Yuan was covered in golden armor. He was incomparably fierce as he punched again and again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge Zhu Ba was beaten by the short Fang Yuan until he howled in pain and retreated continuously. But his extremely fat body turned him into a punching bag that could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's aura continued to rise. It was violent and unyielding, giving the spectators a feeling that this person was unstoppable. The intense pain surged like a tsunami and almost drowned 8th Zhu's consciousness. With his mind scattered, it was even harder for him to activate several goo worms to coordinate his defense. Fang Yuan firmly held the upper hand, while Zhu Ba's eyes were gradually turning white from the beating. How can this be? Just earlier. Could it be that Fang Zheng was right? Chapter 306. Looking at the number 8 person in 4th Inner City, Senior Zhu Ba, being beaten by a newbie until he spurted blood. This scene toppled many people's imaginations. But Zhu Ba was a battle-hardened person after all. He suddenly roared and stretched out his arms, tightly hugging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was trapped in a ball of cotton, his fats pressing down on him from all directions, making him unable to move. He used his fists and legs, every punch hitting flesh. Who knew how many of Zhu Ba's bones were broken? His fats were smashed into minced meat by Fang Yuan, rotting under his skin. But Zhu Ba gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing Fang Yuan. He had already been beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. The only clear thought in his mind reminded him that if he let this fierce tiger, Fang Yuan, out, he would really be in trouble. Space was compressed. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not showing any fear as he activated all-out effort Gu. The shadow of a green bull rose into the air. Another new strength path phantom. Bai Ningbing's pupil shrank slightly when she saw this scene. Fang Yuan has already become this strong without making a sound. If he and I only rely on these Gu worms, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. The bull's strength was tenacious and enduring. Fang Yuan stretched out his arms, slowly pushing away Zhu Ba's arms. In terms of strength, how could Zhu Ba be Fang Yuan's match? Zhu Ba used all his strength. His arms were trembling and his whole body was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't stop Fang Yuan. Damn it, if I really let him escape, I'll be done for. Zhu Ba had an extremely bad premonition. The dense aura of death made him tremble with fear. I admit defeat, he screamed. Compared to his own life, what was a mere reputation worth? The hosting Gu master immediately used the battle stages method to forcefully separate the two. Victory and defeat have been decided. Fang Zheng wins, Zhu Ba loses. The hosting Gu master announced. The audience was in an uproar. He actually won. I didn't expect 8th Zhu to be a paper tiger. He's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. I was fooled by him in the past. 8th Zhu can't even subdue a rookie, so how can he be considered the 8th person? He's simply a disgrace to our 4th martial arts practice field. 8th Zhu's sorry state had destroyed the image he had painstakingly built up in people's hearts for many years. Bai Ningbing heard the hubbub around her and secretly shook her head. 8th Zhu has been famous for many years and can't be said to be weak. However, he encountered Fang Yuan. 8th Zhu's fighting style was to defend and counterattack. He would first use defense to consume the opponent's quintessential essence and physical strength before counterattacking to establish victory. But this time he had encountered a freak like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a strength cultivator and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so his quintessential essence was almost inexhaustible. In terms of stamina, strength cultivators are even more adept. The two of them actually counter each other. When they meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. Speaking of which, it was a little funny. Bai Ningbing's style changed, becoming sinister and cunning. Fang Yuan was also changing, sweeping away his sneaky and scheming style, becoming bold and unyielding, advancing bravely and fiercely. It was as if the two of them had swapped places. Zhu Ba fell. He admitted defeat and fell to Fang Yuan's hands. His reputation was almost completely ruined. Not bad. Returning to the stage, Wei Yang smiled at Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's first battle since he rose to 4th Inner City. Wei Yang also rushed over to watch. Fang Yuan's performance, in truth, had already exceeded Wei Yang's previous expectations. Wei Yang was very concerned about Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because of the clan leader's mission. On the other hand, it was because of friendship. Maybe you were born to walk the path of strength path. After the banquet, Wei Yang was very emotional. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. In the past, I also walked the path of strength path but did not succeed. But now I see hope in you. Do you know many eyes are looking at you now? Just continue like this. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew his situation. He had just risen to 4th Inner City when he encountered 8th Zhu and defeated him. Becoming famous in one move, many people were shocked. This battle had just ended, but he had already received many forceful challenges. Among these people, many were Strength Path Gu masters and were targeting his all-out effort Gu. The better Fang Yuan performed, the greater the value of the all-out effort Gu, and the more people would covet it. Right now, the people attracted were all experts of 4th Inner City. From now on, his situation would become more and more difficult. But the more it was like this, the more battle intent in his heart surged. Mere risks, such difficulties, what are they? How can they stop me, Fang Yuan's footsteps? In this world, no one can stop my heart. 8 days later, he battled Jin Bian. After a moment of stalemate, Beast's strength burst out and destroyed Jin Bian's defensive Gu, killing him on the spot. 10 days later, Liao Huadong, who was famous for his ferocious attacks, became Fang Yuan's opponent. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack, directly defeating him. If not for the host Gu master's quick reaction, Liao Huadong would have lost his life. 17 days later, Zhong De, who possessed the strength of 5 tigers, fought with Fang Yuan, but was defeated by Fang Yuan in the end, lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan's victories continued one after another. There were many experts in Fourth Inner City, but Fang Yuan's progress could be said to be lightning fast. Be it in terms of cultivation or gu worms, they were all the same. The more he won, the more yuan stone he obtained. He battled his way, advancing bravely and fiercely. With each battle, there would be a refreshing growth. But on the other hand, he was also very vigilant. He never underestimated his opponents, and did his best to gather information. With Wei Yang and Li Ran as his sources, one in the open and one in the dark, one at the top and one at the bottom, Fang Yuan knew himself and his enemy, and he would never be defeated. He did not force himself, and only fought 4 times a month at most. Although there was a rule of forceful challenges, to prevent malicious targeting, the challenged Gu master had at least 8 days to rest and recuperate. Fang Yuan made full use of this recuperation time, not caring about others' provocations. He focused on cultivation. The battle stage was only a way for him to test himself, temper himself, and earn yuan stone at the same time. He became famous. He won all the way, and his fame gradually spread. The strongest newcomer in history. The star of hope for the recovery of strength path. A ruthless beast. Many titles were added to his name, describing his various characteristics. Newcomer with outstanding battle achievements, possessing all-out effort Gu, vicious and merciless. As long as he could kill, he would not hesitate, and so on. 3 months passed just like that. On this day, in a secret room, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, continuously pouring snow-silver primeval essence into him. The primeval essence was converted by bone-flesh unity Gu, and a portion of it was reduced, pouring into Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, waves were surging. Waves after waves were rushing towards the aperture walls. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the rising and falling of the tides continued without end. Under the continuous impact, the white light membrane silently underwent a qualitative change. A moment later, the light film was replaced by a water film. White light flowed like water, and the aperture walls became even thicker. From rank 3 initial stage, he advanced to middle stage. And Fang Yuan only used a few short months. This was all thanks to bone-flesh unity Gu and Bai Ningbing. The higher the Gu master's rank, the greater the difference in cultivation. Bai Ningbing had rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, and was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Such a speed, if it was known, would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Fang Yuan was secretly astonished. But Bai Ningbing, who had personally experienced the monstrous speed of the 10 extreme physiques cultivation, was not surprised at Fang Yuan's speed. If Bai Ningbing advanced to rank 4, with the light gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would increase even more. Sensing the slight change in Fang Yuan's aura, Bai Ningbing immediately knew she had succeeded, and slowly retracted her palm. How is it? In a few days you will also be promoted to 4th Inner City's battle stage. Are you interested in raising your cultivation to rank 4? Fang Yuan slowly turned around as he spoke. The higher Bai Ningbing's cultivation was, the faster his cultivation speed would be. No need. You can stand firm at rank 3 realm, and fight your way up. I can do the same. Bai Ningbing snorted, not giving Fang Yuan any face. But at the end she added, my aptitude has increased by 1 point, reaching 92%. At this rate, when will you give me the Yanggu? Oh, so fast? Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew a lot about the 10 extreme physiques, but the content was not deep. Although the poison Vow Gu was gone, Bai Ningbing still had a use for it. Don't worry, with me around I can protect your life. We use the poison Vow Gu. Even if you don't believe me, don't you believe in the Gu's power? Humph, Bai Ningbing did not retort. These few months had been the most peaceful period of time she had spent with Fang Yuan. The two were working hard, and a poison Vow Gu had formed an alliance of benefits. But it seemed, Fang Yuan is growing faster, and gaining more. Bai Ningbing had a clearer understanding of this point. She had made great progress, but Fang Yuan had made even greater progress. These few months, Fang Yuan had not only gained the strength of a tortoise, he had also used the rank 3 copper skin goo to increase the defensive strength of his skin. The rank 2 copper skin goo could only increase the defensive strength of the goo master's skin for a limited period of time. The rank 3 copper skin goo, on the other hand, expended the goo master's own body to permanently increase the defensive strength. Right now, Fang Yuan's whole body was bronze in color, as if he had bathed in the sun. Iron bones, steel tendons, copper skin, together with the golden shield goo, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had reached initial success. Even in the third inner city battle stage, he could deal with any strong enemies. As for the canopy goo, Fang Yuan had already sold it. It overlapped with the golden shield goo, and was not suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path fighting style. Just as Fang Yuan advanced to middle stage, a group of valiant men walked in from the Shang clan's outer city gate. Shang clan city. Vua Fangjing, is he inside? Tai Ruanan pondered, walking in front of the group. Chapter 307. Tai Daoku, what happened to your eye? Tai Ruanan saw that Tai Daoku was wearing a black eye patch and asked in surprise. An awkward expression appeared on Tai Daoku's face as he spoke the truth. This subordinate's eyes were injured by Ningbing. A few months ago when he fought with Ningbing, it was like a heavy blow to his head. After losing his left eye, his battle strength fell sharply, and the hand blade goo was mercilessly taken away by Ningbing. He was no longer Ningbing's match. But Tai Daoku did not give up. He had a firm heart, gritting his teeth and taking root, relying on the battle stage to fight, as well as some guard and investigation missions to survive in Shang Clan City. He was like a lone wolf silently licking his wounds. While secretly paying attention to Fang and Bai, he worked hard to accumulate his strength, and at the same time he reported back to his family. It was because of his letter that Tai Ruanan took the initiative to lead the team here. Ningbing actually injured you. Tai Daoku, your information was lacking. Why did you not mention this in the letter? Tai Ruanan frowned, her tone displeased. Isn't this too embarrassing? Tai Daoku laughed in embarrassment. He was also a rank 3 goo master. He had his own dignity and face. But facing Tai Ruanan's accusation, he lowered his head, replying respectfully, "It is my fault." He was a proud person, but his attitude towards Tai Ruanan was extremely respectful. It had been 2 years. 2 years ago, when news of Tai Shuelong's death spread to Tai Clan village, the whole clan fell into grief. A rank 5 goo master's battle strength was already at the peak of the mortal world. Even a huge clan like Tai Clan would feel pain if they lost one. Moreover, this was divine investigator Tai Shuelong, a man whose fame spread throughout the southern border. He could be said to be a banner of Tai Clan. Tai Shuelong's death was a loss to the whole Tai Clan, a loss to the whole righteous path. Just as the clansmen were grieving Tai Ruanan, as Tai Shuelong's daughter stood up. She had been following her father, roaming the southern border. After returning to the clan, she charged into Tai Clan's 13 halls, defeating a young opponent in the arena competition, becoming one of Tai Clan's 8 young masters. After assuming the position of the Tai family's internal affairs, he repeatedly solved mysteries, leaving no place for the corrupt and bribe-takers to hide and bringing criminals to justice. Tai Shuelong fell, but Tai Ruanan slowly rose, taking over her father's banner, becoming the new star that everyone in the Tai family paid attention to for the past 2 years. Tai Ruanan's fame spread far and wide. Even Tai Daoku, who lived far away in Shang Clan City, heard of her deeds. Tai Clan and Shang Clan's policies were different. Even if Tai Ruanan could not obtain the position of Tai Clan leader, she would at least be an important official, a general who could guard a mountain. She was young but had already reached rank 3 upper stage. The name of a genius was well deserved. Be it Tai Ruanan's present or future, she was worthy of Tai Daoku's respect. Tai Mu, go take a look at his injuries. Tai Ruanan waved her hand and said. Tai Mu had a handsome appearance and was the team's healing goo master. He immediately walked forward and checked Tai Daoku's eyes in front of everyone. In just a few breaths' time, Tai Mu reported. His eyes are crippled, this subordinate is useless to heal it. A rank 5 goo master is needed. He was being humble. He was only 28 years old but had already reached rank 3 peak stage. an elite of Tai clan's branch family. Many people tried to recruit him, but he only joined Tai Ruanan's faction. These years, Tai Ruanan had been the young master and her forces had expanded rapidly, gathering many elites under her. Tai Mu was only one of them. In Shangclan City, there is a Dr. Su Shou, a rank 5 expert. Tai Dao Ku, take this money and heal your eyes. Tai Ruanan took out a primeval elder gu and threw it to Tai Dao Ku. Thank you, young master. Tai Dao Ku received it and could not help but feel grateful. Dr. Su Shou's treatment fee was extremely expensive. He had been living a simple life in Shangclan City all these years, saving this money for his eyes. But 100,000 yuan stone was not a small sum. The prices in Shangclan City were high, and Tai Dao Ku had bought a hand-blade gu. He was short of money. He straightened his back. This subordinate has already booked a garden for young master. Please follow me. But Tai Ruanan waved her hand. No rush, bring me to Nanshou Garden. Didn't your information say that Fong and Bai are staying in Nanshou Garden? Yes. Tai Dao Ku was stunned, not expecting Tai Ruanan to be so direct. Lead the way. Tai Ruanan instructed. Yes. Tai Ruanan had a swift and decisive personality, but a moment later, she was given the cold shoulder. Sorry, my two masters are cultivating in the secret room. Nanshou Garden's doorman said politely. What are you afraid? You want to be a coward? Tai Dao Ku snorted in disdain. The doorman had been specially trained by Shangclan. He was of high quality. Glancing at Tai Dao Ku, he still stood guard at the door, not letting anyone in. Tai Ruanan was one of the young masters of Tai Clan. She would not bicker with this child. She smiled, taking out a visitation card and handing it to the doorman. No matter. I asked the boy to bring back my visiting card. I have a good relationship with your masters. We will visit again at night. I will definitely bring back Lord's visitation card. But my two masters are in closed cultivation. We do not know when they will come out. We might not be able to eat dinner tonight. The doorman reminded before everyone left. When it was time for dinner, Tai Clan came again, but they were rejected again. I think that Fong and Bai are afraid of young master's might. They are hiding inside and do not dare to come out. Maybe this is a show of strength targeted at us. Tai Clan guessed. Their tone was indignant. They had taken the initiative to visit twice, but received such treatment. Did these two really think they were big shots? Even Shangclan young masters had to put aside their work to come and entertain them. Don't be impatient, we will come again tomorrow morning. Tai Ruanan comforted everyone, handing over the visitation card again with a thoughtful expression. But the next morning, Nanshou Garden's doors were still shut. Tai Clan's emotions were at its peak. They almost wanted to smash the door open, but were stopped by Tai Ruanan, who handed over the visitation card again. They had just left when Fong Yuan came out of the secret room. Tai Ruanan? Hearing the servant's report, Fong Yuan showed a trace of astonishment. He knew this girl was Tai Shueling's daughter, but did she not die on Qingmao Mountain? When Tai Shuelong flew out of the bronze-masked mountain giant puppet Gu and Iron Hand Gu to save Tai Ruanan, Fong Yuan was fighting with Bai Ningbing, and his vision was obscured by the white form immortal snake's fog, so he did not see it. When the fog dispersed, he found the crane group's attack. The scene was chaotic and intense. There was no time to relax. Until Bai Ningbing self-detonated, Fong Yuan did not see Tai Ruanan again. Thus, in Fong Yuan's impression, he had always thought that Tai Clan's father and daughter had died on Qingmao Mountain. To think that this Tai Ruanan is still alive, and not only that, she has even become Tai Clan's young master. Fong Yuan took a look at the 3 visitation cards, frowning deeply. Seeing Tai Ruanan's name, he immediately had the urge to kill her. This person was too much of an eyesore. She was a survivor of Qingmao Mountain. She had interacted with him in Guiyue Fangzheng. She was a huge threat to him. If his true identity was exposed, it would definitely affect his stable life. And the development environment that Shangclan City had fought so hard for would be lost. However, this person, Tai Ruanan, was someone that Fong Yuan could not touch at the moment. With the identity of Tai Clan's young master, in a place like Shangclan City, Fong Yuan was not allowed to kill her. Still too weak. If it was in my previous life when I was rank 6, I could kill such a minor character with one finger. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. Although his battle strength had soared, And the speed of his growth was shocking. If he killed Tai Ruanan, he could not bear the consequences. Even now, he could not even use his real name. There was always a higher mountain, and there would always be someone stronger than the strong. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal world, and he was only rank 3. Fang Yuan quickly collected his thoughts. Killing was the most direct method. But since he could not use it, he had to think of a way to deal with this uninvited guest. The matter on Qingmao Mountain has not been exposed. It seems that this Tai Ruanan does not know either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent only a group of people to hunt me down. She sent 3 visiting cards in a row, purposely showing her determination to meet with me. It seems that she wants to know what happened back then from my mouth. After all, her father died on Qingmao Mountain. Then the most important thing now is, I am using the name of Guyue Fengzheng. Does she have any suspicions about my true identity? If she has suspicions, how can I dispel such suspicions? Furthermore, if my true identity is exposed, how can I make up for it? In Shang Yanfei's intelligence, my aptitude is ordinary, while my brother is only a grade. How can I explain the change in my aptitude? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He was astute and cautious by nature. He did not consider victory. He considered defeat first. This huge crisis was no exception. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. At this stage, I will sell the blood skull goo to Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei has been collecting the blood sea true inheritance. If I sell the blood skull goo to him, he can raise Shang Xianxi's aptitude. He dotes on Shang Xianxi so much for her. He did not hesitate to use the man triumphing heaven goo, defying heaven and changing fate. He cannot reject this deal. By revealing the blood skull goo, Fang Yuan would be able to explain his difficulties in concealing his identity. But if the situation did not develop to the worst state, Fang Yuan would absolutely not sell the blood skull goo. Chapter 308. Fang Yuan could not help but think. According to Tai Clan's reaction, Tai Ruanan should not know I have blood skull goo. Perhaps my current A-grade aptitude will be the best disguise for me. Fang Yuan was not far off on this point. The truth was, Tai Ruanan had never suspected Fang Yuan's identity. The reason was because of his aptitude. Tai Ruanan had always thought that Fang Yuan was Guyue's desolate in physique. She had learned about the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques in Tai Clan. Now that so much time had passed, if he really was Fang Yuan, he would have killed himself long ago. Furthermore, from Tai Daoku's information, Fang Yuan's fearless fighting style was proof. In Tai Ruanan's impression, Fengzheng was such a straightforward person. And how could a devious person like Fang Yuan have such a ferocious attack? Tai Ruanan finally met Fang Yuan on her 4th visit. In the guest hall, there were only Fang Yuan and Tai Ruanan. The rest were settled down. To think that when we meet again it would be like this. Tai Ruanan sighed. Fang Yuan and Fengzheng were twin brothers, they looked very similar. She sighed, but Fang Yuan sighed even more deeply. Let bygones be bygones. I do not want to talk about it anymore. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone sharply. No, some things cannot be forgotten. I came to find you because of what happened back then. You must know how my father, Tai Shuelong, died. Please tell me the truth. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Tai Ruanan, but the latter had no fear as she looked back at him. Her gaze was filled with determination. She had sharp brows and starry eyes, probably because she had not roamed the world these years. Her dark skin had turned white, and with her high nose bridge and red lips, she had a valiant and heroic aura. No doubt she was a beauty. Although her looks could not be compared to Bai Ningbing or Shang Xianci, her body was fit and beautiful, especially her long legs. Coupled with her unique temperament, it made her stand out from the rest and aroused the desire of men to conquer her. But Fang Yuan didn't care about her beauty. From her gaze, Fang Yuan sensed that she did not seem to doubt his identity at all. That was a good situation. Then, the next step was how to explain what had happened back then. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. If he did not come up with a proper explanation, Tai Ruanan would not let the matter rest. Fang Yuan also had a plan to deal with this. Thus he sighed again. Every time I think of Qingmao Mountain my heart aches. Although your father died, I lost all my clansmen and was forced to wander. Shang Clan City might be good, but it is still a foreign land. There is no feeling of home. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Seeing Feng Yuan like this, Tai Ruanan's steely gaze. He couldn't help but soften his expression. Both of them were victims in the same predicament. Compared to him, Feng Zheng, who had lost all his clansmen, was undoubtedly more pitiful. Do you know? You killed a young master of my clan. If I did not stop you, you would have been punished by my clan. You will be punished by my clan. Tai Ruanan changed the topic. Feng Yuan's expression changed. He hurriedly explained, I know about Tai Daoku's matter, but I did not do it on purpose. I dug a trap to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. Who asked your Tai clan to chase after me and fall into my trap? You were courting death, how can you blame me? A life for a life, isn't that right? Tai Ruanan's expression turned solemn. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. If that is so, how many lives do I need to repay? He also sneered. Tai Ruanan, after so many things happened, you and I are no longer naive. Your Tai clan is not in the right in this matter. The reason you did not act is mainly because of the purple thorn token in my hand, right? Tai Ruanan was frank. The purple thorn token is indeed the main reason. But the purple thorn token can only protect you in Shang Clan City. Once you leave Shang Clan City, our Tai clan will not let this matter rest. If you can tell me the truth, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, Tai clan will not make things difficult for you because of this matter. Feng Yuan was slightly shocked. This Tai Ruanan seemed to have developed well these years. Even the young master of the Tai family didn't have that kind of authority. If you don't believe me, we can use poison Vao Gu. Tai Ruanan continued. Poison Vao Gu again? In truth, Feng Yuan was getting tired of refining the going back on one's words Gu. The truth is nothing much. You are the Tai clan young master now, can't you guess it? Feng Yuan lowered his head, using the corner of his eyes to size up Tai Ruanan. His words were meant to probe, but Tai Ruanan did not notice it. The young girl smiled. Actually, even if you don't say it, I already know. Feng Yuan's tone changed. You already know? Tai Ruanan sighed faintly. The 10 extreme physiques are not a secret in the upper echelons of the Gu Master world. To be able to create such a scene and freeze the whole of Qingmao Mountain, even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot do it. But I did not expect your brother to not have the Guyua Desolate in physique, but the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. What? Feng Yuan cried out in surprise in his heart, but his expression did not change much, only squinting his eyes at the right time. Why would she think I have the Guyua Desolate in physique? Feng Yuan felt it was absurd. Wait. No wonder at that time clan leader Guyubo would protect me for no reason. Don't tell me my cultivation has improved and they think I have the 10 extreme physique? Feng Yuan thought of this and suddenly understood something. If she thinks so, then the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is my greatest disguise. That means she does not suspect my true identity. As long as I do not expose any flaws. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's face showed a complex and bitter expression. He did not speak, only sighing. If he spoke too much, he would easily give himself away. Speaking too much leads to mistakes. Tai Ruanan saw his expression and was even more certain of her answer. She softened her voice. Feng Zheng, I know your heart is in pain and it is very complicated. The one who destroyed your home and caused you to wander outside, the one who killed all your clansmen, is your own brother. Feng Yuan interrupted her words, his eyes turning red. Don't say any more, since you already know, why ask me? But I need a clear answer. These are all my guesses. Tai Ruanan's gaze pressured him. Feng Yuan nodded heavily, tears silently flowing down his face. Seeing this, Tai Ruanan could not force him any further and said faintly, Do you know, I once rushed back to Qingmao Mountain. Looking at the mountain covered in ice and snow, my heart was at a loss. I know my father died in the hands of Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan was still alive, I would definitely kill him to avenge my father's death. But he is already dead. What can I do even if I am not satisfied? I want to raise my son but his parents are not around, my enemy is already dead. Such a regret in life. Tai Ruanan sighed, not knowing that her greatest enemy, Feng Yuan, was sitting in front of her. Feng Yuan snorted, his tone containing a trace of displeasure. Feng Yuan is my brother after all. He is already dead, what else do you want? Tai Ruanan's eyes lit up. I still want to know some things. At that time, my father received a mysterious letter. and I already know the contents of the letter. It said that your Guyue village has the Blood Sea inheritance, so my father disregarded his injuries and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. Do you and Bai Ningbing know about this? Fang Yuan shook his head. If there was a Blood Sea inheritance, I would have used it long ago. Otherwise, why would I be in such a sorry state during the journey? Tai Ruanan looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. The Blood Sea inheritance has endless repercussions. It is the legacy of the demonic Gu Master Blood Sea ancestor. In the end, the cause of my father's death was also this inheritance. Fangjing, if you really inherited this inheritance, I hope you can give it to me. Let me make up for some of my regrets. Fang Yuan continued to shake his head. I don't have it. Tai Ruanan was silent for a while. According to the information, I know you have a Gu with overflowing blood qi. It was once used for long-range attacks. But after you changed to Strength Path, you almost never used it again. Why is that? Fang Yuan was stunned, before coming to a realization. You suspect I took the Blood Sea inheritance but purposely hid it? Humph, you should be referring to this Gu, right? Fang Yuan willed and took out the Blood Moon Gu from his aperture, throwing it to Tai Ruanan. This is my clan's Blood Moon Gu. Didn't you see my brother use it? When the glacier exploded, my clan leader and Bai clan leader worked together, risking their lives to protect me and Bai Ningbing. Clan leader gave me all the remaining Gu in his possession. When Bai Ningbing and I were roaming, many Gu died of hunger. Only this Blood Moon Gu was left because it was easy to feed. Fang Yuan's words not only cleared Tai Ruanan's doubts, but also explained why he and Bai Ningbing could escape with their lives. Tai Ruanan inspected the Blood Moon Gu, before her expression relaxed. So it was like this, your clan leader put in a lot of effort to leave behind a fire seed. He did not hesitate to sacrifice himself. It is truly a magnificent feat. Fang Yuan snorted. So I have to live on and rebuild Guyue village. Whoever dares to stop me, I will exterminate them. This could be considered as an explanation for his ruthlessness in the martial arts arena. Although I did not spend much time with you, I can clearly feel that you have changed a lot. Tai Ruanan looked at Fang Yuan. She was only sighing but did not suspect anything. After a huge change, people would also change. This was very normal. Fang Yuan looked at her calmly. People change. Didn't you also change? Tai Ruanan shook her head. I have only been walking my own path. After saying this, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Tai Ruanan spoke. I will bring Tai Dao Ku back. I promise that the Tai family will not pursue this matter any further. Relying on Shang clan is a good way to rebuild the clan. Many people succeeded because of this. I wish you success too. After saying this, the young girl stood up and left without hesitation. Fang Yuan looked at her leaving figure, squinting his eyes. He had a vague premonition that this Tai Ruanan was not simple, and would cause huge trouble for him in the future. Chapter 309. Tai Ruanan really left. Just like she said, she brought Tai Dao Ku away. Fang Yuan knew what kind of person Tai Dao Ku was. To be able to fight with Bai Ningbing for such a long time, he was clearly an expert. His battle strength could not be underestimated. And now he was recruited by Tai Ruanan. This Tai Ruanan must be eliminated. Leaving her alive will be a huge threat. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition. It was because Tai Ruanan had something in common with him and Bai Ningbing. They were all people who had found their own path in life. Such people had great perseverance and courage. As long as they did not die young, they would definitely have great accomplishments. Tai Ruanan also had a great aptitude, and also had Tai clan supporting her. She was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan in comparison. Even though Fang and Bai each had a purple thorn token, it was nothing. If we continue to develop like this, Bai Ningbing and I will be left behind by her. Only by relying on the 3 kings' inheritance can we shorten the gap. Fang Yuan had a plan in his mind. According to normal development speed, Fang and Bai would not be Tai Ruanan's match. The latter was one of the young masters of Tai clan. She had vast resources. Fang and Bai could not compare. Only by not taking the normal path and taking the risk to take shortcuts could they shorten the gap. The 3 kings' inheritance and the righteous demonic battle of Etian Mountain were such shortcuts. Spring came and went. Autumn left and autumn returned. The river of time flowed endlessly. Another year passed. Nanqiu Garden's secret room. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, his forehead dripping with sweat as he gritted his teeth, enduring. He was refining goo. It was the crucial moment. A lump of red, orange and green light floated in the air. It was the size of a basket. It shone on his face like a rainbow. Multitasking. Stone tortoise strength goo go. Following Fang Yuan's will. Immediately, a faint black light flew out of his aperture and entered the tricolored light orb. The addition of stone tortoise strength goo caused the three-colored light lump to have an intense reaction. Originally, there were only 3 colors in the ball of light: red, orange, and green. Now there was an ink-black color. The 4 colors fought and strangled each other. No one was able to suppress the other, and they fell into a chaotic battle. For a moment, the 4-colored wheel of light spun, as if the water was suddenly boiling, or as if there was a big hand stirring it violently. Boom! Suddenly there was a slight explosion. The ball of light exploded, forming a 4-colored rain of light. The rain of light came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the secret chamber sank into darkness. Everything vanished into thin air. I failed again. In the darkness, Fang Yuan sighed softly. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed out of his nostrils. At the same time, his soul also suffered a backlash from the goo refinement failure. It made Fang Yuan feel dizzy. This was his 4th failure. In the past 1.5 years, I've fought my way from the 4th inner city to the 3rd inner city. But bitter strength goo cannot be bought. Fang Yuan knew the reason. First, it was because bitter strength goo was extremely rare and expensive. Even in Shang Clan City, it was not common. Second, it was because Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shops, was secretly hindering Fang Yuan. Shang Yizi was one of the young tribe leaders of Shang Clan City, and was in charge of the shops in Shang Clan City. When Fang Yuan wanted to buy bitter strength goo, Shang Yizi secretly tried to stop Fang Yuan. 2 years ago, when Fang Yuan came to Shang Clan City, he tried to extort Shang Yizi. Thus there was a conflict between them. Shang Yizi relied on Baigu inheritance to pass the clan test, and kept his position as young tribe leader. Although due to the poison Vao Gu, he could not deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan, but he could still take revenge on Fang Yuan. Shang Yizi was after all Shang Yanfei's son. After suffering a loss, he learned from it. After the setback, he worked hard and swept away his decadence, becoming more and more astute. He used the clan system to deal with Fang Yuan, using underhanded methods. Even if Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, it was useless. Those who had the purple thorn token were Shang Clan's esteemed guests. But they were still outsiders, and could not compare to Shang Yizi's young tribe leader status. Unable to buy bitter strength goo, Fang Yuan could only refine it himself. But the success rate of refining bitter strength goo was too low. Including today's round, Fang Yuan had already undergone 4 rounds of fusion refinement. He lost brown bear innate strength goo, galloping horse strength goo, green bull labor goo, and stone tortoise strength goo. Other than that, there were precious supplementary materials, and large amounts of yuan stone. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had fought many battles in the battle stage, and accumulated enough capital to endure the losses from the refinement. Sigh, after this failure, I can only try again after my injuries recover. Fang Yuan sighed. Gu refinement needed to be careful. If the refinement failed, the Gu master's body and soul would suffer backlash. The physical injuries were easy to deal with, but because of multitasking, the damage to the soul was a troublesome matter. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the rarer it was, and the more severe the consequences of failure. Thus, Gu refinement masters would often be bedridden due to Gu refinement failures, or even die from backlash. It was not that there were no Gu that could heal the soul, but they were extremely rare, and were usually kept in secret by large clans. Fang Yuan's soul injury this time would cause him to experience slight dizziness for the next month or so. The dizziness would affect Fang Yuan's battle strength. Especially in a battle between experts, these minute flaws would be fatal. Thus, Fang Yuan would usually try once every month. He would leave enough time for his soul to recuperate. Although the Gu refinement failed, today's cultivation was not over. Fang Yuan calmly waited, and after a while, he heard noises from outside. He opened the secret door and welcomed Bai Ningbing. In this 1 year or so, Bai Ningbing had made rapid progress, and had fought her way to third inner city, forming a set of goo worms. She and Fang Yuan were neck and neck with few defeats. They were known as the two rising stars of the battle stage, and many people paid attention to them. The two did not speak, only nodding. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on another mat, and stretched out her palm, placing it on Fang Yuan's back, injecting snow-silver primeval essence into him. Bai Ningbing had purposely suppressed her cultivation, and was still at rank 3 peak stage. But Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage. For hours later, Bai Ningbing stopped injecting primeval essence, and slowly retracted her palm. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was even more abundant, faintly giving off a feeling of overflowing. This was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. I am getting closer to rank 3 upper stage. In a few days I will break through. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. When I break through to upper stage, I will use that white-silver relic goo, and directly raise my cultivation to rank 3 peak stage. This way I will be able to catch up to Bai Ningbing. At the same time, I can reduce spring-autumn cicada's pressure on my aperture. Spring-autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's vital goo, a rank 6 goo. In this 1 year or so, it had been sleeping and absorbing the water in the river of time, recuperating, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger, causing pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture again. But this time the situation was many times better than the time on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and with a rank 3 aperture, he was not as pressured as when he was on Qingmao Mountain. The main contributors to this were Bone-Flesh Unity Goo, and Bai Ningbing. Since the cultivation ended, Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, and walked out of the secret room. During the whole process she did not speak a single word, and was as cold as ice. But Fang Yuan was not a talkative person, and in this 1 year or so, the two were already used to this way of interacting. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. When I advance to rank 3 peak stage, Bai Ningbing's primeval essence will not be of much help to me. But after interacting with her day and night, from the slight changes in her aura, I can faintly sense that she is not far from rank 4 realm. Even if Bai Ningbing tried to delay it, the curse of the 10 extreme physique had not disappeared, and was still in effect. According to Bai Ningbing's information, her aptitude had risen by 2 points, reaching 93%. Another 7 points, reaching 100%, and she would return to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. When she has rank 4 cultivation, she will have yellow gold primeval essence, and it will be a great help to me in breaking through to rank 4 realm. In a way, Bai Ningbing and I are in the same boat. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, and she has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received a piece of good news from Wei Yang. Auction. A once-in-a-century natural disaster happened on Jufeng Mountain. Zhu clan village was destroyed, and the remnants of Zhu clan submitted to Shang clan city. They need to auction off large amounts of their clan's collections to maintain their livelihood. Thus there will be an auction soon. Saying so, Wei Yang specially told Fang Yuan, "Brother Fang, your luck is here. I found out that there will be a bitter strength goo in this auction." Wei Yang was clear of Fang Yuan's need for bitter strength goo. Fang Yuan had also asked him to gather information. Most importantly, this auction is highly regarded by Shang clan city. Young Master Shang Yizi is not in a position to cause trouble. Wei Yang continued. Shang Yizi and Fang Yuan's conflict was not a secret among Shang clan's higher-ups. Bitter strength goo. Zhu clan village. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Zhu clan village had hundreds of years of history. If they were to sell their assets now, there would definitely be many good things. Bitter strength goo was one of them. Fang Yuan had been searching for it all this time. In this year I have accumulated close to 1,000,000 yuan stone. I have a high chance of buying the bitter strength goo. Zhu clan village's destruction is not rare. In this world, other than man-made disasters, there are also natural disasters. The winds on Jufeng Mountain are strong all year round. Although it is a spiritual mountain with a spirit spring as its foundation, the environment is terrible. The Zhu family's storehouse might have many treasures that would interest us. I will participate in the auction. Fang Yuan immediately decided. What? This Zhu clan has a bitter strength goo. In a study room, Shang Yizi frowned. In one hand, he held a document, which recorded most of the auction's contents. His other hand was on the table, his index finger tapping on the table. To think Fang Yuan's luck is so good. I tried all ways to stop him, but he still got the bitter strength goo. Even father is paying attention to this auction. I cannot interfere. But Fang Yuan, it is not so easy to get the bitter strength goo. I can also participate in the auction with me stopping you. I will make sure you suffer huge losses. Shang Yizi could not help but snort. Back then, Fang Yuan had extorted him, causing him to hold a grudge. Chapter 310. Hurricane Mountain had strong winds all year round. The Zhu clan village on the mountain had been facing the threat of hurricanes ever since it was built. Zhu clan village had hundreds of years of history on Hurricane Mountain. Fighting natural disasters with manpower, they had faced the danger of their village being destroyed many times, but they had always survived. But this time they were faced with a hurricane that was rarely seen in 100 years. Zhu clan village could not hold on any longer and fell under the natural disaster. The terrifying hurricane destroyed the spirit spring. Zhu clan suffered heavy losses and lost the foundation of their village. They had no choice but to leave their village and come to Shang Clan City to seek refuge with Shang Clan. Prices in Shang Clan City were expensive to survive. They had no choice but to sell their assets. To Zhu clan this was a huge disaster. To others this was a rare opportunity. Zhu clan might be a small clan, but to be able to stand tall on Hurricane Mountain and fight against natural disasters for hundreds of years, they had a strong foundation. The sale of the Zhu family's assets gave the auction an unusual attraction. Thus, when the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people in Shang Clan City. 7 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. The auction was filled with people. The spacious hall was filled to the brim. The private rooms at the higher levels were already sold out. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing used their purple thorn tokens to obtain a private room. Fang Yuan opened the window of his private room and stood at the side, feeling the heated atmosphere in the hall. The auction had not started yet, but the 1,000 people in the hall were discussing loudly. Sigh, it is a pity for Zhu clan. After standing tall for hundreds of years, they still fell under the hurricane. The power of heaven and earth is hard to shake. Someone sighed. This is nothing. There will always be new clans being built, and old clans being destroyed. Just like a few years ago, the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain were destroyed in one day. It is normal for Zhu clan to be destroyed. Someone said indifferently, Zhu clan's misfortune is our fortune. I heard that there will be a lot of good stuff in this auction. Someone replied with a gloating attitude. So many Zhu clan clansmen entering Shang Clan City. It will be a huge blow to all the businesses in Shang Clan City. Someone looked further. At this time a commotion broke out. Look, that is Shang Clan young master Shang Qiu. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice. Indeed, he saw Shang Qiu walking in from the entrance. His physique was strong and his steps were steady. He was 30 years old this year and was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. Greetings, young master Qiu. Greetings, young lord. To be able to see the eldest young master. We are truly fortunate to have you here. For a time, many people hurriedly stepped forward and greeted Shang Qiu. Everyone is well. Shang Qiu did not speak much. A faint smile appeared on his face as he calmly dealt with the situation. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he walked into a private room. In the auction house, the crowd calmed down. But not long after, there was another commotion. Young Master Chao Feng and young Master Fu Kong have come as well. They've always had a good relationship since they were young. Sure enough, they've come together again today. The 4th child, Shang Chao Feng. His hair was still messy, and he had a wild aura about him. As for Shang Fushi, who was ranked 13th, he was refined and dressed like a scholar. The two of them chatted. He walked towards the private room. Along the way, there were servants clearing the path, not paying attention to the surrounding people. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. He squinted his eyes. In his previous life's memories, Shang Qiaofeng had almost obtained the Shang clan leader position, and was Shang Xianxi's greatest rival. He had a ruthless nature and was decisive and decisive. He was very similar to Shang Yanfei in this aspect. And Shang Fushi was his greatest supporter. He was willing to be under him. He had intelligence and was good at scheming. In the future righteous demonic battle on Etion Mountain, he repeatedly came up with intelligent plans and caused the demonic Gu masters to suffer disastrous losses, showing off his brilliance. These two, one was decisive and the other good at scheming, they complemented each other. The former was in charge of the Gu battle arena, while the latter was in charge of the auction arena. They were both important areas of Shang Clan City. The wings were formed. Right now, they were the third largest faction among the 10 young masters. Before Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fuxi entered the private room, another group of people arrived at the door. Shang Pulao, Shang Fuxi and Shang Fuxi walked in together while talking and laughing. These three were ranked 8th, 9th and 10th among Shang Yanfei's children. Because of benefits, they formed a small alliance. They were the second largest faction among the young masters. They had great power and temporarily suppressed Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fuxi. Shang Pulao was in charge of all the brothels in Shang Clan City. He had a romantic attitude and was a playboy. Shang Fuxi was in charge of the restaurants and silk shops. He had a lion's mouth and wide nose and breathed out yellow smoke. Shang Fuxi was short and fat. He was also a strength path Gu master. His core Gu was the tortoise fetus Gu. He had the strength of 10 tortoises. Shang Fuxi and Shang Fuxi had great martial strength, while Shang Pulao was talented in literature. They were the leaders of the three. 2 martial strength and 1 literature. They had great teamwork. These 3 young masters did not choose a private room, but sat in the main hall. Shang Pulao was the best at socializing. Wherever he went, people would gather. He raised his peach blossom eyebrows and talked cheerfully in the crowd. He was free and easy, causing the crowd to become even more lively. On his left and right were Shang Fuxi and Shang Fuxi. They were like 2 guardian gods. These children of Shang Yanfei are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He now had a deep understanding of the structure of the Shang clan's 10 young masters. Right now, among the Shang clan young masters there were 3 factions. The first faction was Shang Qiu. He was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. With just this identity, he had the support of many Shang clan elders and clansmen. The second faction was Shang Pulao, Shang Fuxi and Shang Fuxi. These 3 had great influence and were currently in the limelight. The third faction was Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fuxi. They were hiding their strength and waiting for a chance to rise up. As for the others, Shang Yizi was a lone wolf. He was not broad-minded enough. Shang Qiwen was lively and pretty, but had no ambition. Shang Pai Xiu had outstanding talent, but was playful. I want to help Shang Xianci ascend. I cannot compete with the 3 factions. Although Shang Xianci can cultivate, she forcefully awakened her aperture. Her aptitude is only C grade. This is not because her foundation is weak, but because she has no foundation at all. Shang Xianci was Shang Yanfei's illegitimate son. Her mother was from Zhang clan. Zhang clan and Wu clan were very close. They had many years of grudges with Shang clan. This was Shang Xianci's political disadvantage. Every year, the young master examination is a good chance for Shang Yanfei's other children to ascend. In my memory, Shang Xianci will become Shang clan young master 6 years later. But this time is too long. If I want to make use of Shang Xianci, I have to push her up in advance. This year's examination is an opportunity. Feng Yuan thought in his heart. To push Shang Xianci to ascend, he had to deal with Shang Yanfei's children. Since he could not compete with the 3 factions, he had to target others. This point, not long after Feng Yuan entered Shang Clan City, he already had a plan. Just as he was thinking about Shang Xianci arrived. Countless gazes gathered at the entrance of the auction house. The 2 beauties of Shang Clan. So beautiful, young master Shang Qiwen was originally pretty and exquisite, but compared to Lady Shang Xianci, she paled in comparison. Everyone discussed. Shang Xianci and Shang Qiwen held hands as they walked into the auction house, laughing and chatting. Shang Qiwen was dressed in a colorful dress. Her face was like a peach blossom. She was charming and gentle. Shang Xianci was dressed in a green dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were like the moon. Her skin was like snow. Her cherry lips were pink. Elegant like orchids, gentle like water. She smiled faintly at times, pure and flawless, a peerless beauty. Everyone's gazes were mesmerized. Beside the 2 there were 4 servants. Two of them were Tianlan and Xiao Dai, Shang Xianxi's personal servants. The servants blocked a large group of young men who were trying to curry favor with them. Shang Xianxi and Shang Qi walked straight to Fang Yuan's private room. Brother He Tu, sister Bai Yuan. Shang Xianxi greeted softly. Her voice could not conceal her joy and excitement. Shang Yanfei had used Man Triumphing Heaven Gu to forcefully open her aperture. These 2 years he had used many precious Gu to raise Shang Xianxi's aptitude. As a result, her original 20% of D-grade aptitude was pushed to 50% of C-grade aptitude, and she was only 1 point away from B-grade aptitude. Shang Yanfei had paid such a huge price to nurture her, and had personally taught her many times. Shang Xianxi could feel his deep fatherly love. The gap between them had mostly disappeared, and she felt blissful. Shang Yanfei had also chosen many teachers to teach her. Shang Xianxi lived in seclusion, giving supplementary lessons to Gu masters. She was intelligent and sensible. After experiencing hardships, she had a thirst for strength and was not squeamish, having strict requirements for herself. Her rapid improvement made Shang Yanfei very happy. This auction was a rare chance to relax, and she had received Fang Yuan's invitation. She had wanted to come alone, but she met Shang Qi on the way. Fang Yuan, I came uninvited. You won't chase me away, right? Shang Qi laughed delicately, following Shang Xianxi into the private room. How would I dare? Please sit. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing sat quietly at the side. Hearing the commotion, she did not stand up, her expression cold. Shang Qi curiously looked at this ice beauty, thinking, rumors say that Bai Ningbing is cold and arrogant. It is indeed true. Next, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, this Fang Yuan is also very arrogant. Ever since he came to Third Inner City, he has won every battle and has never tasted defeat, attracting many forces to recruit him. Shang Chaofeng, Shang Qiuniu, Shang Pulao and others even invited him personally, but were all rejected. For these two to be able to walk together, birds of a feather really do flock together. Shang Qi was in charge of Shang Clan City's battle stage. She was very clear about Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's situation. Ever since Fang and Bai joined the battle stage, they had never lost a single battle. They had outstanding talent and had already become famous figures in the battle stage. Their momentum was so great that they could even match the 2 rank 4 Gu masters Zhu Kai Bei and Yin Tu in the battle stage. Anyone could see Fang and Bai's limitless future. If any Shang Clan young master could get Fang and Bai's help, their forces would definitely expand. But she, Shang Qi had no ambition. She did not recruit Fang and Bai. Brother He Tu, long time no see, how are you? I heard you fought with Tung Zhoulong's Gu master. Shang Xianxi sat beside Fang Yuan. Her gaze focused on Fang Yuan as she asked with concern. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It has only been 10 days since we last met. Why do you say long time no see? As for Tung Zhoulong, he could not stop my winning streak and was defeated by me. Right now in this battle stage, only Zhu Kai Bei and Yin Tu are a threat to me. The others are nothing. Chapter 311. As time gradually passed, more and more people entered the auction hall. Look, that's one of the Shang clan's 5 generals, White Light Swordsman. Someone shouted. Wei Yang's nickname was the White Light Swordsman. I have already inquired. The bitter strength Gu you want is the 13th auction item. But Shang Yizi is already in the 5th private room. I heard that he purposely gathered all his funds. Be careful, brother Fangzheng. Wei Yang walked into the private room and warned. Logically speaking, the order of the auction items should not be revealed, and the identity of the guests in the private room should be kept secret. But Wei Yang was one of the 5 important officials of Shang Clan. He controlled Shang Clan's largest intelligence agency, Wind Rain Manor. It was easy for him to obtain this information. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He was still worried. This time, Shang Yizi did not come with good intentions. He has at least 1,200,000 yuan stone. Bitter Strength Gu is a treasure of Strength Path Gu masters. Other than Shang Yizi, there are 2 others who are your greatest competitors. One is Shang Xuanxi, the other is Zhu Kai Bei. You have to be careful. 10th brother Shang Baishi had Tortoise Fetus Gu and had the strength of 10 tortoises. He was a Strength Path Gu master not inferior to Fang Yuan. He was in charge of Shang Clan City's substitute training company, even though it did not have much oil money. His 8th brother Shang Pu Lao was in charge of the brothel, and 9th brother Shang Xuan Shi was in charge of the wine shop and silk shop. They were all places that made a lot of money. If Shang Baishi wanted bitter strength Gu as allies, Shang Pu Lao and Shang Baishi would definitely help. Other than that, there was also Zhu Kai Bei. This person had rank 4 cultivation level, and was the strongest person in the battle stage of 3rd Inner City. What did rank 4 cultivation mean? In an ordinary family, he would be the head of the clan. Zhu Kai Bei was a rank 4 Gu master, but he chose to stay in the battle stage, refusing all kinds of recruitment letters that were flying towards him like snowflakes. If I don't defeat Yin Tu, I won't leave the martial arts stage, he declared to the outside world. Yin Tu was also a rank 4 Gu master, with the same title as Zhu Kai Bei, half the sky of the battle stage. Both sides were determined to defeat the other, and only after they achieved true dominance would they leave the martial arts arena with glory. Yin Tu was a fire path Gu master. He would not have any designs on bitter strength Gu. But Zhu Kai Bei was a genuine strength path Gu master. He had won countless battles, and only when he fought with Yin Tu did they both win and lose. He definitely had a large amount of Yuan stone in his hands. Therefore, both Shang Baishi and Zhu Kai Bei were Feng Yuan's competitors. Brother, I have some extra money here, take it. Next, Wei Yang gave Feng Yuan a primeval elder Gu. Shang Qiwen couldn't help but look over in shock. She knew that Wei Yang and Feng Yuan had always been close, but she didn't expect their relationship to be this deep. She had investigated beforehand. In this auction, there was a light-type Gu that would be of great help to Wei Yang. Who would have thought that Wei Yang would hand over the Yuan stone to Feng Yuan for Feng Yuan? Looking at the smile of the cloud old man inside the primeval elder Gu, one could tell that there were at least 1,000,000 Yuan stone inside the primeval elder Gu. This was equivalent to Wei Yang giving up on that Gu worm of his own accord. Brother Wei, you are. Feng Yuan showed a trace of hesitation, but at the same time, he showed a moved expression. Don't say anything, keep it. This is a loan, not a gift. I will be your creditor in the future. Wei Yang laughed heartily, not giving Feng Yuan a chance to refuse. He forcefully gave the primeval elder Gu to Feng Yuan. Shang Xianci also took out a primeval elder Gu. Brother He Tu, this is mine. On her primeval elder Gu, the cloud old man had a bitter expression. It could be seen that the Yuan stone inside was between 100,000 to 300,000. Shang Xianci's money was the pocket money that Shang Yanfei gave her every month. She lived frugally and saved up, and now she gave it all to Feng Yuan. Saying too much is just being hypocritical. I will accept all of this, I will definitely repay you in the future. Feng Yuan laughed, cupping his fists at the two as he accepted the Yuan stone. Shang Xianci smiled lightly, not caring about Feng Yuan's repayment. Even if she gave these Yuan stones to Feng Yuan, she would not feel any heartache. But she knew that with Feng Yuan's personality, he would not accept her direct gift. So she could only borrow it. That's right. Wei Yang nodded. He had high hopes for Feng Yuan, and especially admired Feng Yuan's personality of repaying kindness and grudges. At the side, Shang Qiwen hesitated, but did not take out the primeval elder Gu. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she changed the topic. Look, Zhu Kai Bei is here. At the entrance of the auction house, a muscular man appeared. He was at the prime of his life. He was 8 feet tall, and his skin was tightly packed with layers of muscles. When he walked, the distance between each step was the same, showing his strict and inflexible personality. He was like a towering pagoda that naturally emitted an oppressive aura. The surrounding people did not dare to get close to him, but looked at him with reverent gazes. He was Zhu Kai Bei, a rank 4 Gu master, an expert at the peak of the 3rd Inner City battle stage. Senior Zhu, my young master Shang Yazi invites you to the 5th private room for a chat. Sir Zhu Kai Bei, my young master Pu Lao has already prepared a banquet for you in the 4th private room. Sir Zhu Kai Bei, this is my young master Chao Feng's invitation. Please accept it. At once, many servants squeezed through the crowd, representing their young masters, and extended an olive branch to Zhu Kai Bei. But Zhu Kai Bei snorted coldly, not even looking at these people, and directly sat in the first row of the hall. The servants looked at each other, and left helplessly. Time passed. After Zhu Kai Bei, another big shot came. This person was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short. His appearance was ordinary, but his face was strange. The left side of his face was completely red, while the right side of his face was a pale blue. Red and blue, splitting his face into two parts. From the bridge of his nose, it was split into two colors. He is Shangbuli, to think he is here. Wei Yang immediately introduced to Fang Yuan. As expected, Fang Yuan nodded, having an idea. Shangbuli, nicknamed Two-Faced Man. He was Shang Yanfei's #1 general. He had rank 4 cultivation, and had control of ice and fire goo worms. He was Shang clan's #1 official, and also the Shang clan leader in charge of the slave trade. His position was even higher than Wei Yang's. Shangbuli's appearance naturally attracted countless compliments and bootlicking. He had an arrogant expression, squinting his eyes as he walked slowly in the crowd, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. His authority was even greater than the 10 young masters. The young masters could only control some businesses in Shang Clan City. But as the #1 official, Shangbuli controlled all of Shang Clan's slave trade. Shangbuli, can't you walk faster? Why are you so slow? Are you a man? At this time an unhappy voice came from behind. Shangbuli's status in Shang Clan City was second only to one, who dared to scold him so rudely. But when Shangbuli heard this, his heart shook. He shrunk his head and turned around, bowing to the person who spoke. So it is Lady Dr. Su Shou. I, Shangbuli, greet you. The person was Dr. Su Shou. She was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, rank 5 cultivation. She had once treated Fang Yuan's injuries. She was still dressed in white, her face was covered with a white veil. People could not see her face, but her voluptuous body could not be concealed. Shangbuli did not dare to look at her. His gaze was on the floor beside Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou and clan leader Shang Yanfei had deep grudges. She had a high status in Shang Clan. She was Shang Yanfei's confidant. Even if Shangbuli had the guts, he would not dare to disrespect her. Just don't block my way. Dr. Su Shou snorted coldly, leading the 8 white-clothed servants past Shangbuli and into a private room, vanishing from everyone's sight. Shangbuli rubbed his nose, smiling bitterly. He could only admit defeat in front of Dr. Su Shou. Not long after, many more people appeared. Yan Tu, who was on par with Ju Kai Bei, Shang Yanfei's 5th General Yi Hua, Yi Bu Hui from Yi Clan, Fei Clan's Fei Luan Feng and others. The auction this time is simply a gathering of heroes. There are famous Gu masters, there are new generation forces, there are lone heroes, and there are leaders with powerful clans. Among these people, how many of them will become my obstacle? Fang Yuan pondered. Sorry for the wait, the auction will begin now. The hosting female Gu master was young and beautiful. She stood on the stage and used a voice amplification Gu. She knew everyone was getting impatient. She spoke concisely, introducing the first auction item. Frost Arrow Gu. Rank for Gu worm shaped like a mosquito. Its body was blue like ice. Its mouth was long and thin like a needle. This ice-type Gu was collected by Ju Clan Village. Just like Guyue Village, they had collected many Gu worms that were not related to Moon-type Gu. Once the Frost Arrow Gu is activated, frost energy will spread and condense into an arrow, shooting at the enemy. As everyone knows, its greatest advantage is that it consumes very little primeval essence. Even rank 3 Gu masters can use it. The starting price is 70,000 yuan stone. The female Gu master introduced straightforwardly. 75,000. 80,000. 85,000. The price continued to rise, and when it reached 90,000, the bidding speed slowed down. The increment of the Gu master's bids decreased from 5,000 to 3,000. When it passed the 100,000 mark, the increment of 3,000 shrunk to 1,000. 110,000. Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. The esteemed guest in the 9th private room bids 110,000. The hosting female Gu master's voice rose. This was the first time an esteemed guest had bid 120,000. Shang Yazi's voice came from the 5th private room. Bai Ningbing squinted, immediately saying 130,000. Shang Yazi continued 140,000. Bai Ningbing looked deeply at Fang Yuan before saying 150,000. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. This bidding was obviously Shang Yazi trying to make things difficult for them. Because Bai Ningbing was in the same 9th private room as Fang Yuan, She suffered a blow from Shang Yizi. She was innocently shot at. 150,000 to buy a frost arrow gu. Tumph, I want you to suffer like this. In the 5th private room, Shang Yizi laughed coldly, not bidding anymore. Although Bai Ningbing bought the frost arrow gu, she paid an extra 40,000 yuan stone. It seems this time Shang Yizi is coming at us with great momentum. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xianci also frowned, worrying for Fang Yuan. Chapter 312. Everyone, please take a look. This is a 1,000-year wind willow. The female gu master pointed at the item on the stage, slowly introducing. Wind willow is a rare and precious gu refinement material. Its living environment is special. It needs the power of the wind to grow continuously. Because Fengji Mountain has strong winds all year round, there are large numbers of wind willows. Ordinary wind willows are only tens or hundreds of years old. But as this auction item, this wind willow is over 1,000 years old, it can be used as a rank 5 gu refinement material. The starting price is 50,000 yuan stone. The auction starts now. The female gu master had just finished speaking when someone called out a price. 55,000. 58,000. 65,000. 70,000. The price continued to rise. Many people participated in the bidding. Most of them were professional gu refinement masters. 1,000-year wind willows were rare. Even Zhu clan, who had lived on Fengji Mountain for hundreds of years, only had 18 of them left. The wind willow did not have a trunk. It only had roots rooted in the mountain rocks, as well as a single branch. When the wind blew, this single branch would dance in the wind, like a long aquatic plant at the bottom of the sea. This 1,000-year wind willow on the stage had already been coiled up, but its total length was definitely over 100 meters. Fang Yuan tried to join in, calling out a price. As expected, Shang Yizi immediately called out, raising the price by 5,000. But in the end, the wind willow was bought by a refinement master, spending close to 100,000. 1,000-year wind willow. This is the 8th auction item. During this period I have tried to make a move, but was attacked by Shang Yizi every time. If I do not make a move, he will not make a move. It seems this person is here to oppose me to the end. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, becoming more aware of Shang Yizi's narrow-mindedness. Time passed unknowingly. 9th auction item, 10th auction item. Next is the 12th auction item. This is a chasing wind gu, a rank 4 movement gu. It allows the gu master to chase the wind. The starting price is 180,000. The female gu master's clear voice resounded in the entire auction hall. 190,000. 200,000. 220,000. 250,000. The chasing wind gu was one of the popular auction items. Once it appeared, it set off the first climax of the auction house. Many people participated in the bidding. The private rooms that were usually quiet were now filled with voices calling out bids. Among wind, light, lightning, cloud, these 4 types of gu, movement type gu, were very outstanding. Chasing wind gu is a rank 4 gu. It can greatly increase a gu master's speed. Fang Yuan called out a price. Shang Yizi immediately followed, suppressing Fang Yuan's bid. Fang Yuan stopped bidding, and the two of them were soon drowned out by the following bids. From time to time, new competitors would join the fray, but at the same time, more people would helplessly choose to give up when they saw the rising price. When the chasing wind gu's price rose to 350,000, there were only 2 gu masters left competing. One was an elder of the Yi clan, Yi Buhui, and the other was an elder of the Fei clan, Fei Wanfeng. The relationship between the Yi clan and the Fei clan was not harmonious, and the competition between the 2 elders was also mixed with anger. Finally, chasing wind gu was bought by elder Yi Buhui at a high price of 44,000. Although Fang Yuan had over 2 million worth of yuan stone, he did not participate in the bidding. Chasing wind gu contained the Dao marks of wind. If he used it, the beast phantoms on his body would interfere, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Thus, chasing wind gu was not suitable for Fang Yuan. If it was a rank 4 immortal wind gu, I would be interested in buying it, but it is only chasing wind gu. Fang Yuan had a recipe that could use immortal wind gu, 7-star gu, and some other supplementary materials to refine fixed immortal travel gu. dream travel, carefree travel, fixed immortal travel, and wine god travel. They were known as the 4 great movement gu. These 4 gu were all rank 5 gu. Among them, dream travel could allow a gu master to enter other people's dream realms. Carefree travel was most proficient in dodging attacks. Fixed immortal travel was a one-time consumable gu, but it could allow a gu master to teleport to any place in the world. Wine god travel was the most special. It first appeared in The Legends of Ranzu. Let's not talk about it here. Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories, thus he had the 2 recipes of carefree travel gu and fixed immortal travel gu. Among them, fixed immortal travel gu was what Feng Yuan needed the most, but the success rate of refinement was extremely low, and he did not have enough materials to refine it, thus he could only give up on it for now. Alright, next is the 13th item of this auction. A bitter strength gu. The female gu master introduced it eloquently on the stage, but even without her explanation, many gu masters' eyes were already shining brightly. I must get this bitter strength gu. No one can stop me. 200,000 yuan stone. Before the female gu master made a bid, Feng Yuan had already shouted. Feng Yuan's words made Zhu Kaibei unhappy. Young people are so impatient. I bid 250,000. 300,000. On the other side, Shang Baishi followed up. 500,000. Feng Yuan made a shocking bid. The whole auction house went into an uproar. From the voice, it should be Gyua Fengzheng. He is really rich, calling out a high price of 500,000 for a bitter strength gu. He has won so many times in the battle stage, his wealth is very deep. Everyone sighed. Some strength path gu masters had a bitter expression. They had been looking forward to the bitter strength gu and wanted to try it. But who could have expected Feng Yuan to do this? They were kicked out before they could even bid. Even the female gu master on the stage had a surprised expression. Bitter strength gu was a rank 4 gu, but strength path gu worms did not have high requirements for primeval essence, and could barely be used at rank 3 realm. Its market price was around 380,000, slightly lower than chasing wind gu. To think that Feng Yuan immediately bid 500,000, 120,000 yuan stone higher. Youngsters nowadays are really energetic. Zhu Kaibei sighed, no longer bidding. 500,000 yuan stone was enough for him to buy some other gu worms. They were more useful to him. 8th brother, 9th brother. Shang Baishi hesitated as he looked at the 2 young masters beside him. 9th brother Shang Baishi did not speak, only looking at Shang Pu Lao. 10th brother, it depends on you. If you want to compete, we will support you to the end. Shang Pu Lao encouraged with a smile. Shang Baishi gritted his teeth. 500,000. It is not worth it. Forget it, let Fengzheng have it. He also gave up on competing. Feng Yuan displayed his determination to win, knocking down the 2 competitors. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Wait, I bid 510,000. Just as the female gu master was about to strike, Shang Yizi's slow voice came from the 5th private room. Shang Yizi, you think you can stop me? 600,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan immediately spoke, his tone showing disdain. Shang Yizi sneered. Fengzheng, if you want to play, I will play with you. 610,000. The auction house went into an uproar. Fengzheng and the Shang clan young master are at loggerheads. How can this be? Fengzheng has the purple thorn token. He is Shang clan's esteemed guest. He is not afraid of Shang Yizi's young master identity. But Shang Yizi controls all the shops in Shang clan city. He is wealthier. This is going to be a fierce battle. 700,000. Feng Yuan shouted. Shang Yizi, you lost to me, you are my loser. It seems you did not learn your lesson last time. Shang Yizi immediately retorted. Bullshit. Let's see who teaches who a lesson this time. 710,000. The crowd went into an uproar again. The conflict between Shang Yizi and Feng Yuan was not a secret among the higher-ups of Shang clan city. But to ordinary gu masters it was a huge gossip. At once, people started to guess why Shang Yizi became enemies with Feng Yuan. Evidently, Shang Yizi lost to Feng Yuan in a battle, thus he wants to take revenge. Why bother with these reasons? Young Master Yizi is a narrow-minded person. Even if he bumps into a passerby, he will take revenge. Furthermore, Fengzheng is a lawless person. It would be strange if the two did not have a conflict. You are all wrong. I have already heard that Shang Yizi and Fang Jing went to Qin Yan brothel together. They were interested in the top lady and you. But in the end Fang Jing succeeded. Thus Shang Yizi bears a grudge. Is that true? Someone immediately expressed his doubts. The person who had just spoken was fearless. He pointed at a seat and said, "Look, Miss Yu is sitting there. Don't doubt me, just ask her." Thus, everyone looked at Lady Yu with questioning gazes. Lady Yu was stunned. She did not expect herself to be involved. But she suddenly saw the old brothel keeper winking at her. She immediately understood that this was a sudden inspiration to hype up the event. For a brothel girl like her, only by creating hype like this could she increase her value. She did not reply directly, lowering her head, her face flushed red. Just this expression alone was enough to convince most of the people who doubted him. So it is like this. Looking at Lady Yu's expression, it is obvious that she will agree. You do not know the inside story, but I do. Beauties have always been paired with heroes. Why does Lady Yu like Fang Jing? Why? Because Shang Yizi is skinny, his lower body is not good. But Fang Jing is full of energy. Every time he attacks, he can use all-out effort goo. The wild boar's charge, the brown bear's smack, the crocodile's tail twisting, the horse's speed, the green bull's endurance, the stone turtle's endurance. He's such a man, which girl would not like him? Oh! Immediately, many men let out a sound of understanding. Many girls could not help but clamp their legs together. Their faces flushed red as they fell into reverie. Lady Yu's head drooped even lower, but she was secretly happy. I am going to be famous, I am going to be famous. While everyone was gossiping, Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi's bid had already reached 810,000. Fang Jing, with me here today you will lose for sure. Give up, you cannot beat me. Shang Yizi laughed proudly. He added another 10,000 yuan stone. Just to discuss Fang Yuan. You think I am afraid of you? It is just 810,000, what's so great about it? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Young master, it's enough. It's time to stop. A servant cautiously said. Shang Yizi hesitated. I know what I am doing. Fang Jing is determined to get the bitter strength goo. When Fang Jing raises the price again, I will raise it again and then stop. This idiot, he spent 800,000 to buy a bitter strength goo, that is more than twice the price. Let me vent my anger. This is really delightful, haha. At this time Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. But this time I will let you go. You can have the bitter strength goo. Servant. Chapter 313. Haha. Shang Yizi's face must be ashen right now. In the 9th private room, Wei Yang could not help but laugh. But brother Fang Jing, you did not buy the bitter strength goo, are you really fine? At the side, Shang Xianci also looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Fang Yuan laughed. I must get the bitter strength goo. But I do not want to be a fool and spend 810,000 to buy this goo. I would rather refine it myself. 810,000. It is enough for me to try many times. But the chances of failure are high, and brother He too will be injured. Shang Xianci said worriedly. Fang Yuan shook his head lightly. He had a plan for this, but he could not tell others. Heh! This Fang Jing played Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi spent 810,000 to buy this bitter strength goo. The crowd's eyes were bright. Shang Yizi is an idiot. He is a disgrace to our young masters. The Shang clan young masters were furious. Speaking of which, Fang Jing acted really well, even I was tricked by him. Someone sighed. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I already knew something was amiss. Someone said in hindsight. Shang Yizi is narrow-minded and likes to take revenge. Thus he kept bidding. But Fang Jing did not get what he wanted. Both were losers. Thus the auction cannot be stingy. Zhu Kai Bei sighed in his heart. The real winner is the auction. Zhu clan is happy. One bitter strength goo sold for 810,000. Everyone discussed and whispered to each other. But in truth they neglected another big winner. That was the suddenly famous Lady Yu. Crack. Shang Yizi threw the blue porcelain cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the 5th private room, the servants immediately knelt down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Shang Yizi sat on his seat. breathing heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of anger. He was tricked by Fangzheng. 810,000. He bought a bitter strength gu. He had no use for it. Shang Yizi felt his heart bleeding. In fact, he was shrewd. He had learned a lesson from that setback, and he had learned from his mistakes. Over the past year or so, he had worked hard and managed the shop very well. But character determines fate. He was a petty person, and his hatred had blinded him, causing him to fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fangzheng, if not for the poison Vao Gu, I would have killed you and cut you into pieces. Shang Yizi screamed in his mind. The auction continued. The 14th item, the 15th, the 16th, the 18th, the 20th. A wave of bidding war erupted. The atmosphere was heated and everyone quickly forgot about the fight between Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi. Next is the 32nd item, rank 4 atmosphere gu. The female gu master's voice was still crisp and sweet. Wind gu's shape was like a butterfly, it had a pair of azure blue wings, and every time it flapped, there would be diamond-like starlight in the surrounding air. Naturally, it was very eye-catching. Atmosphere gu was a very special gu. It absorbed the vitality of life and was born from the wind. It was a natural gu. Until now, there was no recipe master who had researched the recipe to refine them. Recipe masters were divided into 3 main paths. The past path, researching the lost strength path, chi path and other gu worm recipes, trying to restore them. Now the current path, researching natural gu worms, trying to find their recipe. There was also the future path, which specialized in creating new gu worm refinement recipes. Atmosphere gu not only had a special origin, it also had a special use. It targeted a group of people, using a formless force to create a popular hobby or habit in the group. In ancient times, gu masters used it to deal with beast groups. For example, to deal with a group of steel needle pigs, after the gu master used the atmosphere gu, these steel needle pigs would suddenly have a habit of rubbing their fur against rocks. The fur of the steel needle pigs were like iron needles, able to attack and defend. After rubbing against rocks, the fur would gradually be damaged, and gu masters could deal with them effortlessly. But later, gu masters found that atmosphere gu was a great tool to rule tribes and clans. Some clans lacked food but liked to brew wine. After using atmosphere gu, they changed their habit of brewing wine, and had more food. The clan grew stronger. Atmosphere gu could not only be used internally, it could also be used externally. In history, there was a famous example. 2 clans fought. The weaker side used atmosphere gu, causing the stronger clan to have the custom of binding the feet of women. This caused the women in the clan to have a huge decrease in labor. The female gu master's battle strength also fell, and were eventually killed by the weaker clan. After all, this was the world of gu. There were all sorts of gu worms. The female gu master gave a long introduction, saying, Atmosphere gu, starting price is 260,000 yuan stone, 300,000. E-clan elder Ibu Hui was the first to bid, 350,000. Fei clan's Fei Wanfeng did not back down, 370,000. A recipe master shouted, 380,000. Wei Yang said. He was in charge of Fengyu Manor, and hoped to use this atmosphere gu to make his subordinates work harder. 500,000. Feng Yuan shouted again. The whole place was silent. Feng Yuan was silent for a long time, but this time, his voice made everyone recall the competition between him and Shang Yizi not long ago. 500,000 yuan stone for 1 atmosphere gu? Fangzheng, you still want to scam me? Do you think I am an idiot? Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He had just spent 810,000, if he spent another 500,000, he would go bankrupt. 500,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The female gu master shouted. The price of 500,000 slightly exceeded everyone's expectations, but no one raised the bid. Atmosphere gu was useful for large forces, but had little use for individuals, causing most people to lose interest. Brother Fangzheng, this atmosphere gu can be bought at 460,000. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xianci had a different opinion. No, considering the fact that the 2 elders from E clan and Fei clan are competing, the price will continue to rise. Calling 500,000 and dispelling their thoughts is the right choice. 460,000, 500,000. It is just 40,000 yuan stone. Brother Wei, I will accept this gu. Feng Yuan waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, "What, you also want to rebuild Guyue village?" Wei Yang was shocked, not expecting Feng Yuan to be interested in the atmosphere gu. Earlier he had thought Feng Yuan was bidding for him. Of course I have a need, but before this matter is completed, I need to keep it a secret. Feng Yuan smiled, not explaining much. I'm so secretive. Bai Ningbing was not used to Feng Yuan's style. She knew he had a motive, and was secretly vigilant. After the atmosphere gu was a set of eating wind gu. 38 eating wind gu were combined into one set, and auctioned together. Eating wind gu was only a rank 2 gu worm, but it was very useful. It allowed gu masters to eat wind as food, filling their stomachs. Ju clan village was located on Jufeng Mountain, and specialized in wind-type gu worms. Eating wind gu was one of their specialties. Time continued to pass. 34th item. 35, 38, 44. Feng Yuan did not bid again, but Wei Yang bid once, successfully buying a light-type gu, getting what he wanted. Bai Ningbing also bid 3 times, finally getting a rank 3 tornado gu. Just as Feng Yuan was starting to feel bored, the final 49th auction item appeared. This is the final treasure of this auction. It is not a gu worm, nor is it a precious refinement material, it is a recipe. The female gu master slowly introduced. Next she added, "This recipe, because it is very precious, has not been appraised yet." This sentence undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of most people. Normally, precious gu refinement recipes had to be appraised carefully, because once it was appraised by a recipe master, there was a risk of the recipe being leaked. Recipe, the fewer people who knew, the better. Without a secret, a recipe that was known by everyone would be worth less than a piece of paper. The female gu master was experienced. She purposely did not speak, giving everyone time to react. Seeing everyone's distracted gazes return to her, the female gu master smiled lightly, throwing out a bomb. This recipe is related to Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus? Did I hear wrongly? Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. This series of gu is too famous, it is like thunder in my ears. This is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's core gu. It is said that whoever can refine a rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will have the chance to inherit Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's inheritance. To think that Ju Clan Village had such a collection. The crowd in the auction house was in an uproar. The female gu master continued, "I believe everyone has some understanding of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. I will not introduce it. This is a recipe on how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The starting price is 500,000 yuan stone." The price of a recipe was much higher than a gu worm. The rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus recipe was even more expensive than the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus itself. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In theory, with the recipe, there would be countless Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Wait, I have a question. Does this recipe require Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the refinement material? Feng Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly. The female gu master's expression changed slightly. She did not want to answer, but she knew that Feng Yuan was the owner of the purple thorn token. She had been trying to avoid this question, but did not expect Feng Yuan to be so quick-witted and find the crucial point. Without a choice, she could only speak the truth. In principle, the recipe's contents will not be announced. But Shang Clan values integrity. This recipe indeed needs Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material. Everyone was in an uproar. Using Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material. Where can we find it? No wonder Ju Clan could not refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, even after obtaining this recipe. What is the use of this recipe? We are in the middle of nowhere, it is too awkward. That was close, luckily Feng Jing asked. The most important thing is, whether this recipe is real or fake, we have not verified it yet. This recipe was kept by Ju Clan, it must not be bad. I will bid 520,000 yuan stone. A recipe master bid. Even so, the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was still very attractive to some gu masters. 550,000. 580,000. The price continued to rise, getting slower and slower until it finally stopped at 660,000. Chapter 3:14. As the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was bought by Wei Yang, the auction ended smoothly. Zhu clan was a clan that had existed for hundreds of years. It had deep foundations. These Zhu clan collections gave many people who participated in the auction some gains, and also broadened their horizons. It is rare for everyone to gather together. Don't leave yet, let me host. Fang Yuan urged everyone to stay. In the restaurant there were delicacies and wine on jade plates. Brother Fangjing, this is the recipe you wanted. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Yang took out a heart-engraved goo and handed it to Fang Yuan. Heart-engraved goo was like a ladybug, the size of a finger. It was completely red, and on the round carapace on its back, there were 4 white heart-shaped spots. Heart-engraved goo was a storage-type goo. It was similar to a bookworm storing information. Heart-engraved goo could be found from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 heart-engraved goo only had 1 white heart-shaped spot on its carapace. Rank 2 heart-engraved goo and so on. The heart-engraved goo that Wei Yang took out had 4 spots. It meant this heart-engraved goo was a rank 4 goo. However, to store the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, it was normal to use a rank 4 heart-engraved goo. Fang Yuan had spent 670,000 yuan stone for this recipe. To avoid suspicion, he let Wei Yang bid. Looking at this heart-engraved goo, Fang Yuan did not take it, instead saying, "Since Brother Wei has already refined it, why don't you use it now? It will save me the trouble of refining it again." "All right." Wei Yang nodded, injecting his primeval essence. The heart-engraved goo let out a soft sound, turning into a pink light. Under the control of Wei Yang's will, the flowing light pounced into Fang Yuan's chest and vanished in an instant. Immediately, a recipe appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It was the recipe of how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The main goo worm before the refinement. All the supplementary materials, all the steps, as well as the things to take note of during the refinement were all there. These contents Fang Yuan could not forget even if he wanted to, as if they were deeply engraved in his mind. This was the effect of the heart-engraved goo deep memory. It was as if it was engraved in his bones and heart. A faint feeling of joy emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. I have Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but it is only rank 3. It works well for now, but when I reach rank 4, its support effect immediately weakened. Now that I have this secret recipe, if I'm able to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus in the future, it will undoubtedly be of great help to me. Fang Yuan did not know the secret recipe of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To be able to obtain this prescription was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this secret recipe had never been appraised. However, with Fang Yuan's rich experience, he knew that it was impossible. Based on his initial judgment, the possibility of this secret recipe being fake was very small. Otherwise, the Shang clan wouldn't have taken it out for auction. But in the future I will need to use some goo to deduce it and prevent any traps or mistakes. Now that I've bought this secret recipe, I'm afraid others will have some ideas. There will definitely be many people guessing whether I have a Heavenly Yuan Treasure Lotus in my hands. However, although the Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus was rare, it was not unique. It was not as troublesome as the Blood Skull goo. Otherwise, I will not brazenly buy this secret recipe. Right now, my goo worm assembly is gradually forming and my cultivation is constantly breaking through. I have fewer worries. Buying this recipe is not a big deal. If it was before, Fang Yuan would not be so brazen as to buy this recipe. But now, he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, and it was only a matter of a few days. After using the white silver relic goo, he would be rank 3 peak stage. His strength was no longer the same as before, and he had the purple thorn token to protect him. Moreover, people were only guessing, thus he could completely bear the consequences of this matter. Looking at the time, Fangjing has already been in Shang Clan City for over 2 years. His strength has improved far beyond my expectations. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang drank his wine. Although he had some guesses, he did not say anything. Does Brother He too have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Shang Xianci was also thinking but did not ask. On the first day of her cultivation, Shang Yanfei had told her many taboos in the Gu Master Circle. One of them was not to casually ask other Gu Masters about their Gu worms. Gu worms were the foundation of a Gu Master. They were their secrets and trump cards. Once their Gu worms were exposed, the Gu Master would be easily targeted. Thus, Gu Masters could not ask each other's Gu worms. This was a huge taboo. Fang Yuan has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But he gave up on the bitter strength Gu and bought atmosphere Gu. Why? Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side, did not speak but pondered in her heart. She could not see through Fang Yuan's actions. Sigh, if only I could become a young master. Shang clan young masters have the chance to request 3 Gu worms from the clan every year, and the clan will purchase them for free. Shang Xianci sighed. This was one of Shang clan's policies to nurture young masters. As long as the request was not excessive, Shang clan would gather the clan's power to purchase the Gu the young masters wanted. If Shang Xianci became a young master, she could borrow the entire Shang clan's power to obtain a bitter strength Gu. It would be a piece of cake. Fang Yuan had been looking for bitter strength Gu since a long time ago. Now that he had finally obtained it in the auction, he was obstructed by Shang Yizi and missed this opportunity. Shang Xianci really wanted to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan patted Shang Xianci's shoulder, smiling. No worries, who knows, Shang Yizi might hand over that bitter strength Gu to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that bitter strength Gu. He has already become a laughing stock. To make him hand it over, I'm afraid it won't work. Shang Qiwen shook her head. Feeling that Fang Yuan was indulging in fantasy, Brother He too. Have you thought of a brilliant plan? Shang Xianci's eyes shone brightly. Wei Yang and the others also turned their gazes over curiously. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying confidently, "This is all thanks to Ningbing." Me? Bai Ningbing was stunned. Quickly tell us, what brilliant plan? Everyone became even more curious. In 2 to 3 days this matter will be clear. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Fang Yuan laughed. He looked at Shang Xianci, his expression turning solemn. Xianci, do you really want to become a young master? To become a young master, you will fall into the political whirlpool and have no control over yourself. Shang clan's situation. You know it better than me now. The competition between Shang clan's young masters is intense. For a position, they will fight until their heads bleed. If you want to become a young master, you will face the danger of internal strife. This was the crux of the matter. Fang Yuan needed to get to the bottom of this. If Shang Xianci did not have this determination, she would be a hopeless fool. Under Fang Yuan's bright gaze, Shang Xianci smiled lightly. Brother He too, even the current me, can I gain freedom? It's also against my will. Join the caravan. The journey to Shang Clan City was filled with difficulties and dangers. I almost died. I have already reflected on it. The world is like the sea. We are like a small boat. The small boats float with the waves. We look carefree, but there is a lot of helplessness and pain. Only when one's cultivation level is high, and his force is strong, can a small boat become a big ship, able to fight against the wind and rain, and provide shelter for the people I care about. Shang Xianci's words were flat and not impassioned at all, but everyone could hear the lofty sentiments in her words. Good. Ambitious. Wei Yang laughed. Shang Qiwen also looked at him in surprise. She had been with Shang Xianci for a long time, but she had never seen the latter's gentle side. There was such a great ambition hidden in his heart. My young miss is a genius in the business world. She is more than qualified to be a Shang clan young master. Xiao Dai stood behind Shang Xianci, interrupting with a proud expression. Xiao Dai. Shang Xianci had an embarrassed expression, looking at Xiao Dai with slight annoyance. Xiao Dai stuck out her tongue. Haha, well said. Since that is the case, we will lend you a hand and help you become Shang clan young master. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, feeling assured. It was not strange for Shang Xianci to have such ambitions. The children of poor people matured early. Shang Xianci's childhood was not happy, and she was bullied by her clan. The trip to the merchant group taught her the cruelty of the world, and her own weakness and insignificance. No matter how gentle a person was after such provocation, they would also work hard. But Shang Xianci was kind-hearted, different from Feng and Bai. She wanted to become strong. Other than for herself, she wanted to give happiness to the people around her. This year's young master examination is over. Sister Xianci will have a chance next year. However, the competition for the young master position is very intense. Lord Father has many children, and there is only one young master position every year. But there are hundreds of competitors. Shang Qiwen smiled, giving advice to Shang Xianci. But in her heart she did not think so. Shang Xianci's cultivation level was low, only rank 1 upper stage. Her aptitude was not good, not even B grade, and had no potential to develop. Her mother was from Zhang clan, and Zhang clan had always had deep grudges with Shang clan. This was her political disadvantage. She was alone with little power. Who would support her? Her only advantage was Shang Yanfei's love. For her, Shang Yanfei paid a huge price, almost changing her fate, turning the hopeless Shang Xianci into a Gu master. This was a treatment that none of his other children had. But this advantage, in a way, was also a disadvantage. Shang Xianci was isolated, and even Shang Qiwen was secretly envious of her. With all these reasons, it was extremely difficult for Shang Xianci to become Shang clan young master, and the chances were slim. Feng Yuan was well aware of Shang Xianci's disadvantages. In his previous life, Shang Xianci only became young master after 6 years. But times had changed. In his previous life, Shang Xianci was alone, but in this life she had Feng Yuan's help. Xianci, don't worry, with our help, there is no need for next year. You will become young master this year. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, as if he had everything planned out. Then we will wait and see. Shang Qiwen smiled on the surface, but inwardly curled her lips, feeling that Feng Yuan was becoming more and more unreliable, boasting too much. Wei Yang put down his wine cup. Brother Fengzheng, this matter concerns the battle for Shang clan young master. It is not a small matter. As an important minister of the family, I can't get involved in this. No need for Brother Wei's help. This plan had been laid down more than 2 years ago. It is all thanks to Ning Bing. Feng Yuan laughed. Oh! At once, everyone's gazes gathered on by Ning Bing. As the focal point, Bai Ning Bing still had a cold expression, but her heart was filled with doubts, and she cursed inwardly. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 3:15. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days passed. Bitter strength Gu. In the study room, Shang Yizi looked at the Gu worm in his hand, frowning as he had an urge to kill this Gu, but he had to endure it. This bitter strength Gu was bought by him at a high price of 810,000 after all. If he killed it, he would feel heartache. But every time he looked at it, Shang Yizi felt extremely depressed. This bitter strength Gu was like a silent mockery, constantly reminding Shang Yizi of his stupidity. A few days ago at the auction, he was schemed against by Feng Yuan in front of everyone. Now he had become a laughingstock. Even the surrounding clansmen did not want to see him. So be it if he was stupid, but you are the Shang clan young master. Your actions are smearing Shang clan's reputation. As the Shang clan young master, Shang Yizi's every action represented Shang clan's image to a certain extent. His performance at the auction was not only a humiliation to himself, it also humiliated the pride and superiority of the Shang clan clansmen. As for Shang Yanfei, he did not say anything. But this made Shang Yizi even more uneasy. No, I must get back at him. I want father to look at me differently. I want the clansmen to change their impression of me. Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Fengzheng, you dared to go against me, you dared to play with me. I will make you pay a terrible price. His eyes shone with a cold light, as he started to think of ways to scheme against Feng Yuan. After this matter, his hatred towards Feng Yuan deepened. It was a bone-deep hatred. Young master, this is bad. At this time, a trusted servant ran over and stood in front of the door of the study, shouting loudly. Why are you so flustered? What is this? Get in here. Shang Yizi scolded in displeasure. The door was pushed open, as the servant knelt on the ground with a panicked expression. Young master, this is bad. I don't know where it came from, but almost all the streets and alleys in Shang Clan City are spreading. It is being spread. They say young master had once fought with Fangjing for Lady and Yu, but failed. That's why he wants to teach Fangjing a lesson. Miss and Yu? The top girl from Qin Yan brothel? What nonsense. Shang Yizi's lips twitched. He sneered disdainfully. However, the servant continued, there are still rumors going around in the marketplace that you and Fangjing had a secret deal. In order to pass the assessment you had made false accounts. What? Shang Yizi heard this. He let out a loud roar. His expression changed drastically, and he jumped up from his seat. The brush and ink on the desk were shaken to the ground. The servant spoke cautiously and hurriedly, young master, this matter has been spread very clearly. Even the specific time of the transaction and the specific accounts were clearly transmitted. I heard it has already attracted the attention of the clan's internal affairs hall, and they are sending Gu masters to investigate. Ah! Shang Yizi was extremely shocked. His mind felt like it was struck by lightning. In an instant, the blood drained from his face, turning it deathly pale. His heart was pounding. His body felt weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He held onto the desk with his hands, and barely managed to support himself. This blow came too fast, too heavy, too sudden. It's over, it's over. Once the false accounts are exposed, I will definitely lose my position as young master. This is a violation of the clan rules, even mother can't speak up for me. Even asking father for my hand in marriage is useless. Once I lose this identity, who knows how many people will hit me when I'm down. With a disaster looming, Shang Yizi was extremely panicked, falling into extreme fear. How could such news be spread? I clearly did it in secret. Apart from Fangjing, no one else can know of it. It's impossible, it's impossible. Shang Yizi mumbled to himself, his eyes in a daze. He was still too young, and had not experienced the tempering of life and death. Although he had managed the shop for 2 years, and had to deal with many matters, he only had a thin skin. Facing such a huge change, he was at a loss and could not react in time. Oh! Nanqiu Garden Lake Pavilion. A light breeze blew, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. The lake was not big. On both sides were mountains made of gray rocks. Around the rocks there were bamboo and fir trees. On the surface of the lake, large green lotus leaves were spread out, with white flower buds that had not bloomed yet. Golden and orange carps were playing in the lake, occasionally popping out of the water. The pavilion was made of gold bricks and vermilion beams, with bead curtains and painted rafters. It was very intricate. In the pavilion there was a chessboard stone table with 2 youngsters playing chess. One was a young man dressed in black. His eyes were deep like an abyss. The other was a young lady dressed in white, with silver hair and blue eyes. Her expression was cold. It was Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing put down a piece and looked outside the pavilion at the lake. This Shang Yizi is so stupid. His reaction is so slow. It has been so long since I spread the news. Why is he still not here? Don't worry, I have already instructed the guards to let him in. He will definitely come. Fang Yuan smiled, displaying his confidence in controlling the situation. After Shang Yizi panicked, he would definitely be suspicious of Fang Yuan. He would definitely come and check the situation. Even if he did not suspect anything, he would collude with Fang Yuan to stop Shang Clan's investigation. Bai Ningbing squinted, sighing faintly. Fang Yuan, I can't help but admire you, to be able to leave such a loophole in the poison vow. 2 years ago, you already wanted to harm Shang Yizi, didn't you? You just endured until now. When the time is right, you activated this trap. Fang Yuan chuckled and put down a piece, answering, Shang Yizi is a petty person, he will definitely take revenge on us. How can I leave such a scourge alive? But I did not do anything earlier because Shang Xianci has just arrived, and has not gained a firm foothold yet. After getting rid of Shang Yizi, we will push Shang Xianci up. She will be of great use to us in the future. Bai Ningbing did not speak anymore. A blue eerie light flashed in her eyes. She felt a chill in her heart. This Fang Yuan's schemes were linked to each other. They were closely linked. As long as one stepped into it, it would be like sinking into a swamp, unable to get out. What was even more shocking was that he had already planned for today's situation 2 years ago. This kind of intelligence was really frightening. Shang Yizi was simply courting death by going against such a person. Fangzheng, where are you? Come out. Shang Yizi's angry roar could be heard. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was not obstructed by any trees, and with the bellboy's information, Shang Yizi easily found Fang and Bai. Fangzheng, you still have the time to play chess? Do you know what the rumors are spreading outside? Speak, did you do all of this? Shang Yizi rushed in front of Fang and Bai, pointing at Fang Yuan as he shouted angrily. Fang Yuan turned his body slightly, replying indifferently. If I did all of this, would I still be alive? To think that you are becoming more and more stupid, Shang Yizi. Don't you remember that we used the poison Vao Gu together? Shang Yizi snorted, his anger subsiding slightly. Fang Yuan was right. If Fang Yuan was the one who spread the news, he would be dead already. Now that he was sitting in front of him, it proved that he was not the one who spread the news. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to explode with rage. Although I was not the one who spread the news, my companion Bai Ningbing was the one who spread it. Shang Yizi was stunned, his calm face turned red like an explosion, as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil. A huge wave of anger rose in his heart. It's you, so it was you. You bastard, I will turn your bones into dust. He screamed, his eyes turning red with anger. His gaze was like a blade as he stared at Bai Ningbing. His aura was frenzied, as if he had turned into a tiger, leopard, or jackal. Oh, you want to fight here? Fight me? Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, her beautiful face was cold as ice, her cold tone contained a trace of disdain. I am rank 3 peak stage, I have never lost in the battle stage. I also have the purple thorn token. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Shang Yizi's face twitched, he gritted his teeth. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared at Bai Ningbing. But he did not make a move. He was only rank 3 upper stage and lived like a prince, he was not Bai Ningbing's match. At the same time, Bai Ningbing had the purple thorn token, which was personally given to her by Shang Yanfei. Fangzheng, you betrayed us, you will die a horrible death. How did she know about our deal? No, you betrayed the poison vow, why aren't you dead? Did you find a way to get in contact with the poison Vao Gu? Shang Yizi turned to Fang Yuan, feeling uncertain. Not really, not really. Fang Yuan shook his head. The content of the poison vow was, you and I have to keep it a secret, we cannot leak it to an unknown third party. But before the poison Vao Gu, I had already told Bai Ningbing about it. So Bai Ningbing is the unknown third party. The news that was circulating outside was not spread by me. It was all Bai Ningbing's contribution. Thus, I did not betray the poison vow. Shang Yizi's mouth was agape as shock appeared in his eyes. After Fang Yuan's reminder, the vow was indeed written like that. This was a loophole, but why did Shang Yizi not discover it back then? Firstly, it was because he did not expect Fang Yuan to leak it to Bai Ningbing. Cannot leak it to an unknown third party. Just looking at this sentence, there was no loophole. Secondly, when he suggested using the poison Vao Gu, Fang Yuan acted like he was unprepared. But in fact, he had already expected it, thus he made Shang Yizi numb. Thirdly, in order to hold on to the young master position, Shang Yizi was desperate, and with the pain from the poison Vao Gu, he could not think clearly. Now that he realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 316. Shang Yizi breathed roughly. The more he scolded Fang Yuan, the angrier he got. Ah! He roared, finally unable to endure it. He flipped the stone table. The stones on the chessboard flew. The stone table almost hit Fang Yuan's foot, but he dodged in time. Shang Yizi took 3 steps back. He felt dizzy as blood flowed down from his nose. Shang Yizi, you better calm down. The poison vow stated that you and I cannot harm each other. Thank me, luckily I dodged in time. If the stone table hit my foot, your injuries would be even more severe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Ah! Fangzheng, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. I will pull out your tendons, skin you, and peel off every inch of your flesh. Shang Yizi cursed in pain. Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Bai Ningbing frowned. Shang Yizi, you better shut up. If you scold me again, I will throw you out. You are the Shang clan young master now, but that does not mean you will be in the future. You are finished, the Internal Affairs Hall is investigating. You will not live for long. These words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing on Shang Yizi. That's right. His young master position was about to be taken away. Protecting his young master position was the key. But how could he protect his young master position? Whoever started the trouble had to solve it. He had to start from the source. Only by allying with Fangzheng, making a statement, clearing his name, denying everything. Only then would there be hope of passing the investigation. His purpose in rushing to Nanchou Garden was to find Fangzheng to collude with him. Thinking of this, Shang Yizi felt a wave of disgust. These two bastards, they are the culprits who harmed me. I want to drink their blood, eat their flesh. Now I have to beg them to cooperate with me? Shang Yizi could not accept this, he could not accept it. Fang Yuan observed Shang Yizi's expression. He saw that Shang Yizi's expression kept changing. He spoke at the right time. Shang Yizi, I am actually a kind person. I've always been one to repay kindness and enmity. If you had not made things difficult for me time and time again, hindering me in the dark, and even snatching bitter strength goo from me in the auction, I would not have done it. Why would I look for trouble with you? I admit that the poison oath was indeed a trap, but I have been in Shang Clan City for more than 2 years. When did I ever do that? If it wasn't for the fact that you've gone too far. How did we end up like this? You have only yourself to blame for all of this. I asked the guards to let you in because I wanted to tell you that the Shang family is powerful. I can't afford to offend him. But a mere Shang Clan young master, I can still move him. You can leave, I don't want to make things difficult for you anymore. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better. What a beautiful way to put it. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan with a trace of mockery in her eyes. But Shang Yizi did not leave. He stood his ground, motionless, like a stake. But his expression kept changing, sometimes green and sometimes white, sometimes twisted, sometimes frowning and deep in thought. Soon his forehead was covered in sweat. He was clearly in an intense battle. Fang Yuan's calm words made Shang Yizi realize that his relationship with Fang and Bai had not reached the worst yet. There was still a chance to turn things around. And it reminded him that the bitter strength goo was the focal point of their conflict. To protect my position as young master, I can only let Fang Yuan cooperate with me. To cooperate? Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, thinking of the bitter strength goo. Do I really have to hand it over? Bitter strength goo. I spent a huge sum of 810,000 to bid for it. If I hand the bitter strength goo to Fangzheng, what am I? I will be the laughingstock of everyone. But if I don't hand over the bitter strength goo, how can I show my sincerity? How can I ease the relationship between Fangzheng and me? I can't accept this, but in the end I am buying a goo for Fangzheng. This is the greatest humiliation of my entire life. Because of Fangzheng, I spent 810,000 to buy a bitter strength goo, and was mocked and looked down on by the surrounding people. Now I have to hand the bitter strength goo to him. Am I not being cheap? No, the bitter strength goo is not the key now. The key is to protect my position as young master. Without the young master's identity, I have nothing. In a short period of time, Shang Yizi's thoughts were running wild. His ears were buzzing. Fang Yuan saw his pale face. His gaze was wavering, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knew the time had come. Shang Yizi, I told you to leave, why aren't you leaving? Never mind, look at your pitiful state, I don't want to bully you. Bai Ningbing, let's go, I heard that Zhu Kai Bei and Yan Tu are going to have a huge battle in the battle stage today. If we want to dominate the battle stage, we will definitely have to fight them, let's go take a look. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing with his eyes. Bai Ningbing was about to leave. But after taking 2 steps, Shang Yizi's voice could be heard from behind. Both of you please wait. His voice became extremely hoarse. Saying so, he summoned the bitter strength goo in his aperture, and held it with his trembling hands. Fangzheng, it was my fault earlier. This bitter strength goo, I will give it to you as an apology. He said these words with much difficulty, but it became smoother and smoother, and after he finished speaking, Shang Yizi felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his body, and he relaxed. This is the bitter strength goo? Bai Ningbing stopped and looked at it. This bitter strength goo was a beetle. It had a small head and a large body. Its body was oval and palm-sized. It was earthen yellow in color, and its surface was uneven, like it was covered in soil lumps. As expected, he gave out the bitter strength goo. Fang Yuan must be smiling proudly now, right? Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan's grasp of people's hearts made her feel a huge gap. Fang Yuan laughed and said, Shang Yizi, I know what you mean, but do you think I must have your bitter strength goo? Although bitter strength goo is hard to refine, as long as I persevere, there will be a day when I succeed. You can deal with me whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want, fight whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Is there such a good thing in this world? I, Gua Fangzheng, am a person with dignity. Are you trying to humiliate me? You misunderstood. Shang Yizi quickly explained. Fang Yuan snorted. Shang Yizi quickly said, I, Shang Yizi, swear that from today onwards, I will not make things difficult for you, Fangzheng. We can be good allies if we fight, people will only laugh at us. Other than the bitter strength goo, I can give you other compensation. Yuan stone, goo worms and goo refinement materials. I am in charge of the shop, I can provide them all. Is that so? Fang Yuan's expression loosened. Shang Yizi continued to persuade. Bai Ningbing became an outsider, speechless at this scene. Shang Yizi not only gave out the bitter strength goo, and begged Fang Yuan to accept it, he also had to compensate with other things. But she knew this was Shang Yizi's delaying tactic. Shang Yizi was a narrow-minded person. He would definitely take revenge in the future. I will accept the bitter strength goo first. I need time to consider. Eventually, Fang Yuan did not give a clear answer. But this was enough to make Shang Yizi happy. He felt that Fang Yuan could not put down his pride, and was trying to make things difficult for him, to ask for a high compensation. Agree first, in the future, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Shang Yizi had vicious thoughts in his mind, but on the surface he smiled sincerely. Brother Fangzheng, I am very sincere. Please do not take too long to consider. The Internal Affairs Hall's investigation will start in the next few days. If I do not have the young master status, I am afraid I cannot afford the compensation. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying anything else. Shang Yizi's footsteps were much faster than when he came. Looking at his back, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, All right, go to the Internal Affairs Hall and report the case. Bai Ningbing nodded, thinking, When I return tonight, I will investigate the contents of the agreement between me and Fang Yuan. Several days later, in the study room, a soft sigh resounded. Shang Yanfei expressionlessly put down the document in his hand. The content of the document was the Internal Affairs Hall's report regarding Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts. This kind of thing could be done secretly, it was fine. But once it was exposed, how could the clan system allow it? Shang Yizi was Shang Yanfei's second son. In that sigh, it contained the anger of a father towards his son's incompetence. Revoke his young master status, send him to the slave-capturing team, and cannot return to the city for 3 years. Shang Yanfei raised his brush, writing down the punishment for Shang Yizi. He was the Shang clan leader. Because of this identity, he had to be a role model for the entire Shang clan. Every word and action had to be considered. Fangzheng Bai Ningbing. Shang Yanfei's eyes shined with light. After dealing with Shang Yizi, this matter was not over. Shang Yizi was Shang clan's young master. 2 mere outsiders plotted against him. This was disrespecting Shang clan and Shang Yanfei. Shang Yizi is my second son after all. Do you think my son is someone you can touch so easily? Even though Fang and Bai had once saved Shang Xi and Ci, but in Shang Yanfei's heart, he was still closer to him by blood. Thus he willed. A scarlet-red paper crane goo immediately flew out. Plotting against my son, as his father, I have to stand up for him. This is your punishment. Of course it is also a test. Shang Yanfei muttered. The paper crane goo's speed was extremely fast. It flew to a secret room. Lord Clan Leader has sent a secret letter. Clan Leader wants us to attack Fangzheng and Bai Ningbing, and forcefully challenge them. In the secret room there were 2 people. One was tall like a tower, the other was thin like a stick. The 2 looked at this secret letter and looked at each other. They were Ju Kai Bei and Yen Tu Tu, rank 4 Gu masters. Weren't these 2 archenemies? If others were to see the 2 of them coexisting peacefully and even discussing matters together, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. These 2 people had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. They dominated the battle stage and fought against each other. They both declared that they would not enter the battle stage unless they completely defeated the other. However, the truth was they were Shang Yanfei's hidden pawns. Shang clan rules stated that as long as a Gu master can dominate Shang clan's battle stage and achieve the same level as Wei Yang, they can be promoted to Shang clan's external elder. Chapter 317. Nanqiu Garden Secret Room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Only a thin layer of starlight was left, flowing like water in the center of the secret room. In the center, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, injecting rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence. In the secret chamber there was only silence, but in Fang Yuan's heart waves were surging. Rumble! A snow-silver waterfall, cold and majestic, fell from the aperture and crashed into Fang Yuan's primeval sea. This was the rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence that was converted from bone-flesh unity Gu. Rank 3 Gu masters had silver primeval essence. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver light. Thus it was called light silver primeval essence. Middle stage primeval essence had a mixture of silver light, some more and some less. Thus it was called flower silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence had a uniform silver light, shining brightly. Thus it was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was silver white like snow, extremely beautiful. Thus it was called snow silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was using snow silver primeval essence as the main and flower silver primeval essence as the supplementary. Under his will, surging waves were formed, washing the aperture's 4 walls. This aperture was originally a water membrane. Light flowed like water, swaying and moving. After washing for a while, the quantitative change finally reached a qualitative change. The water membrane shined brightly, like water condensing into ice. No longer flowing, it settled into a stone membrane. The stone membrane shined brightly, thicker and more stable than the water membrane. After forming the stone membrane, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Steady and sure success would follow naturally. Since it was done, Bai Ningbing slowly retracted her palm, her ice-blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fang Yuan's cultivation advanced rapidly, catching up step by step. She knew that Fang Yuan still had a white-silver relic Gu. He had been keeping it, waiting for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fang Yuan's cultivation would break through to rank 3 peak stage, at the same level as her. Fang Yuan is a sly old fox. He is sinister and crafty. Although I did not find any flaws in the poison oath, it does not mean that there are no flaws in the contents of the poison oath. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her mind was spinning. Shang Yizi's fate reminded her. The psychological pressure that Fang Yuan brought to her was increasing, and she couldn't help but have doubts. Don't worry. I'm sincere in cooperating with you. There is no problem with the poison oath. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Humph. When Bai Ningbing's thoughts were exposed, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, and her tone carried a trace of mockery. I hope so. Fang Yuan sighed when he plotted against Shang Yizi. He had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction. There are gains and losses in everything. Now Shang Yizi was removed from his position, leaving behind the young master position. Shang Xianci had room to advance. However, a crack had appeared in the cooperative relationship between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, it triggered Shang Yanfei's methods. Just yesterday, Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu challenged Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the battle stage, and countless people paid attention to it. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were both rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, and were called half-sky of the battle stage. When the 2 half-skies were combined, it was the entire sky. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the 2 rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak, and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were the 2 heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic Gu masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shang Clan City, But they were all obstructed by these two, and their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly, these two joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. It naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Jukai Bei and Yin Tu to feel uneasy and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Jukai Bei and Yin Tu made a bet and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Jukai Bei and Yin Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master while the other was only rank 3. There was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yin Tu. How about it? Do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said. There's no need, Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and did not turn around. Instead he snickered. You are quite confident. So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years you are not the only one improving. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's. Using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yin Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. It seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white silver relic Gu. This Gu was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white silver relic Gu was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price to Fang Yuan at that time was out of reach. Relic Gu series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a Gu master's realm by a small realm, and save a lot of time and energy. At the same time its foundation was stable, and there were no repercussions. Gu worms were bought to be used. Fang Yuan activated the white silver relic Gu without hesitation, and immediately, dazzling light poured out, directly illuminating the aperture's walls. About 4 hours later, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have advanced to rank 3 peak stage again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his fists unconsciously clenched, feeling excited and joyful. Different from the first time on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture Gu, and paid the heavy price of losing his future development to advance from rank 3 initial stage to peak stage. But this time Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage, but still retained his enormous potential. After all, he had a great aptitude now. Looking at spring-autumn cicada. After 2 years of recovery, its condition was also recovering. His originally shriveled body gradually became moist. Its withered wings were already dyed with a layer of green that was full of vitality. Its recovery naturally brought huge pressure to the aperture. But compared to the previous time, Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly because of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu, and his rank 3 peak stage aperture was able to withstand this pressure. Compared to the pressure on Qingmao Mountain this time, Fang Yuan was much more at ease. But I cannot relax either. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster and faster. My cultivation needs to grow even faster, otherwise I will repeat the same mistake. Time quietly passed and soon it was the second day. The expectant audience welcomed the moment of Bai Ningbing and Yin Tu's battle. In this super large battle stage there was a field of green grass. This was a grassland terrain, very common in northern plains. Around the stage, the spectating Gu masters formed a sea of people, and their gazes were focused on the two main characters in the field. The battle had yet to start, but everyone was already discussing. This time, Bai Ningbing is in danger. Facing Lord Yin Tu, she will definitely lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, truly pitiful. Thinking of her defeat, my heart is about to shatter. In this 1 year, Bai Ningbing's reputation was outstanding, and she was in the limelight. Her appearance and temperament that resembled an ice fairy attracted a lot of attention. On the stage, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu stood facing each other. Yen Tu was an old man with a head full of disheveled and long hair. He was as thin as a stick and his feet were bare. Be it his hands or feet, his fingernails had not been cut for a long time, and were curved and long. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his back was crooked, like an old beggar on the roadside. Little girl has soft skin and tender flesh, truly beautiful. Yen Tu sized up Bai Ningbing and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Ningbing, who was wearing a snow-white robe and had blue eyes and silver hair, immediately frowned, and her killing intent surged. Old thing boasting shamelessly. Little girl, you don't know manners. Yen Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing against each other. It seems I have to let you know how important it is to respect your seniors. Long-winded. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, and her gaze was as cold as ice. She closely stared at Yen Tu, and her every movement revealed vigorous fighting spirit. Clang! A soft sound announced the start of the battle. Icicle goo. Pill-fire goo. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu attacked each other. 4 white icicles and 3 orange-red pill-fire shot towards each other. Bam! An icicle and a pill-fire collided in mid-air. The icicle melted, but the pill-fire still flew towards Bai Ningbing. But its power was greatly reduced. Bai Ningbing's icicle goo was only rank 2. But Yen Tu's pill-fire goo was rank 3. In a direct confrontation, the pill-fire was naturally superior to the icicle. Unless I use hail goo and detonate the icicle, I can suppress the pill-fire. But if I do that, my primeval essence will be expended greatly. This battle has just begun. An eerie light flashed in Bai Ningbing's blue eyes. When the pill-fire flew over, she nimbly jumped and dodged it, causing all the pill-fire to return empty-handed. At the same time she waved her hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Another 3 icicles flew towards Yen Tuesday. Yen Tu laughed dryly, and took several steps, his body twisting as he dodged the icicles with a strange posture, and started to run. He pointed with his index finger, and lumps of pill-fire formed into a concentrated offensive that enveloped Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, she took several steps and used icicles to retaliate. At once, the two could be seen running in the large grassland, contending with each other. Icicles and pill-fire flew together, and the two dodged while attacking without stopping. The battle had just begun, but the intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 318. As time passed, the spectators around the battle stage were gradually moved. Bai Ningbing is actually so strong, able to fight Lord Yen Tu so fiercely. She is using rank 2 icicle goo to fight Yen Tu, and is not at a disadvantage. Using goo worms to attack while moving is the foundation of a goo master's battle. But Bai Ningbing is doing it perfectly. There is no doubt that Bai Ningbing is a genius, and her foundation is also very solid. No wonder she has been undefeated all this time. In the crowd, Feng Yuan watched calmly. Wei Yang and Shang Xianci had also arrived and were standing beside him. The 3 were in disguise, hiding in the crowd. Bai Ningbing is fighting very fiercely. Even if she is using icicle goo, the more she uses, the more primeval essence she consumes. A trace of worry appeared on Wei Yang's face. Rank 3 and rank 4, there is a difference in primeval essence. But Yen Tu is also using pellet fire goo, and to him, his primeval essence is also constantly being consumed. Although Yen Tu is rank 4, he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ningbing wants to use her A grade aptitude's primeval essence recovery advantage to contend against Yen Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Feng Yuan exposed Bai Ningbing's battle tactic with one sentence. If that is the case, then today's battle will be extremely difficult for Bai Ningbing. Shang Xianci sighed. Right now, she was also a goo master. Under Shang Yanfei's meticulous nurturing, her horizons had broadened and she could see many things. While the 3 were talking, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Little girl, you are jumping quite happily. Yen Tu's lips curled into a faint smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Bai Ningbing from a distance of tens of steps. His right hand turned into a claw, and the goo worm imprint on his palm flashed. Whoosh! Flames roared and formed a giant fire claw in an instant, flying towards Bai Ningbing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers, like an eagle's claw, and was orange in color. The flames burned fiercely, and Bai Ningbing felt the intense heat from the claw. This was the rank 3 Fire Claw Gu. Bai Ningbing quickly activated her movement Gu, increasing her speed and pulling apart the distance. She had made preparations in advance and inquired about Yen Tu's background. Xiao Chen knew that the attack range of this flame claw was not as large as the pill flame. It could only move within several meters of Yen Tu's day. But Yen Tu cackled and similarly activated his movement Gu, approaching Bai Ningbing like a shadow. His movement Gu was a rank 4 Gu. Its effect was much better than Bai Ningbing's. Thus, not only did Bai Ningbing not pull away from Yen Tu, but Yen Tu had also caught up to her. The flaming claws descended from the sky, clawing and pinching continuously. It was difficult for Bai Ningbing to dodge. Under Yen Tu's skillful control, the flame claw was nimble but not steady. Bai Ningbing's situation became more and more difficult as she rolled on the grass. Boom! The flaming claw brushed past Bai Ningbing's shoulder and landed on the grass, instantly igniting a patch of grass. The flames burned fiercely, forming a fire that spread to the surroundings. With a thought from Yen Tu, the fire claw within the flames rose up once again. However, it was a little more dispirited compared to when it was first activated. But as the primeval sea level in Yen Tu's aperture slightly decreased, the fire claw recovered its power in the blink of an eye, and the dispiritedness was swept away. Frost Arrow Gu. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her pinky finger. The frost arrow Gu was residing on it, forming a blue pattern. A lump of icy blue frost chi was suddenly emitted. In the blink of an eye, the frost chi formed into an arrow in the air. The flying arrow hit the flaming claw, fiercely suppressing its flames. Frost Arrow Gu was also a rank 3 Gu that Bai Ningbing had obtained from the auction house. Once it was used, it immediately gained merit. Seeing that the flaming claw was about to be extinguished, Yen Tu's brows slightly furrowed. Activating his primeval essence without caring about the consumption, the flaming claw showed signs of recovering again. But how could Bai Ningbing let him succeed? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A clump of icicle Gu shot out. At the same time, she secretly activated Ice Explosion Gu. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the flaming claw and exploded one after another. The intense explosion completely dispersed the flaming claw. The flaming claw Gu flew back. Yen Tu did not want to lose it and quickly took a few steps forward, catching the flaming claw Gu with his hand. The flaming claw Gu turned into a lump of imprints again. Bai Ningbing took the opportunity to attack, condensing 2 slender ice blades and holding them in her left and right hands respectively, chopping towards Yen Tu's day. The blades had not even reached his body when Yen Tu felt a sharp killing intent like an icy wind blowing on his face. Good blade. Yen Tu laughed strangely and suddenly snorted, spitting out 2 flaming snakes from his nostrils. The flaming snakes were the size of necklaces at first, but they quickly grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant pythons that were several meters long and had the thickness of a water bucket. One of the flaming snakes coiled in front of Bai Ningbing, forming a snake formation and blocking Bai Ningbing's blades. The other flaming snake circled around from the side and wriggled for a while before launching an attack from Bai Ningbing's back. It appeared, Lord Yen Tu's double snake attack. I was defeated by this move of his. Yen Tu's control of the 2 snakes is indeed incomparably exquisite, making the opponent lose sight of the other while defending. It is very powerful. The flaming snakes caused a commotion among the crowd. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. The battle intent in her blue eyes was as condensed as ice. The flaming snakes gave her enormous pressure, but this made her even more determined to fight. At once, Bai Ningbing raised her blades and fought with the 2 flaming snakes. Yen Tu, on the other hand, stood outside the battlefield and focused on controlling the snakes. Yen Tu had the ability to do 3 things at once, although he was only controlling these 2 flaming snakes. But his moves were exquisite and needed to be coordinated well, which instead made Yen Tu expend even more of his mental energy. Flaming Snake Gu was a rank 4 Gu. Under the pincer attack of 2 rank 4 Gu, Bai Ningbing gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was getting harder for her to deal with the attacks. After all, her movement Gu and defensive Gu were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Gu master, and this set of Gu worms was mainly for offense. Movement and defense were both her weaknesses. This could not be helped. Gu masters had limited primeval essence. There was no infinite primeval essence. Thus, the primeval essence had to be allocated properly. Bai Ningbing allocated most of her primeval essence to offense, leaving little for movement and defense. Thus, the movement Gu and defensive Gu that she paired with were the ones that consumed less primeval essence. Gu worms consumed less primeval essence, so their effects were naturally lower. After all, you get what you pay for. These two flaming snakes greatly restricted Bai Ningbing's performance. Look, once the flaming snakes are damaged by Bai Ningbing's attacks and become dispirited, Yen Tu will expend primeval essence to recover the flaming snake's might. This is not good. Wei Yang stood at the side, frowning. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted. Frost Breath Gu and Frost Arrow Gu were used in turn. The continuous frost energy caused the fire snake's attacks to be greatly slowed down and restricted. But such a crazy attack caused her primeval essence consumption to increase rapidly. Little girl, stop struggling. Yen Tu laughed heartily, sending out lumps of pellet fire. Some of the pellet fire shot towards Bai Ningbing, causing her to be exhausted from dodging. Some hit the flaming snakes and fused into their bodies, causing the dispirited flaming snakes to become energetic again. This was the coordination tactic of pellet fire Gu and flaming snake Gu. Yen Tu had gone through hundreds of battles in the battle stage, tempering himself thousands of times. In comparison, although Bai Ningbing was talented and had high comprehension, she had too little time and did not have the foundation that Yen Tu had accumulated. Bai Ningbing wanted to disperse the two flaming snakes by erupting, but Yen Tu saw through it and immediately retaliated. Similarly, using offense, he disrupted Bai Ningbing's plan, showing his shrewdness and experience. What should we do now? Wei Yang frowned deeply. The situation is not good. Shang Xi and Ci gradually analyzed the situation. Bai Ningbing's eerie blue eyes flashed with a resolute light. Ice Crystal Gu. She brazenly used her Vital Gu, her true trump card. She had not planned to use it so early, but she had no choice. Since the start of the battle, besides the deadlock at the start, Yen Tu had gradually grasped the initiative and suppressed her. Bai Ningbing was an offensive type Gu master. To take back the initiative, she had to strengthen her offense. Crack crack. Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted this sound, like water turning into ice. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ice person. Her body expanded slightly, and her silver hair was covered in frost, becoming fixed. The ice crystals spread to the two ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and sturdier. Oh, little girl, you are going to risk your life. Yen Tu teleported, but his smile immediately froze on his face. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, attacking and defending at the same time, no longer having any reservations. He charged forward, breaking through the obstruction of the fire snakes in an instant, and rushed towards Yen Tuesday. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Yen Tu quickly mobilized another flaming snake, blocking in front of Bai Ningbing. Frost Breath Gu. Bai Ningbing breathed out a mouthful of blue frost air. She turned into an ice person and breathed out frost air. Her might was no doubt higher. The flaming snake immediately withered after being hit by this frost air. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yen Tu. Old man Yen Tu, fight me if you have the guts. Yen Tu's expression turned grave. He was not proficient in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring. If she got close, he would be in trouble. Although he had rank 4 realm and was a flamboyant fire path Gu master, Yen Tu's fighting style was shrewd and ruthless. He was not provoked by Bai Ningbing and activated his movement Gu, continuously retreating. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. She turned into an ice crystal and used movement Gu again, but the effect was not as good as before. To catch up to Yen Tu, she could only slow him down. Thus Bai Ningbing shot frost arrows again and again. The frost air and the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, slowing down the target's movement. But Yen Tu easily dodged. His dodging technique was superb. None of the frost arrows succeeded. The frost arrows could not hit Yen Tu, causing the distance between him and Bai Ningbing to increase. Yen Tu snickered. As a senior, he was chased by a junior, but he did not feel embarrassed at all. He made the most correct choice. Ice crystal goo could not be used frequently. If used too much, it would cause the body to completely turn into ice crystals, turning the goo master into an ice sculpture. Thus, when Bai Ningbing activated ice crystal goo, she was also activating vitality goo to maintain her life force. But even with vitality goo, it could only prolong the usage of ice crystal goo. Yen Tu was well aware of this. Bai Ningbing inquired about his information, and he also inquired about Bai Ningbing's information. As long as he dragged on, he would definitely win this battle. Although this method did not have the arrogance and domineeringness of a fire path goo master, but this was undoubtedly the most energy-saving tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. I can't hit this old man. I can only use that move to change the situation. Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 319. The hesitation in Bai Ningbing's heart only lasted for a moment. Soon after, her blue eyes flashed with determination. Iceblade storm appear again. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. She raised her arms. The sharp ice blades were the extension of her arms. She turned into ice crystals, giving off a cold and domineering aura. Vitality goo turned into a warm current, flowing in her heart, liver and other organs, preserving her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from turning into an ice crystal person. Vitality goo had another advantage. Once activated, it would turn into a warm current of vitality and move on its own. No need to control it. Whirlwind goo. Tornado goo. Bai Ningbing used these two goo one after another. Whirlwind goo was also a movement type goo, but it only increased the goo master's turning speed. As she used it, Bai Ningbing's whole body started to rotate rapidly. And when the tornado goo was activated, it immediately formed a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing's whole body, and in a few breaths' time, it expanded into a tornado. The green-black tornado was like a green-colored young dragon rising up. Iceblade goo, ice crystal goo, whirlwind goo, dragon favor. Bai Ningbing could do 4 things at once. No, not only that. Frost breath goo. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and breathed out, letting out cold air. With her mortal body, she could only breathe out at intervals to prevent her tongue from freezing. But now that she had turned into an ice crystal, she could breathe out continuously. With the addition of the frost air, the tornado immediately turned into a cold wind. Wherever the wind blew, the grass and leaves flew, quickly being covered with a layer of light blue frost. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 things at once. This was the unparalleled talent of the 10 extreme physiques. In this aspect, she had already surpassed Feng Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Iceblade Storm. Cold wind blew, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The sharp ice blades made the tornado even more powerful. 2 fire snakes charged forward without understanding the situation, and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The snake head and half of its body were sliced by the Iceblade Storm. The fire snakes retreated in panic. The flames reformed, revealing a complete snake head and body. But its size was no longer as good as before, only less than half of its original size. The Iceblade Storm became stronger, and on the grassland large amounts of frost spread everywhere. Around the frost, the flames burning on the grass also showed signs of extinguishing. Yen Tu's pupils shrank when he saw this. He recalled the fire snake and breathed it into his nostrils. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move before. Killing move. This is definitely a killing move. A commotion broke out among the spectators, and they all started shouting. Even Wei Yang showed an expression of shock. This killer move is extremely powerful. How many goo did Bai Ningbing use? Shang Xianxi's eyes lit up. She said nervously and expectantly, "This move is so strong. Maybe it can defeat Yen Tuesday." Feng Yuan was silent, watching with rapt attention. He had seen Bai Ningbing use the Iceblade Storm a few times. Now that he saw it again, the power of the Iceblade Storm had risen to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was also shocking. She had peerless aptitude and talent, and the goo worms she paired with were also unique. From the looks of it, her meticulously designed killer move, Iceblade Storm, was not abandoned, but instead improved upon. She actually had such a move. Yen Tu's expression was no longer calm. Once the Iceblade Storm was used, he immediately lost his confidence in the battle. His heart was filled with fear. He actually felt such emotions from a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing's battle strength had already surpassed Yin Tu's expectations, making him feel an intense threat. Killer move. Usually several Gu worms were used at the same time, and through the exquisite combination of the Gu worms, a powerful move could be produced. Killer moves were not something all Gu masters had. Only those Gu masters with rich experience or rich talent could design their own killer moves. Killer moves usually consumed a lot of primeval essence, and also expended a lot of mental energy. They were undoubtedly powerful and had extraordinary effects. Not good, this move is getting stronger, I have to suppress it at the early stage. Otherwise, if I can't get rid of it, it will really become unstoppable after it accumulates its strength. Yin Tu was extremely experienced, and quickly saw the flaw. If it were other Gu masters, most of them would choose to wait and see in fear. But Yin Tu was extremely shrewd, and immediately saw the flaw of this killer move. Ordinary moves cannot restrain her, and there is no effect even if I use them, it would be a waste of primeval essence. In that case, I will use a killer move to fight a killer move. Yin Tu decided in his heart. Fuel oil Gu. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil carried a pungent smell. Yin Tu exerted all his strength, not daring to hold back as he madly activated the fuel oil Gu. The fuel oil he spat out was like a small waterfall. The waterfall fell on the grassland, forming waves. The fuel oil was like a wave, pouring down in torrents, and in the blink of an eye the whole battlefield was submerged. The ice blade storm became bigger and bigger, and cold air spread everywhere. When the fuel oil got close to it, its momentum slowed down and a large amount of fuel oil was flung away. The ice blade storm's strength lay in its attack, but the cold air was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. For a moment, the whole battle stage was covered in a dense rain of fuel oil. Other than the area near the ice blade storm, the other grasslands were covered in a thick layer of fuel oil, almost turning into a swamp. Fire snake Gu. Yin Tu snorted, and the 2 fire snakes from earlier appeared once again. 20% of the yellow gold primeval essence was expended, allowing the fire snake's body to expand to its peak, and its might was restored. Once the fire snakes landed on the grassland, they immediately ignited a raging flame. The red flame spread at an extremely fast speed, filling the whole battle stage, instantly turning it into a sea of fire. The flames on the grassland burned fiercely, and countless green grasses withered, turning into ashes, fueling the might of the sea of fire. In the super large battle stage, there was only one place that did not have any flames, but had instead frozen into ice. That was the location of Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm. She and Yin Tu had transformed the originally green grassland battlefield into an environment of 2 extremes, ice and fire. The 2 fire snakes leisurely shuttled through the sea of fire, circling around the ice blade storm, not in a hurry to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm was also continuously expanding, accumulating more and more power, and the peak of the storm was already showing signs of reaching the ceiling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice tornado whistled fiercely, and its majestic aura made people tongue-tied. It's not over yet, Fire Claw Gu. Yin Tu raised his breath and shouted. He had 4 Fire Claw Gu on him, and at this moment, he used all of them together. His primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the primeval sea in his aperture fluctuated rapidly. The golden sea surface fell sharply. The 4 Fire Claw Gu did not attack the ice blade storm together, but instead flew into the fire snakes and fused together. In the blink of an eye, these 2 fire snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes but dragons. In the sea of fire, the 2 fire dragons swung their tails and raised their heads, waving their claws, showing an arrogant and domineering aura. Lord Yin Tu, through the combination of Fire Snake Gu and Fire Claw Gu, has reached a small portion of the rank 5 Fire Dragon Gu's power. To think that I could see Lord Yin Tu's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill in this competition. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie, but she could force Yin Tu to use his killer move. She can be proud of herself. The spectators were in an uproar at this scene. Both sides used their killer moves, and the battle reached its climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would Yin Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill be more powerful and majestic? Or would Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm be able to engulf the world and shatter half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone was waiting in anticipation, unable to take their eyes off of it. The fire dragon raised its head, letting out a silent roar. They launched their attacks from both sides. The fire dragon crashed into the ice blade storm, its two fire claws desperately trying to tear it apart, and its whole body coiled up, sticking to the ice blade storm. The white ice blade storm with a trace of blue was like a giant pillar unmoving. The sharp ice blades competed with the fire claws, continuously cutting the fire dragon's body. A moment later, the two fire dragons could not hold on any longer, and retreated with injuries. They lay down in the sea of fire, absorbing the surrounding flames and immediately regaining their power. The grassland was burning, and this sky full of flames was the fire dragon's abundant replenishment. This grassland was fully utilized by Yin Tuesday. The two fire dragons attacked again and again but failed again and again. After failing, they tried again and again. Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill can't shake Bai Ningbing? Is the world changing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing actually has hope of defeating Yen too. Everyone was shocked again and again. No, the ice blade storm has also been restrained. The wind momentum has been obstructed. It cannot gather any momentum. At this time, Bai Ningbing should be moving left and right, using guerrilla warfare. Wei Yang's expression was solemn. He was most proficient in guerrilla warfare. Fang Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashing in his eyes. He could see something wrong. With Bai Ningbing's intelligence, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on. She had to move and fight. But she did not do so. It seems that this killer move's modification is not perfect. Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Bai Ningbing felt that she had the will but not the strength. This ice blade storm was her first time practicing. Her original plan was very good, but now Bai Ningbing found a flaw. The ice blade storm lacked a driving force, it could only rotate on the spot. This was an indescribable awkwardness. I have turned into an ice crystal and continuously breathed out frost breath. The tornado is too dense, I cannot move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her strength, wanting to activate her movement goo to change this situation. But she was already multitasking. Reaching her limit, her mind was exhausted. She had no spare energy. Fortunately, Yin Tu had not discovered it yet. He took the initiative to fight, interrupting Bai Ningbing's accumulation, instead helping her cover up this flaw. Right now I can only walk this path to the end. Continue to strengthen the ice blade storm. Maybe when the wind momentum is stronger, there will be momentum. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not dissipated. The predicament instead strengthened her fighting spirit. Be it her or Yen too, the primeval essence in their apertures were being consumed intensely. The spectators around the battle stage fell into silence. The majestic ice blade storm and the terrifying orange sea of fire divided the battlefield into two completely different worlds. The battle stage's barrier isolated most of the power, but there was still wind blowing. This wind was hot at times, cold at times, allowing everyone to personally feel the intensity of the battle. The sea of fire burned fiercely. The two orange fire dragons fought against the ice blade storm. They failed again and again but charged forward again and again. They were not discouraged, advancing wave after wave. This is Lord Yen too, the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Someone sighed. To be able to fight with Lord Yen Tu to this extent, Bai Ningbing is the third strongest. Bai Ningbing can be said to be the third. Someone could not conceal his shock as he evaluated. In Shang Clan's battle stage, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had fought dozens of battles without a clear victor. They were two peak existences. After this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was publicly recognized, and she was recognized as the third. As time passed, the ice blade storm gradually slowed down, and the wind momentum weakened. The blazing sea of fire was also mostly extinguished. The fuel was used up, and the grass turned to ashes. But the fire dragon's might was still there. They not only had the sea of fire to replenish them, they also had the support of Yen Tu's yellow-gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was gradually running out, and at this point, the weakness of her cultivation was finally revealed. If she had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, she would still have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, she rejected Fang Yuan's good intentions. It's all over. Yen Tu laughed heartily, and with a shift of his mind, the two fire dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fire dragon. This sudden change caused many people to involuntarily cry out in shock. This move was Yen Tu's secret method. He had never revealed it to the public. But now, in order to break Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm, he could no longer care so much. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and its 4 fire claws exerted strength, ruthlessly clawing at the ice blade storm. But suddenly the storm intensified. Bai Ningbing activated Frost Breath Goo, and the whole fire claw was frozen. The ice blade storm suddenly expanded like a monster, engulfing most of the fire dragon's body. What? Yen Tu turned pale with fright. He suddenly realized that Bai Ningbing's earlier weakness was only a facade. He quickly ordered the fire dragon to retreat. The fire dragon was heavily injured, and its might was no longer as it lost its 2 fire claws. At the same time, its body had shrunk to less than half its original size. Seeing this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? After fighting for so long, she still has strength left? Yen Tu's expression was grim. Bai Ningbing's sudden eruption caused him to suffer disastrous losses. In an instant he lost a fire snake goo and 2 fire claw goo. The ice blade storm suddenly dissipated. Bai Ningbing removed the ice crystal goo and returned to her original appearance of a mortal body. Her primeval essence was exhausted, and her aperture was completely dried up. I admit defeat, she coldly said. After a short period of silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Ningbing actually admitted defeat? Everyone was slightly surprised by this. So her sudden eruption was because she used up all her primeval essence and dealt a heavy blow to Yen Tu's. Fang Yuan realized. Even if I can't win, I will make you suffer. Bai Ningbing's choice was very wise, and her method was decisive and ruthless. Understanding this, Yen Tu was furious, but a formless force descended from the sky, suppressing him. He was unable to move. This was the strength of the battle stage. The Hostingu master walked into this battlefield that had changed beyond recognition and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner had the right to request the loser to contribute a goo. I want your ice crystal goo, Yen Tu said hatefully. Take it. Bai Ningbing snorted and straightforwardly handed over the ice crystal goo. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Ice crystal goo was Bai Ningbing's vital goo. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still ugly. He chose the ice crystal goo to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his loss was too great. A rank 3 ice crystal goo could not make up for it. Although Bai Ningbing was defeated in this battle, she had still established her reputation. It could be said that she lost with honor. Shang Xianci let out a breath of turbid air, calming her emotions. A pity, if Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose the frost demon goo, the situation would have been better. Wei Yang sighed. Ice crystal goo was suitable for males, while frost demon goo was suitable for females. Bai Ningbing lost the ice crystal goo. This might be a rare opportunity. Let her change her mind and choose the frost demon goo, Wei Yang said with an expectant tone. Chapter 320. Did you watch that battle? How wonderful! Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yen Tu's victory was not easy. I spent 20 yuan stone, and I felt a little heartache at first. But after seeing it, I immediately felt that the money was well spent. The battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu was like a boulder thrown into a lake. It caused a huge impact in Shangclan City. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about this battle. The older, the wiser. In the end, Lord Yen Tu still won. But even though Bai Ningbing lost, it's still a glorious loss. To be able to fight to this extent, her future is limitless. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this battle. Although Bai Ningbing lost her vital goo and is injured, the ice crystal goo is easy to replenish and will not affect her strength too much. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Fangjing and Zhu Kaibei. That's right. This will definitely be a fierce battle. The battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei was scheduled for 7 days later. Because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, she received the attention of countless people. But Bai Ningbing was missing. After that battle, She did not return to Nanshou Garden. Nothing will happen, right? Shang Xianci expressed her worry. Don't worry, I know her. She was arrogant, but she suffered a crushing defeat. Let her be alone. Fang Yuan comforted Shang Xianci instead. Although Bai Ningbing was a girl, she had the heart of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they were injured, they would find a secluded corner and silently lick their wounds. Women, on the other hand, were different. When they suffered some grievances, they would have the desire to talk about it. They yearned for protection and comfort. Shang Xianci nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Can you not fight? That Zhu Kaibei was a character on the same level as Yen Tuesday's sister Bai Yun had already lost, losing the ice crystal Gu. Zhu Kaibei is a strength path Gu master. If brother He Tu loses all-out effort Gu, Bai Ningbing lost the ice crystal Gu, but it could be replenished. If Fang Yuan lost the all-out effort Gu, he could not make up for it. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is precisely because of this that I cannot lose. Alright, I will be refining Gu and closed cultivation for the next few days. You go back first. Fang Yuan had long investigated Zhu Kaibei's strength. After the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu, he had more speculations. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 initial stage Gu master, comparable to Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan estimated that with his current methods, he only had a 30% chance of defeating Zhu Kaibei. A 30% chance of winning did not seem high. But in reality, considering the difference in cultivation between the two of them, 30% was already quite good. If the Gu refinement succeeds with the help of that Gu, I will have a 60% chance of winning. I hope the Gu refinement succeeds. Fang Yuan entered the secret room and started to refine Gu. First, inner city. In the study there was a soft light. Shang Yanfei quietly watched the colorful smoke floating in front of him. The colorful smoke billowed, showing the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tuesday. Shang Yanfei watched the entire battle from start to finish. Only then did he retract the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing lost. He had lost his vital Gu and was injured. According to the information gathered by Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was currently recuperating at Dr. Sushou's place. This way, she was punished and taught a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shang Yanfei closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Now that Bai Ningbing was defeated and did not pass the test, her aptitude and talent were publicly recognized. In time, she would definitely surpass Yen Tu and have great achievements. This was a genius. Shang Yanfei was also a person who cherished talent. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had the desire to recruit her for Shang Xianci. After Bai Ningbing, it will be Fang Jing's turn. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring me. But I heard he has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. Shang Clan City's living treasure door also had 2 heavenly essence treasure lotuses. There was also a heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus. But to take out these lotuses, they would have to pay an even greater price. With living treasure door guarding it, even if Shang Yanfei was the clan leader, he had to follow the rules set by his ancestors. Fang Jing is a strength path Gu master. Even if he has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he would not be able to display its value. I might as well give it to Xianci. Shang Yanfei pondered for a while before sitting up straight and sending out a paper crane secret letter. The paper crane flew along the secret path and into a secret room. Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu immediately sensed it and gathered in the secret room. Master has another secret letter. Yen Tu opened the secret letter and glanced at it before handing it to Zhu Kaibei. This is for you. Zhu Kaibei looked through it and muttered to himself, Master guessed that Fang Yuan has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. If I win this battle, I will try to ask for this grass Gu. If I don't have this Gu, I cannot choose the all-out effort Gu. Saying so, Zhu Kaibei's brows slightly furrowed. He had originally wanted to ask for Fang Yuan's all-out effort Gu. This legendary Gu was extremely attractive to a strength path Gu master like him. But Shang Yanfei had sent such an order. Master cherishes talent and wants to protect that Fang Jing until he grows up. Yen Tu analyzed. Raising his head, he saw Zhu Kaibei's tightly furrowed brows and consoled. Brother Zhu, you need to pay attention to your mentality. We are already Shang Clan's hidden elders. We have to obey the clan leader's orders. It's no longer the same as before. when I could roam the world freely and do whatever I wanted. Bei nodded his head heavily and sighed. Speaking of which, that period of time is really worth reminiscing. Roaming the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be that Brother Ju wants to become a demonic goo master again? Yen Tu's tone was solemn. Bei chuckled. Brother Yen, don't you know me? I was just casually saying it. Although demonic goo masters are unrestrained, the pressure is huge and the risks are also huge. Who knows, one day I might die in the wild and there would be no one to collect my corpse. Yen Tu's expression softened. Bei and Yen Tu were once solitary demonic goo masters. They had made a name for themselves in southern border, and had stood strong for decades. But they were getting more and more tired. Although demonic goo masters had extremely free lives, the pressure was huge. They had to worry about the goo's food, yuan stone, their own safety and so on. The two gradually got tired of this life, but they did not have the courage to change. Until one day the two met in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic goo masters. After the two sensed each other, they immediately attacked, trying to gain the initiative. But who knew that in this battle, the two were evenly matched and fought from day to night. During this period they used schemes, traps, exerted all their strength, and used all sorts of methods. By the time the sun rose, both were out of strength. Their primeval essence was also expended and their bodies were covered in injuries. Looking at the opponent in front of them, they had no strength to deal the final blow and kill the opponent. When the morning light shone on their faces, the two made the same decision. I am tired of this life. Sigh, if I survive this battle, I will go to Shang clan and join the righteous path. Yen Tu softly muttered. So tiring after this battle, I will go to Shang clan and fight for that external elder position. Bei fiercely cursed. For some reason the two said it at the same time. After saying so they looked at each other. After a moment of silence the two laughed loudly. This was fate, like heaven's arrangement. Two veteran demonic goo masters who had no sense of trust at all, on this day, gained a lifelong friend at the same time. As if they wanted to throw away the shadow of their past, they started to change and chose to trust each other. This trust was unreserved trust towards each other. The two went from one extreme to another extreme. But speaking of which, Brother Yen, you suffered a huge loss this time. You are covered in dust. Bei winked and said. Others would never imagine he would have such an expression. Usually Bei was solemn like steel and meticulous. But in fact this was only a mask he had cultivated when he was roaming the demonic path. Only in front of his best friend Yen Tu would he show his true nature. Yen Tu snorted coldly, his brows gradually relaxing as he sighed. This Bai Ningbing is not simple, she will surpass us one day. I only won by a move or two. If she was rank 4, the result would be hard to say. Bei nodded. I also disguised myself to watch your battle. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Yen Tu patted Bei's shoulder. That Fangjing is as famous as Bai Ningbing. They came to Shang clan city together and lived together. Their relationship is not simple. They are called the twin stars of Yanwu. Some also call them the black and white demons. With Bai Ningbing's strength, Fangjing is definitely not weak. Brother Ju, when you are at your strongest is also when you are at your weakest. You need to be careful. Bei smiled proudly. Brother, take a look at this. Saying so, he took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was the size of a fist and had the shape of a beetle, black like iron. A hard chi goo. Yen Tu's expression turned to joy after a moment of shock. This is great, Brother Ju. When you use killer moves, your defense will fall. With this goo you can make up for your weakness. This goo is precious and not commonly seen. You need to feed it well. Bei nodded. After keeping the hard chi goo, he sighed. Unfortunately, this is only a hard chi goo and not strength chi goo. If I had strength chi goo, my battle strength would rise and undergo a qualitative change. It would be more than enough to increase my battle strength by 2 times. Yen Tu laughed heartily. You are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ancient chi path has already disappeared. Strength chi goo is already extinct. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain a hard chi goo. Don't be greedy. Bei also laughed. That's true. But it's only human nature to be greedy, haha. Ancient chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. Chi path goo worms could be transformed into formless goo worms. Their effects were usually very miraculous. In ancient times, when Qi path was at its peak, 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated Qi path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, flourish and decline. This was the law of nature. Qi path was not exempt from it. After flourishing for a while, Qi path gradually weakened and was replaced by strength path. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Zhu Kaibei forcefully challenged Fang Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation. His reputation was awe-inspiring and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly, and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shang Clan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Qiwan, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Zhu Kaibei from half the sky more experienced? Or can Fang Zheng win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Gu Masters. This is the revival of Strength Path Gu Masters. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fang Zheng has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort Gu will be taken away by Zhu Kaibei. Fang Zheng is only rank 3 middle stage. Although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than Bai Ningbing's. Not to mention comparing him to Zhu Kaibei. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Zheng is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Shang Xianci and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd. Even Bai Ningbing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Shang Xianci. The young masters of Shang Clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time there were almost no spectators and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now, his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Three Kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Shang Xianci. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Shang Xianci becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang Clan City. No one knew the identities of Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang Clan's external elder. Shang Yanfei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kaibei. And Yin Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Sparrows and swallows often made their homes under the eaves, while eagles built their nests on cliffs. Not to mention Shang Clan's external elder. Fang Yuan didn't even care about the position of clan leader. These positions seemed noble and dazzling, but they were actually shackles of fame and fortune. What a pity! In the mortal world, who knew how many people had been shackled by such shackles? Zhu Kaibei also came to the stage. He had a towering stature, his expression was like steel. His joints were broad, his muscles stacked together, giving people a strong and imposing feeling. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, during the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, Zhu Kaibei had a great performance. He had killed many famous demonic Pathgu masters, and was one of Shang Yanfei's capable generals. On his body the aura of rank 4 leaked out. Before the battle started, he was already exerting mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage now and was using breath concealment goo. From the looks of it, he was still at rank 3 middle stage. But even if his cultivation was low, so what? Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. A few days ago he had refined that goo, and his chances of winning had risen to 60%. Although his opponent was strong, he knew he would definitely win. This was not arrogance, confidence, or arrogance, but a type of mentality. Demonic heart. I can't lose, I can't fall, I have to win, I have to win. Even if there is less than 10% chance of winning, even if there is no chance of winning, I have to have the mentality to win. Once a demonic goo master fails, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, I have to succeed, I have to keep winning. There is no what if, and no what if. The 500 years of experience in his previous life had caused Fang Yuan to develop such a mentality. Winner takes all, step on other people's corpses, step on them and step onto the peak. Only I am the one who bears down on the world. No matter what sense of propriety, righteousness, honor, fame, wealth, beauty, gratitude, grudges, love, hatred, they cannot be an obstacle, they can all be used. This was the difference between Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing had the desire to win, while Fang Yuan had the heart to win. Nothing can stop me. Even if I perish, my heart will not be perturbed. Zhu Kaibei walked to Fang Yuan, standing still and maintaining his silence. He was not a talkative person. Similarly, Fang Yuan did not like to talk nonsense. The two looked at each other, ignoring the clamor of the outside world. One's gaze was firm, while the other's eyes were dark and deep. Clang! The bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. All-out effort goo. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He poured his quintessential essence into it, and the image of a steed appeared in the air behind him. The horse raised its head, its 4 hooves galloping. With the strength of one horse, Fang Yuan activated vertical crash goo. Swoosh! He charged towards Zhu Kaibei. His speed was as fast as a galloping horse, but when he rushed in front of Zhu Kaibei, the horse phantom suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a wild boar phantom. The boar's eyes were scarlet red, its fangs protruding. Its aura was fierce. Horsepower could increase the speed of charging, while boar strength could increase the force of charging. Fang Yuan could now freely switch between beast phantoms. Seeing Fang Yuan charging straight at him, Zhu Kaibei was expressionless, opening his mouth. His teeth were as white as snow. At this moment 2 tiger teeth grew rapidly. They gradually expanded and protruded. They grew into 2 pure white elephant tusks. The elephant tusks bent inwards, the sharp tip piercing into Zhu Kaibei's chest. But the wound did not bleed. Instead it was spreading rapidly. A set of pure white armor appeared. A milky white layer of ice spread over his body, and the armor quickly covered his upper body. Fang Yuan charged over. Good. Zhu Kaibei did not dodge. Instead he stepped forward, lowering his waist and shoulder, colliding with Fang Yuan. Bam! A loud sound. The two's shoulders collided fiercely. Fang Yuan retreated 5 steps. Zhu Kaibei was sent flying. This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. How can this be? Zhu Kaibei was not Fang Jing's match? All-out effort goo's power is really strong. Something is wrong. How did Fang Jing suddenly have rank 3 peak stage cultivation? Fang Yuan attacked, breath concealment goo's effect was broken. The aura of rank 3 peak stage leaked out, and was quickly sensed by countless people. Zhu Kaibei's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, but soon it disappeared. He crawled up from the ground, not suffering much damage. However, the shoulder armor was full of cracks. But soon these cracks gradually disappeared. The white armor continued to spread and soon it covered Zhu Kaibei's arms, waist and abdomen. This was the effect of Zhu Kaibei continuously activating the ivory white armor goo. Ivory white armor goo was a rank 4 goo worm. It had strong defense. But its weakness was it needed to grow for a period of time, it had no ductility. When the battle ended, the Gu master would have to destroy the armor if they wanted to remove it. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little sore. Earlier he did not use golden shield Gu, copper skin, iron bones, steel tendon. These three complemented each other, giving him a strong defense. Strength was mutual, and strength path Gu masters had high requirements for defense Gu. The collision just now was just a small test. This Jukai Bei has great strength. He is the strongest opponent I have met since rebirth. At the same time, his defense is also very strong. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he pounced again. Bam bam bam. Both sides raised their fists and punched each other. Jukai Bei was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan naturally would not give him a chance. The ivory white armor broke again and again under Fang Yuan's iron fists, unable to regenerate. But Jukai Bei's strength was also increasing. From being suppressed at the start, to gradually being able to stand on equal footing with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had detailed information on Jukai Bei. He knew that he had a rank 4 habitual strength Gu. All-out effort Gu was already extinct, and to replace it, the current strength path Gu masters had developed habitual strength Gu. Habitual strength Gu's predecessor was the rank 3 accumulation strength Gu. Strength accumulation Gu could accumulate strength in one attack and explode out. But it needed time to accumulate strength, and during this time the Gu master could not move. It was not very practical. But at rank 4, after the accumulation strength Gu was refined into habitual strength Gu, this weakness was eliminated. After the activation of habitual strength Gu, Jukai Bei's strength continued to accumulate, becoming bigger and bigger. At the same time, Jukai Bei could move freely. Bam! Fang Yuan's fist smashed on Jukai Bei's chest, while Jukai Bei's palm chopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Both sides took 6 steps back. They were evenly matched this time. But Fang Yuan's entire fist was numb. Jukai Bei's chest was wrapped in ivory white armor. There were only slight cracks on it. As time passed, Jukai Bei continued to activate the armor, and the ivory white armor became thicker, turning Jukai Bei into a monster with thick skin and flesh. Jukai Bei's strength was gradually revealed. Not only rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, but also rank 4 Gu worms. Just one ivory white armor Gu was comparable to Fang Yuan's iron bones, copper skin and steel tendons. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.